What is going on, everybody? It is going to be a fantastic day of Overwatch. I am going to be play-by-play caster Septilence here with Colorcaster Jag, and we are here to bring you what is bound to be a fascinating game.
Absolutely. We were just figuring out how to describe this game exactly, and Battle of the Winless is what we decided on. It's going to be William and Mary taking on University of Connecticut. Both of these teams entering week 4 at 0-3, so have not been able to find a W just yet, but something's got to give. One of these teams is going to walk out with that first win of the season. Got a lot of other games on the docket as well, but looking at this first game, it's going to be really exciting. Come in, you're a little shaky because you haven't been able to do that much in the league yet. And this could really catapult you as we go further and further down the line.
Yeah, like you said, this could be the slingshot of momentum that one of these teams needs. Last time I cast for this tournament, I had cast 2 teams that hadn't dropped a single map, and now I'm casting 2 teams who haven't won a single game. So it's really going to be the complete opposite of what I've seen beforehand. But I think this could be the moment that one of these 2 teams could really, like you said, find their momentum and get very aggressive for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and I have casted both UConn and WNM coming into this, so kind of seeing their growth over the season, where they started, where they're headed to, and both these teams have shown progress. The question is it enough today, especially against each other? And looking at the teams, you say, well, they could do this and that, but there is a new patch that just came out on the live servers, so that might switch how things are played up. If you haven't seen it, changes to Brig, Baptiste, McCree, May, Symmetra, and Widowmaker, some nerfs and buffs. Widowmaker losing 25 health. I think that's one of the most interesting things. Instead of doing increments of 50, they're doing increments of 25 now.
I think that could really tip the game into a fascinating position, and I think it puts Widowmaker in more of that glass cannon area where she's got a low health pool, but she does insane amounts of damage very quickly. So it's going to become an even higher risk, higher reward hero than what we've already seen. But I think the May changes are going to be what we need to look out for today. Not only is her wall on a shorter cooldown, but now she regains ammo when she's in that cryo freeze. So I think May, we might be seeing her a little bit more often, which in my opinion isn't necessarily a good thing.
The Ice Queen, as some may call her, she's really good at freezing enemies and just chopping them down. That's why she was meta for a long time back when pulled pork was a thing. You'd throw that May wall up, that enemy would be caught behind enemy lines and be hard to survive. You see the Sombra kind of take the May position in the meta we have right now. Reaper Sombra, very popular, but like you said, that May could come back into it. We talk about glass cannons. McCree also, he got a bit of a buff. Not only does he have a bit more health now, but his reload time is a bit shorter. So maybe you see him being played a bit more. You see Ash and you said, well, that's just a better McCree without a stun. Maybe now it's the time for McCree to shine once again.
McCree was always a good hero except for that ultimate, and with that health buff and that reload buff, I think he could become a good one as well. Widowmaker loses that little bit of health, puts McCree in an even better position, and if the music that I'm hearing is correct, we're going to jump into our first map, which I believe is Ilios. There was a map pool, but I couldn't remember what it was, and it looks like my ears have not deceived me. It is going to be Ilios. We see William and Mary up against UConn like we talked about, and we are already seeing 2 very different approaches to Ilios Ruins here.
Absolutely. And when you think of ruins, you think of those long sight lines. So that's why Reach is going to be starting off on the Widowmaker. Going to be using that sim probably just to get out of spawn quickly and then swap, I'm assuming, to a Reaper, maybe a Tracer. Other side, we're looking at the Sigma Roadhog. So this is more of a poke comp, but instead of an Ashe, which you usually see, we're going to see the Soldier, Benteke going to run out on that, and then Tracer on the flank. I saw this a lot in the last week or so, and usually I'm thinking, hey, well, that Tracer is going to have to do what they can on their own, try to run around and cause a bit of distraction, open up that pathway for the Soldier to find damage.
And the Soldier already taking a little bit of damage onto Rachel Knight in the back line, just putting the pressure necessary onto that Widowmaker to make her essentially useless for this first engagement. And UConn, they're really relying on that Widowmaker to crack the fight open and find a valuable elimination, but so far, not able to find anything quite yet. Instead, Midben gonna dump a lot of damage, a quarter of the way that whole hog already. UConn, though, they're gonna get this first cap for free because William and Mary, they just played a little bit too passively, and it's gonna cost them.
Yeah, right now it looks like you're going to see this point be capped very early on. And it's going to be hard. Alondra going to get that first pick. That is huge right there. Going to have even more charge for that Nano. And you're probably going to be throwing it onto Unique, try to build up a little bit more of that Primal Rage. They're already in control of the point. They get the remake online, so their tank line is healthy. And there is going to be the Infrasights coming on as well.
The Infersides come up, which means William and Mary, they just have to hold W. UConn knows where they are, whether they choose to run or they choose to hide. And it looks like the Mercy's going to be the first one to pay for it. The support line already gone. There goes the Roadhog as well. UConn won the first flight bloodless, but right now, that bloodlust is coming back in waves here.
Absolutely. They're going to keep control of the point for just a bit longer. They didn't commit too much either. They committed the Nano and the Infersites. That was going to come up very quickly, and now we're going to see it's been William and Mary that have been in control of the point, not UConn. Just a little bit of an error there, but right now William and Mary are going to get to 60% on the point very quickly, and their ult bank is still very solid. You're seeing UConn haven't been able to build up much. They had to swap their tank line, and it's already so late on this point.
Yeah, swapping a tank line with 50% of the point already gone pretty much guarantees no tank ultimates. And wow, Rage Knight finding that first, but incredibly valuable elimination. We're going to see the Soldier pop an ultimate, but here comes the beat from the Lucio as well. Nukalama throws the pulse bomb, picks up a double kill with it, takes out the Visoring Soldier, making a triple kill as Nukalama right now is just fragging against UConn. And yeah, as we spoke, William and Mary had control of that point the entire time. We were just making sure you guys at home were paying attention. And it looks like Gavant going to have that bomb online. Rage Knight, another Infersight, and this is all but an impossible push for UConn, who swapped way too late in the map to find any ultimates here.
Absolutely. Right now, William and Mary, all they really have to do is use that bomb like correctly. They can use it maybe just to clear the point out. Don't even have to get the kills, but you know, C9 is what they need just to hit the rest of this point percentage. Only need one more second on it, but they stepped off for just a second. Now that bomb is finally online.
They're gonna hold on to the bomb for a moment, but Unique taking out Ali right away. Rabbit gonna be taken back to spawn as well. Two very important heroes, make it three missing for UConn. William and Mary right now, they've got a stranglehold on this point, and I don't think that's going anywhere.
Yeah, Benteke is gonna find one, gonna find the other Widow Rage Knight, but it's not gonna be enough. Not even having to use the bomb to clear the point until after that fight was won. William and Mary getting that 100-0 victory to start out Ilios, and that's a huge confidence boost. You're coming to this game not having won a single series, started off like that. I mean, that's a pretty good hot streak to begin on.
Absolutely. To start any series with a 100-0 first map win, it's going to be great for any team, let alone, like you said, a team that has gone 0-3 in the rest of the season. So today, they're really looking to break this losing streak, and it looks like they're going to be swapping up. Neither of these teams are really playing a necessary meta, but the Sigma Roadhog seems to be rearing its head more and more as we move further into Ilios.
You see this a lot with Poke, so basically you just want to play far back, you want to make sure that your DPS are getting that long-range damage in, and then the Roadhog, usually you try to draw people in and, you know, get a quick kill off of that, but here, you've got that well. You got that hole right in the middle of the point that you're going to be using to try to throw them in there, and you see that Sim TP helps William and Mary establish point presence much sooner than UConn. UConn trying to get in here quickly, but they have the McCree on their side, so the McCree versus the Soldier, we're going to see that McCree buff in action right now. 225 health just seems so weird to look at compared to the rest of the characters, but here it is, live and in charge.
Absolutely, and Benteke just trying to find value, but Midben gonna find value earlier. Takes Unique out of the fight. The countering Roadhog is gone, and this is the opportunity UConn needs to push forward. They know that hook won't be online for a very long time, but Midben gonna panic, gonna get antied by the Ana from UConn, and it's gonna end up, or excuse me, by Alandri, and gonna end up paying their life for it. Rage Knight now trying to farm that Visor, but both teams missing a Roadhog. It's gonna be difficult for them to honestly do much of anything.
Yeah, right now, you're going to see that William and Mary, they are going to try to play the point after they push the rest of UConn back into an uncomfortable position. But there is the high noon. It's going to find two.
Benteke pops a very risky high noon, and the cost comes out in troves. It's going to be a double elimination onto the Sigma and the Soldier, and that high noon, a very high risk, high reward ultimate. Not one you see actually getting eliminations often. So for Benteke to pick up a third of the team really showed some high value there.
Absolutely. As you said, maybe not the best ultimate, and that's a great stagger onto Nuklama, but it worked out. Usually use it just to break shields, but there you saw it did finish up the kills, and you got only the Sigma shield online, and you know his eat ability is not being used. Then it's a great time to use it right now. William and Mary, they were able to dominate the last point. They were able to get a pick now. Midben, hello?
Midben just kind of... I mean, we weren't watching from his point of view, but that really looked like he just walked off the map there. So a very unfortunate thing to see. Possibly a boop from TF2 is better in the backline. Maybe just a little bit of strafe cost him his life. But Gavant gonna clean up the rest of the kills off the back of that tactical reset in the middle of a fight. William and Mary, they finally get to establish that very aggressive point presence we saw on Ruins. And if they can continue the momentum we saw earlier, I doubt they'll be letting go of this point again.
Benteke now going to swap onto a Soldier of their own. So now the Ben duo on the side of UConn, they got to show results. They got to not be going into the hole. They did get a good amount of point percentage, but they have no ultimates to show for it. They're going to have their support ults online, but that pulse bomb's going to stop anything from happening right now.
Yeah, Nuke Llama going to take that pulse bomb out of the fight. We hear the nano boost from Alandri and the tac visor from Rachonite just dumping in damage. We see Nuke Llama get a vengeance elimination onto the Tracer who chased them so far into the back line. William and Mary have now committed 2 ultimates to a fight that they should have won, but they are just not finding the eliminations necessary right now.
There is an anti on the Sigma. Rabbit just gonna get out with their life, and that's really important because they have that gravitic flux. They could try to commit it here. They've already lost Mitben once again, but as they go into the hole, they could easily get out, and they do!
Rabbit commits the gravitic flux just to keep themselves alive after Unique hits a 1.0 hook if I've ever seen one. The hook climbing around that corner and grabbing Rabbit, but Rabbit gonna hop right back out of that hole, and Unique even committing a whole hog just trying to establish a point presence. Gravitic flux coming out late from Gavant and gonna find a lot of damage as well, but no eliminations. Rachonite takes out that Dino in the back line. Ana now offline, but Rachonite hooked into the hole as well. Mitben finding a very valuable elimination, and just when William and Mary starts to take the lead, UConn successfully gonna be able to flip this point around.
Yeah, a very expensive flip, but in the end, they will still have that visor online. And another one going into the hole. Sia Gavant have a nice trip. So, the ult economy by William and Mary, they use a lot as well. That soldier ult is not online. They don't have the tactical visor just yet. Now, Benteke on the high ground going to be looking for that angle to get that aimbot on all of the enemies.
Yeah, the aimbot could be very high value, especially on the high ground like that. A lot of people don't expect a soldier to be up there. It's very rarely you see one up there, but Benteke looking to get on the high ground and kind of catch William and Mary off guard if they're able to do so. They're 10% away from winning the second point and taking us to map 3 of Ilios, which will be Lighthouse. But right now, William and Mary, they've got to do something or UConn's just going to take this map home for free.
Absolutely. Now William and Mary, they're finally going to contest. There's going to be a Nano that's committed. The soldier visor is going to be coming from all the way up top. Isn't going to find anything just yet, but there's going to be a Lucio in their sights.
The Lucio beat was almost bigger, but Rachonite popping the visor later is almost better for the team. The whip shot kill onto Nuke Llama from Ali, and the rally going to come out early, but there goes Unique finding an elimination onto Mitben down the hole. Benteke dumping the damage into Unique, and that's just going to be the difference maker here. Benteke and just trying to stay alive, but Ali with the triple kill in that team fight is all but going to secure the second map win for UConn. But William and Mary, they're down but not out, looking to go out with a bang instead of a whimper, but overtime going to tick away in the blink of an eye. That's going to put us 1-1 on Ilios.
We talked about Brigida getting that buff very briefly, and I was surprised that she was played at all, but, you know, the 25 extra health, not armor, base health, that can really increase her survivability odds. We saw her being played there, and Ollie looking very dominant on that role. I was surprised how much value they got out of that Brigida, but it's working, and UConn found footing. Wasn't the 100 that William and Mary got on the first point, but a map point nonetheless. Now it's going to be on Lighthouse. That's going to be the deciding factor for Ilios, our first map of the day. And right now, William and Mary, they're going to be trying something different. They're going to be running the Rhine Zarya Brawl instead. Nuke Llama going to be on that sim really quickly, probably going to swap again to a Tracer. Maybe staying with it this time. Looks like they are going to swap to the Tracer. So this tank battle, you know, two very different play styles. That's going to be the main thing to be looking at right now.
The big difference maker, I think, is going to be if Mitben can land these hooks. The Brawl comp thrives its most when the team is together coordinating an attack, but if UConn can constantly keep one or both of these tanks out of position, William and Mary's not going to find a lot of value. UConn flanking the back line, we see William and Mary getting very aggressive on point. They're just trying to establish an early point presence, maybe even get a cap for free, and it looks like UConn's going to give it to them.
There is going to be a last second contest that Tracer going to touch just for a second, so that is going to be the point flipping over to William and Mary. But right now, UConn, they're bringing the fight to them, and William and Mary, they're chasing it. I'm very surprised. Instead of trying to hold the point, they're trying to fight off of it. And Rach and I going to get that first pick onto Ollie.
Ollie getting a little too cheeky in that back line, found out by the Reaper, the heaviest damage dealer you've seen in that DPS lineup. And Rach and I just got that free elimination, only took a couple of shots. And the hook, the long distance hook, but a better bubble from Gavant there, keeping Rach and I alive. Mitben hits that hook, but I mean, the Zarya negates it entirely. A max charge Zarya, 60% to grab, and we're not even 45 seconds into this map.
Yeah, and with that high charge, it's going to be very hard for the enemies to push in, but they do have that nano visor. The shield is going to keep the team alive. for the time being. The Coalescence being committed as well, but it's not going to be enough. Alondri is going to fall.
Benteke found the one target they needed to there, taking Alondri out of the fight, getting rid of that Coalescence because anybody else would have just been healed through it. We see the Tracer on point right now from UConn getting super aggressive. TF2 is better, even committing a beat. Nuklama committing the Pulse Bomb and Unique committing the Shatter. So a lot of ultimates coming out unnecessarily in this fight. That is a winnable position, but one that they've put a lot into. So now they have to come out on top of this. And according to the eliminations we see in that top corner, they are not quite yet. Rage Knight now popping a 0 elimination. Death Blossom just trying to kill a single Tracer. It takes 4, but they finally find that elimination as Benteke takes out Nuklama as well. Even committing the Graviton Surge to this fight. There's still 30% left, and William and Mary just used every ultimate they had online.
They did use everything, but now the other team has used everything as well. UConn can admit the whole log. They're gonna have a Gravitic Flux and a Pulse Bomb on top of this. They need to win this fight now because they've lost so much point percentage already.
Yeah, UConn, they're going to commit every ultimate they have. They're going to follow suit of William and Mary, and both these 0-3 teams are going to dump every single ultimate they have into this single fight. 10% left on the map for William and Mary. Unique in critical condition. No support ults online yet. Unique going to fall before that Coalescence can come online. Alondri, she can only do so much on that Moira. 90% charge. Gavant is just doing as much damage as possible, but instead of getting out with the charge, going to full commit to the fight in what is apparently a 3v5 in the back line. Now in a very crucial position. We see the point cap come from UConn, but a massive boot from TF2 is better. They have turned this point back into William and Mary's favor.
Yeah, there's going to be a tactical Visor following up the Coalescence. Visor's still online, going to be finally taken down. UConn did cap that point, so right now they are gaining a little bit of point percentage. It's just the Wrecking Ball that's left. Mitt Ben trying their best, but not going to be able to touch in time once again. Now there's only 2% needed. It's going to be overtime ticker now. 2, that's the last hope right now for UConn to get in this, but they get stuck and aren't able to touch.
Yeah, William and Mary, the Rhine Zarya making all the difference. I don't think Gavant died a single time that entire map, and that Zarya was constantly over 80 charge. Every time we saw her, it was at least 80. That Grav coming out early was a risky one, but one that very clearly paid off as they secure the first map win of the evening. They are now 1 map away from putting themselves at game point.
Yeah, William and Mary came out strong on that first point. Third, second point, they struggled a bit. Third point, though, they brought it back. They only gave up about 20% in the end, and their strategy was just much better. UConn had a good idea. We're going to play poke. We're just going to spam them down. The problem is that on Lighthouse, there's so much natural cover with those, doorways. You can just kind of hide behind a wall and then take that point. As we saw, they had to commit. UConn had to commit because that point was given up for free. And then when you've got a Brawl comp, a Reinhardt running right into your face with a Reaper, it's very hard to win those.
Yeah, UConn, they played that poke comp to do a lot of damage, but then they let William and Mary just constantly bring the pressure to them when UConn needed to be putting their foot down and taking that pressure over them. But all in all, I really think William and Mary looked a lot better. We saw UConn win that second map, but I think that was almost entirely due to just good positioning on that single map. And I mean, if they can do that on other maps, they have a chance. But right now, W and M, in my opinion, looking much better.
Absolutely. And, there's still plenty of time to get back into the series. Only the first map. In EGF, we have not seen many map 4s. We have never seen a map 5 this season. So, we've only seen, I think, 2 or 3 map 4s. One of those being on a draw, the other one's being 3-1 series. No 3-2s just yet. This might be the day. William and Mary definitely had the upper hand on that map, but UConn, they could really force this out. They could draw this series out as long as possible. I mean, you got it, right? This is really do or die. Obviously, the season isn't going to end automatically today, but right now you're struggling. You saw that they did really well here on their composition. I was surprised they swapped off the McCree. The McCree seemed to be doing pretty well for them. It was just a battle of those Roadhogs there, and you saw the Gravitic Flux being used just to save that Sigma. And, I called that right before it happened. So I feel pretty dang smart about that. Right now, let's see if these teams feel pretty dang smart about what they're going to run next map. It's going to be Eichenwald.
Yeah, Eichenwald, a very popular map, and one that you can't really run a Roadhog on. And Mary can run that classic Brawl comp that we've seen they love so much. It's a comp that I really think could help them come out on top of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Brawl is going to be played a lot here. That's generally what you see on Eichenwald. See teams sometimes run the Diva instead of the Zarya because there's a lot of high control that you need, especially on that second point. But first point, it's all Ryan Zarya all the time. And here we are right now as already looks pretty apparent that's what we're going to get.
Yeah, speak of the devil and they shall appear. Right now, William and Mary running full-blown meta, or at least what used to have been. They're going to run that Reaper Sombra, Lucio Moira Brawl comp versus UConn, who's currently running a Brawl comp as well, but a much more long-distance one that will hopefully pay off for them. But if William and Mary keeps up the momentum and they take the fight to UConn, I think we're really going to see UConn crumble very quickly.
Yeah, here's where William and Mary really succeed with this. They have that Lucio speed to get their run onto the point. They're going to be on the attack, so they're going to try to take the point as quickly as possible, catch the enemy team off guard. They do have a Mercy for res on the side of UConn, but they have no movement abilities that will help them get in and out of places quicker. They have long distance damage as well, so they can't really fight that upfront battle as well. And Rachel Knight sticking with that Reaper, already seen how good it can be on those tanks.
Absolutely. Rachel Knight picking up the elimination that secured the Lighthouse victory for them on the last map. In WNM, they're going to get super aggressive here, but they're going to have to look out for those dynamites. As we see, one successful dynamite has that Ashe to 30% already. And it looks like they're going to look for another one, and it's going to pay off, finding already 5 more percent. WNM trying to get aggressive, but UConn, they're dumping a lot of damage out, so it's going to be very difficult to do so.
Yeah, they have their DPS just poking away, and so far, WNM not able to really make a dent on the defense. Nuklama gonna fall, so that's a great stagger kill. It's probably gonna end this fight early on, as you're gonna see. It's just gonna be the DP test.
Now, this is where it becomes... This is where it becomes important to get your Zarya out of this fight. When we last saw Gavant, I think they were at 80, maybe 90 charge, and they're currently at 70, so they need, and now they're back at 100. Keeping the Zarya alive for this next engagement is arguably the most important thing, and right now, Nuklama on Genji trying to take Mitben out of the fight, because if one Zarya is there and the other is not, that is a very easy win for the team who's got that counter advantage. But Q gonna commit this Bob from Ashe very early, gonna find a very valuable double kill. Alandri pops that Coalescence, but again, that healing can only do so much, Moira can only do so much with that Coalescence. And WNM, they haven't commit any ultimates, but now they've pushed into 1. UConn, they're about to have 4 more.
Absolutely, they will have that sound barrier to counter Ben's grab, but will it be enough to mitigate the damage as it comes from the rest of the team? That Visor online, the Nano, and Shatter as well. There's a lot that UConn can do here right now. They just have to make sure they don't commit everything into this fight.
With now a very early elimination, but if Dino can hit that, yep, does hit that res, gonna be a 6v6 once again. Resurrection comes through. Gonna see the Shadow commit from Rabbit, and wow, as you say it, UConn commits every single ultimate they have online. 5 ultimates have now gone down the drain for UConn, and a single elimination has yet to come through. Benteke, the sole survivor of what could only be described as a massacre on UConn, just desperately trying to stay alive. But Gavant, back at that 80 charge, commit the grab. They've still got the Death Blossom online. Blade is about to come out as well. William and Mary just stomping that fight.
Even though Dinosuke was able to get the res off, you saw that William and Mary, they saw that they had the numbers advantage. They just ran in with it. They pressured UConn out, and they all panicked. They threw every ult they had and weren't able to find much value of anything. We did see that Unique and Gavant had to use their own ultimates there to stay things the course for William and Mary, but now they've got that first point, they've got that cart moving, and we have a little bit less than 4 minutes. They're in a good place.
Absolutely, so no pun intended here, but I think William and Mary has a very unique win condition, which is dry push and have UConn commit every single ultimate they have, then just push again and kill them. Because so far they've done that on Ilios and now Eichenwald. A single elimination comes from Nuklama, but will be eliminated by Mitben on that Zarya. Benteke finding TF2 is better. Rabbit getting resurrected by Dinosuke once again. And UConn, they've got the reins here. They've got the steering wheel on this fight, but William and Mary, they've got to know when to get out, because right now they're just taking unnecessary damages.
And you're seeing that Q is swapping off of the Ashe onto the Reaper, so now they won't have that Bob that I think has been very clutch so far in the series for them. I feel like Bob has really been the carry member. Instead, they're going to go for that upfront damage, maybe take that other Reaper on 1v1, so Reach Knight versus Q is going to be the battle we look out with. But UConn, again, they have that Tactical Visor, they have the Nano, so they've been using that as a combination a lot. It's been mixed results so far for them with it.
Yeah, Tac Visor and Nano, or and Grab, just not necessarily a great combo. Even if you commit a Nano, it's not going to be great. Unique, gonna hit a Shatter as well as Rabbit. Mitben now committing that Grab. Here comes the double support ults from William and Mary. Nuklama coming out on top of this fight. We're going to see Death Blossom come out from Rachel Knight as well, but Nuklama just cleaning up on the back of that value. The counter pin from Rabbit onto Unique actually makes Rabbit lose the engagement, and the Ryan has now been eliminated. Rachel Knight just getting the ability to take absolute aggression on this team, even diving into the backline to take out 1 support and maybe 2 if they can find this elimination onto Mercy. But this is going to be a lot of free ground for William and Mary on this card.
Nuklama swapped to that Genji really early on. I'm gonna die there, but you know, they had that Sombra and they said, hey, this isn't gonna work. We're not even gonna worry about hacks. So far, that Genji has worked, but for this fight, that's gonna be William and Mary just giving it up pretty easily.
Yeah, William and Mary, they lose Unique and Nuklama right at the start. Excuse me, gonna go for that tactical reset, but now they've got the Grav Blade combo, which could really, I mean, end a fight very quickly.
Absolutely. We saw that before. They used the blade without a grav. Did not work as well. Got one, then immediately got slept and killed. This time, they're going to have everyone stuck in one area, a great area of effectability. But Benteke, again, they're just getting these early picks.
Benteke finding a lot more value on the legs than you'd normally see at really any competitive level. But here comes that Grav Blade I was talking about moments ago. Gonna find the Mercy, maybe even the Rhine if the damage can come through. But Rabbit gonna try to pick up Gavant beforehand, not able to do so. But the Death Blossom from Q gonna be big enough, making it a triple. Scratch that quadruple kill. They are now a minute and 20 seconds away from not capping second point. And there's 0 ultimates online except for Benteke, who is that 1% away. Nuklama now choosing to swap, a very risky thing to do this late in the game.
Yeah, we just talked about how the Sombra swap came in early. They're going to swap back to it now. Nuklama wasn't able to find the priority hacks, the hacks they needed on the side of William and Mary. And again, Benteke just raining death from above. How do you even get into this as William and Mary? They just keep losing members before they get the full fight.
Yeah, they just have people extending past the shield, and it has now cost them, I think, make that 4 fights, 3 fights in a row. And Benteke now has Attack Visor online, which is going to make this just incredibly harder. It's going to be much harder than we've seen before. They're going to go for the Lucio speed boost through the castle, and this is the best play, but they need to get Benteke off the high ground. They find Mippen in the castle, and now the Zarya missing that charge offline. We see the Shatter almost online from Unique as well. Nuklama is going to be eliminated once again by Q. Tactivizer just trying to dump in damage, but the cart and the shield giving just enough protection. Alandri picks up Q. Here comes a Death Blossom from Rage Knight. Very confusing as there were really not many survivors, and not being able to move ended up costing them their lives. Alandri now being eliminated. The beat from TF2 is better. This is now a desperate attempt to keep this alive. 10 seconds left on the cart. They need to make some ground right here. It's now or never, but Benteke and Rabbit just hard carrying the 4 other members of UConn as they're just putting in the work and constantly finding that necessary damage. Nuklama, the only one left on the cart, and William and Mary, they're going to have to kiss their attack goodbye, and they could not secure that second point.
There was a really good shadow that came out from Unique. The problem is that they weren't able to focus the right target down. That Mercy was just stunned on the cart. That's who you needed to kill there. Weren't able to find anyone at the end, and then UConn came back with a shatter of their own. Were able to focus down the kills. I see this replay right here, Rage Knight, with that Death Blossom that didn't find anything, but was able to create enough space. You saw that William and Mary, they were able to get some stuff done, but then just kind of faltered on that second point. They had no real high ground contests. They tried to get up there on the high ground. You know, they tried to go in with that Lucio speed, and then instead of clearing it out like you said they needed to, they just went for the point instead, and that might have cost them there.
I have to agree. I think what we're seeing from William and Mary is something that you don't see from teams often. They have the coordination and they have the game understanding to pull off these very important combos. That Grav Blade, that Shattered Death Blossom, but they never have the proper follow-up as a team onto the eliminations that they need to find. Right at the end of that replay, we saw that Shatter you mentioned. We saw Dinosuke literally just lying on the cart, completely unattacked by all remaining 5 members of William and Mary. And I agree. I think that single elimination would have tipped that fight in their favor, but instead they all got a little bit too cheeky, took 1v1s rather than 6v1s or 4v1s, and they all kind of went for individual targets, and they're never going to be able to dump in the damage they need like that.
Yeah, in a fight like that where it's, you know, last fight scenario, supports are always the first target. You need to make sure there's no healing online for the enemy so they can't stay alive, don't have any sustain. They kept that Mercy alive, were able to get to sustain, and now UConn gonna be on the attack. They just need to get it to those castle gates, not too far. Nuklama on the Sombra has not been able to get a lot of value. If they can find the hacks, if they can stay alive, that will give William and Mary a good chance to stay in this game, get that 2-0, but right now, UConn have all the momentum after a great defense.
Talk about even more momentum as Alandri is eliminated, but there goes Rabbit as well, and in arguably unwrestlable position, Q gonna fall, and just when you think UConn busts the fight open, William and Mary solders those doors back closed, and it's gonna be very difficult to repush, and we see Nuklama already halfway to an EMP, only 40 seconds into this push. So if they can continue this Sombra pacing that we have not seen all day, this could be the game changer.
Absolutely, it could be the game changer. Those EMPs have to be huge, and there's no real counter on the side of UConn for it. They will have the Valkyrie, but it doesn't do as much as a Sound Barrier or Transcendence. Right now, though, William and Mary They might have that Sombra, but they are getting pushed very far back. They are very scared of Benteke on this Hanzo.
And Benteke is showing why they should be, taking a Laundry out of the fight 2 times in a row. A one-man shatter comes through from Unique in a very aggressive attempt to keep the point alive, but the resurrection from the Valking Mercy is going to make it even harder. Q picks up the elimination. 2 eliminations, 3 eliminations immediately after being rezzed. The Reaper proves why that resurrection was worth it in the end. They cap arguably a minute and a half faster than William and Mary. They've got a grab online as well. UConn, they've got the momentum to keep this cart moving.
And with how good Benteke's been on the Hanzo so far, I wouldn't be surprised if they hold on to that grab to go for that grab Dragons combination. Instead, Unique swapping off the Rhine onto the Wrecking Ball, so there is no shield. Once Rabbit has that shatter online, there's going to be nothing that can stop it except a well-timed bubble.
Yeah, and that would be the bubble of a lifetime to say the least. Q picks up a Nuke Llama, no EMP online once again. That secured an entire first corner for UConn as they just are pushing all the way into William and Mary's spawn here. EMP, grab, and beat. Almost another Coalescence are online, but UConn, they've got the grab Dragons, and even a beat is not strong enough to stop that.
Yeah, it's really hard to counter a grab Dragons with a beat. Now, William and Mary, they do have that EMP. They're going to be looking for it any second now. They need to make sure that they catch Dinosuke out, who isn't even close to that Valkyrie.
Oh, here comes a big grab on the corner from UConn, but the EMP from Nuke Llama, here comes the beat from TF2 is better, and as I say it, the grab Dragons, for the first time in a long time, doesn't work. The Dragons weren't there early enough, gave time for the beat to come off, and Alandri is going to find that Coalescence, but wow, another massive Death Blossom from Q is just going to clean that fight up before it even starts. These supports on William and Mary have not gotten to play Eichenwald for even a second.
Yeah, now that card is getting so close to the end. If they get into that golden box of victory, they will win this map and they will tie up the series 1-1. When Mary, they got to fend up something. They got to figure it out quickly. They are going to touch the last second and they're going to use a grab.
The grab coming out quick and a Death Blossom from Rage Knight trying to keep this fight alive. Half the team now eliminated from a very well-timed Q press, but Rabbit going to take that Reaper out of the fight. This is arguably the hardest position on this entire map for the attacking team, as the spawn advantage could quite literally not be larger for the attacking team. The defenders have to walk 10, maybe 20 seconds, maybe 30, depending on the hero, to get back to that cart. While the defenders, they just get to die and walk back to cart, be there in 5 seconds. There's still 3 minutes on the clock, 3 ultimates in the bank. UConn, they've just got to time them well enough, and they can come out on top of this fight relatively easily.
Rabbit has that shatter online. There's no shield on the enemy side. It's going to be hacked out for just a second. It's going to be looking for it any moment now.
It's going to be a big one if they can hit it in this moment. But the minefield from Unique, who's now on that Wrecking Ball, it's going to have to be bigger. A double shatter does come through, and the elimination onto Unique. Nuke Llama pops the EMP, just trying to keep the team alive. It only hits the Zarya, though. The Benteke jumps into the mines. Rabbit finds TF2 is better, and Gavant. So right now, Reinhardt once again putting himself in the driver's seat, trying to keep his team alive. 2.5 minutes left. Alandri going to be staggered to hell and back, and it looks like Rage Knight is going to be eliminated as well. Nuke Llama swaps to a Symmetra, trying to teleport in, and it looks like it's going to work, even if just for a moment the grab comes through. But now William and Mary, they've got an express lane to get back onto this cart.
They might have an express lane, but right now everyone is there on the side of UConn. They do not want to give this up. They still have 2 minutes left, even if they lost this fight. But it looks so inconceivable right now. That teleporter is finally down. They just need to finish up the Wrecking Ball, and there it is. That's going to be the map point going to UConn. And I was talking about this earlier, you know, UConn, they might have not done as well on Ilios, but this is still a series that they can and need to win for their season. And now, in this winless bowl, we are tied up 1-1.
It shows that both these teams, even if they've gone 0-3 so far, that by no means shows the dedication they're willing to put in. UConn, they lose that first map. They're mental, even if scuffed for just a moment. They don't give up. They push in as a team. They fixed a couple of things from Ilios that we saw. We saw much better coordination come from them. And in the replay here, I'm sure we're going to be able to see that. I believe this is the moment that Q picks up that quadruple kill with the help of Mitben on the Zarya, and that really did make all the difference. That Reaper swap from UConn just constantly put in damage that William and Mary was never ready for.
Also, I just want to point out that Nuke Llama did play much better on the Sombra than I've seen so far in the season. The problem is that those EMPs just came out a bit too late. You saw it there, came out before the Grab Dragon was thrown in. And, you know, we've got an EMP that's late. It's not going to be a very good EMP overall, no matter how many people it hits. But we're going to take a very quick break. Stick with us. We'll be right back in a second.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back and from a small break after what is turned into a rather close series on our hands. William and Mary, 1 point on Ilios, UConn, 1 point on Eichenwald. So this is already guaranteed a map 4, if not a map 5. But right now, both these teams have shown a large amount of promise.
Yeah, it depends on the composition. I was talking about how I thought the Lucio Moira is a superior heal composition when it comes to that Brawl tank line, the Rein Zarya, but UConn making me eat my words. They looked much better with that Mercy Ana, were able to do very well, held that defense on the bridge, weren't going to let WNM get a second point cap, and then finished in a very quick time. So looking much better than they did on Ilios. UConn now going to have a bit of momentum themselves. As you said, guaranteed a map 4 no matter what. I know you're excited for that. It's going to be Junkertown. Yeah. Right now, we're going to be going to Temple of Anubis instead.
Temple of Anubis is
an interesting one.
Yeah, an interesting one to say the least. And I think, as I say, I think our defenders may go with that Sigma Roadhog combo, as it's not one that you see often, but on a map like this, Temple of Anubis has a lot of tight corridors, and I think that is where both Roadhog and Sigma find their best value.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sigma doesn't have too much long range, can do a lot of spam damage with his primary fire. Roadhog can just use that alternate fire to do a lot of damage. It's mostly just controlling that high ground, controlling that first choke point area above that little bridge. That's what you want. You want to make sure that the enemy team can't just go through it, can't go all the way around to the right. You want to control that area as much as you can. And with Torbjorn on the side of the defenders, that's going to help with that extra turret damage. Meanwhile, William and Mary, they're going to stick to that Reaper Sombra. We've seen mixed results with this setup. Nuklama is having to find better hacks and bigger EMPs to really help their team get through this.
Absolutely. I think we saw more success when Nuklama wasn't on the Sombra, and that's kind of unusual, as you expect to see a team run kind of early on. They run that meta, but William and Mary, in my opinion, has looked better out of the meta, which is not something you see very often from these teams. But with UConn running such unconventional team comps, it may be better for William and Mary to not run this meta, maybe swap some comfort picks. But right now, they're going to dive in quick, and they're going to try to find these eliminations. But TF2 is better, just taking the damage from Benteke at the moment. Q is going to pick up the rest of that elimination. Lucia now offline, and we see William and Mary, they're kind of cornered here.
Yeah, it's very hard to dive into a Roadhog in a Torbjorn turret. There's just so much damage to be being put your way. Now it looks like we might see a swap unique. Maybe thinking about doing something else besides the Winston is going to go to the Wrecking Ball. So this switches things up for William and Mary. Now instead of trying to dive that high ground, they're just going to try to boop everyone off the high ground. Wrecking Ball with that momentum swing can get everyone down and out. And then from there, that's when you initiate the dive with the rest of the team.
Yeah, this is definitely an unconventional comp, and I did talk about that a minute ago, is they're going to have to play unconventional if they had any hope of taking down UConn, but Midben was constantly tracking Unique there and just found the elimination onto them very quickly. It's going to be a 5v5, a tank and a DPS missing from these teams, so now it's just whoever finds a slightly more valuable elimination. William and Mary Nuklama, a minute and a half into the fight, only 10% away from that EMP, which, as we know, is a fight ender if performed effectively, which we haven't necessarily seen so far, either too late or too early. UConn, they're not going to rotate back to the point because they know that a couple survivors are still in here somewhere.
And that might actually be advantageous for William and Mary if they can find an EMP onto the targets they need to find it on. Dinosuke is pretty close to that Valkyrie. You want to try to hit it off before that happens. But Ben just going to find a pick onto a Laundry and Rage going to fall. So they had that EMP in the back of their hand, the pocket, and again, it just kind of fell out of their hands.
Yeah, I could not agree more, but Midben right now, just making a world of difference on this Roadhog. I would by no means consider a Roadhog to be a meta pick, and UConn, they're playing that comfort piece, they're playing Hog because they know Midben is capable, and it is paying off.
Well, it works out really well. It counters that Wrecking Ball. Sombra also counters the Wrecking Ball, so you got a lot of CC abilities that make sure that Unique can't get as much value as they want to. Right now, Nuklama again waiting for that EMP, but Q has one of their own.
Here comes an EMP from Nuklama, who's going to give their life to commit it. Benteke's turret finds them right away. This does give Rage Knight the opportunity to teleport into that back line, but the Ana wasn't hacked, so the Nano Boost does come online to Midben. 4 ultimates now online for UConn, and that is not including the 2 that they're currently using. Benteke on the Torbjorn picking up a triple kill, making a quad as Benteke rips this team apart on the Torb. And here it is, that painful stagger onto the Baby Diva. Gavant being staggered just a couple seconds longer. Rage Knight now swapping onto the Widow. They need to find these eliminations. There's only 60 seconds left on the clock.
UConn only use their support ultimates there, so they still have 4 in their bank right now, including that EMP. We saw that Nuklama hit a big one, but the team just wasn't there to follow up with the damage Nuke Llama also got taken down by that turret, which is very unfortunate. There's going to be the EMP coming out from the other side.
EMP gonna come out from Q. UConn, they're making that mistake that we saw earlier. They know the time bank is low, but it is not low enough to commit every ultimate you have online. Gavon still has that bomb, and we saw the bomb earlier help them win Ilios, so that really could make a big difference. But now UConn, they've got 0 ultimates online, and they're not gonna have any anytime soon. William and Mary, if they stop getting over aggressive here, they can regroup and push back in, but Midben is just feeding ultimate charge here. Over 700 damage done, but no, finds the hook of a lifetime onto Nuke Llama and costs them the life. 15 seconds left. Now William and Mary has no time to recontest as a full group.
It was all just a bait. That's what they wanted. They wanted to get that Roadhog in there. Nuke Llama again has that EMP online. We're going to see that TF2 is better. Just going to be trying to trigger that overtime. They did touch it within 5 seconds, so we'll come on no matter what. But no, it doesn't.
There was 7 seconds. There were 7 seconds left when TF2 was better touched, and they were not able to touch again. There was that brief touch for the moment, and that made all the difference. They got staggered off at the point, weren't able to retouch, and UConn, I mean, they went from Ilios looking rough to this series looking like they've already owned it.
Absolutely. UConn has had a complete turnaround. They've really found the game that they play best at. Midben has been dominant on this Roadhog, and William and Mary, they've lost their footing a bit. They don't seem to know what to do. They swap things too late. This doesn't work out, and there it is. The touch just isn't enough. I thought that, you know, it comes down to a game of inches, right? I thought right there within 5 seconds that was enough, but according to the game, that was not actually on the point. So there you have it, a full hold.
I had missed that. Yeah, I had missed that touch. TF2 is better, was able to touch with 4.4 seconds left, but for whatever reason, there was no cap. There was no overtime.
It might have been because they were in the air. I'm not sure. Maybe it was like just like because we saw that from the overhead perspective, right? So maybe well, the angle we're looking at looks better than it actually was. I don't know. I'm not a game developer, so I'm not going to question it. But unfortunately, for William and Mary, not able to get that touch when they needed it. Going to get full held. Had a lot of ultimates to use too. That bomb was being thrown in. They had the EMP online, so maybe a winnable fight that would have extended this map for them. Now UConn only need 1/3 of that first point to take map 3 and get into a 2-1 lead after going down 0-1 in the series to begin with.
Other than Benteke, UConn's playing that very if it's not broke, don't fix it combination here of their team comp, and it looks like it's paying off so far. The Sigma Roadhog just making immense amounts of difference. William and Mary really playing risky here as they're letting UConn come through that very aggressive choke. They're going to wait for them to get aggressive rather than get aggressive against them. Well, this may be smart because they know they only have one fight, and if they lose it, it is over, but waiting this long is going to cost them, and just like that, Midben proves it. Nuke Llama going to be eliminated with that hook headshot combo. A very early presence for UConn has all but secured this point win unless William and Mary really starts to turn this fight around.
Yeah, Region 8 has to do something on this high ground, has to find those shots. Not going to find anything just yet. Q going to find another pick onto Unique. There's a DMEC as well. Region 8 finally going to find one, but it might be too late. These picks are coming in, and they aren't even able to touch again. UConn making it look easy on top of Anubis.
Yeah, blink.
That series.
Blink and you miss it. That's going to be a 5-minute Temple of Anubis, including both attacks. That was just a very clean map for UConn. The full hold in the beginning, and William and Mary couldn't really hold it all. Even for a minute, they were not able to secure that point. And right now, UConn, they've got to be feeling confident because at this point, we're seeing a world of difference between these two teams.
This is a UConn, Overwatch team / club that's been around for a long time. Been around for at least 2 years. I remember watching them at the Boston Uprising Collegiate Cup, making that semifinals round, and since then, a bit more quiet on their front. But this is their time to shine. This is their time to rise up once again, take this series, take their first win of the season, and really put themselves back into position to excel later on. Right now, they are doing it pretty well. They did not do very well in Ilias, as we talked about earlier. So far, since then, though, it's been all UConn all day.
Yeah, they dropped Ilios, but then after that, I mean, Ilios must have just been their warm-up round because so far, like you said, it's been UConn since that moment. It's been their game, and William and Mary just happens to be living in it because right now UConn has just been relentless is the first word that comes to mind in terms of this constant attack and constant offensive positioning where they never let William and Mary settle. They constantly chase them. They constantly are the first to engage, and that is making all the difference, I think. UConn isn't giving them a moment to coordinate or strategize. Even in the blink of an eye, we see UConn coming out on top of fights that should have been lost, but they just somehow are always able to come back. And as we move into Junkertown, which is a personal favorite map of mine, those long ranges. We might see some Widowmaker, but I just love it here because you don't see it in tournaments very often. I honestly don't think we're going to see much of a difference. UConn right now, just like I said, relentless.
Junkertown, affectionately known as Bunkertown back in the day for that double shield composition. I don't think we'll see a lot of that. I think Sigma Hog is stronger here than it is on some maps. I would say maybe even stronger than it is on Temple of Anubis. So I would not be surprised if UConn continued to run that, especially with how well it just worked. Right now, it's really on William and Mary to just figure out, hey, what do we do here? What do we have to do as an adjustment to change this around? Because right now, as every map goes on, we are just doing worse and worse. On Temple of Anubis, we weren't able to get anything. Before that on Eichenwald, we're able to get 1 point, but then got held at second point. So that performance has gone downhill as time has gone on. Now they have to turn it around, or this series is going to be over. We still have not seen a map 5 so far in EGF. Is today the day? Can William and Mary pick their bags back up, get it together, and force a map 5?
Like I mentioned earlier, I believe it was in the middle of Eichenwald. William and Mary, they keep trying to force this meta, and I really don't think that is what they need to be doing. UConn very clearly not playing the meta, and they are dominating this game so far. So maybe William and Mary needs to pick some unconventional picks and just play things they're comfortable with rather than trying to force this, especially this Sombra, who is just never finding the value they need.
I mean, get the Sombra out of here, I think, is my best advice right now. The EMPs have been big. The hacks have been good, but the follow-up is just not there. So not necessarily Nuke Llama's fault. Maybe just a bit of a disconnect between the team and, their readiness and willingness to be able to go in on and engage when those come out. But so far, it looks like Nuke Llama are going to be sticking to that Sombra nonetheless. Maybe they can make it work this time around.
Fingers crossed that they can, because right now this series is on the line and they're still going to stick with a hero that just has not been working for even a moment. I don't think we've seen Nuke Llama perform in this Sombra how they should be in a tournament for even a moment. I don't think we've seen anything bigger than a 2-man EMP, and even after that, William and Mary has never been able to follow up. I think Nuke Llama needs to swap to like a Reaper, maybe even a Junkrat, or maybe even a Hanzo. As we say, Nuke Llama going to swap to a double sniper comp and almost immediately has his head taken off, but is going to survive just a little bit longer here.
And this map is great for double sniper. There's a lot of really good sidelines, a lot of high ground you can position yourself on right now. Rage Knight is positioning himself into a battle against Q. No one has died just yet. William and Mary going to take this now, but they're finding the first pick.
And as the spectator swap comes through, Q going to be eliminated by Rage Knight in that, he eliminates Rage Knight. Midben picking up the elimination onto Unique as well. Nuke Llama down the drain, double sniper comp. It works, but you've got to find that first elimination. And again, UConn, they just never give William and Mary the time to breathe, and that is making all the difference here. They need to acknowledge that. They need to work around that, because if they keep playing the way they are, I think we're going to see another full hole.
Absolutely, and you're seeing a Laundry. She's on this Zenyatta, which I think is a great pick, but right now you're seeing how Allie's playing it much farther back, and just as I say that, a bit of a caster curse is Allie maybe being Ollie being a little bit too far forward, and that might be the opening for William and Mary. UConn not able to get the res because of how far forward that Zenyatta was.
Yeah, I talk about this a lot, that Zenyatta is only high value when you can land these Discord orbs. And if Alondri is going to be playing in the back line, if she's not landing those Discords, she's not really going to be finding it necessary to play Zenyatta. She could be doing much more healing on something else. But if she can land these Discords, which I haven't been able to look out for so far, that really could make all the world of difference. Q going to pop that sights early, has it almost twice as fast as Rage Knight here. And Rabbit taking out TF2 right away. Alondri, she's not that far behind. Midben picks up Nuke Llama. This fight's already over. Now this is just going to be the stragglers being cleaned up left, right, and center. But Midben committing a whole hog. Now that one just seemed a little bit insulting. I think Midben knew that fight was over, but really wanted to establish the dominance here.
Nuke Llama again going to swap to the Genji we saw mixed results on Eichenwald. How it does not seem to be working out in their favor, and UConn just has such a good control on this fight. They did use 2 ultimates there, the infrared sight and the whole hog, but it's okay because they still have 3 in their ultimate. Ollie not too far behind on that Transcendence, and again we just see these quick picks coming out from UConn. William and Mary keep going into a fight, a person down, even with the res, they still lose another just after that.
You keep using the term mixed results for specifically Nuke Llama, but I honestly don't think there's a better way to describe what we've seen from William and Mary tonight. They've been, when they're performing well, it's very impressive, and they establish a stranglehold on the fights, but when UConn gets in their face, we just see them crumble every time, and right now, I mean, I just think we're seeing just a team difference in terms of how well UConn is performing. William and Mary just have not been able to find their footing, for even a moment.
The highest of highs and the lowest of lows, but with Mitben antied and being whole hogged, they're finally going to get another advantage. Last time they squandered it. This time, can they use it to their advantage? Women Mary, they only have a minute left on this attack.
Rachel Knight just trying to find any kind of elimination, any kind of value, and they're not going to be able to quite yet. Nuklama takes out Benteke, taking that visor offline Q, taking a lot of damage from Nuklama, but Nuklama decides to does turn around and find that elimination, a very valuable one at that. This is the first time we've seen William and Mary in the driver's seat since Ilios, and Nuklama, as we said, mixed results is making all the difference, finds that double elimination, but Mitben going to come back to life. Benteke now committing that visor, takes the Mercy out of the fight, TF2 gone. That's going to make a world of difference all over again. Rabbit finds Unique, and right now UConn, there's 30 seconds left. They've got no ultimates, and they're kind of living on a prayer as the Nano's being committed from Elantri onto Gavant, who just cannot find the damage they need to be.
Living on a prayer indeed, but right now UConn not in the best position themselves. They are going to find a pick on the Gavant, so that might be it, but now the Blade going to be committed by Nuklama.
This Blade's going to have to be a big one, and it's already shown its worth, but no, the tank duo from UConn sends that Genji to the graveyard. Mitben in the back line just putting in the work, finds the double kill, possibly a triple if that grapple's not online for Rage Knight, but it looks like it is going to be. Unique has been eliminated as well, but no, there goes Rage Knight. One by one, they will fall in. It's all but over. UConn all but has Junkertown in the bag as well.
It's winnable. It's definitely winnable for UConn. Only need to get that first point cap, essentially. Able to get a pretty solid hold on their defense. It's also winnable for William and Mary. You know, Junkertown is notorious for being held on that first point, so very possible that it could still be done. But William and Mary, I'm not going to say what I said before. Right now, just they're at their low point, I would say. They had a very good high point on that first map on Ilios, and since then it's just been a bit of a downward spiral. They still have moments where they go back up and, show good play, but just aren't able to get the job done at when it matters most. And, when it matters most is right now, because if they lose this, lose the series 3-1, UConn going to pick up their first win of the series. Women Mary have to show a little bit more fight in them if they want to force a map 5, which is still possible. I don't think you think it's possible, but I'm a believer.
No, I do slightly take back what I said. William and Mary, if we see what we saw on Ilios from them, I think this is winnable, but the fact they haven't changed much of anything on their team comp, this is the same team comp they were just ripped apart with on their offense. So the fact they're going to stick with it on their defense makes me a little bit anxious for them. But Benteke, the Soldier, right now UConn, they're running such a unique team comp. Benteke on Soldier and Mitben on Roadhog. But in my opinion, those two are making all the difference in these team fights, constantly finding the eliminations necessary. And right now, William and Mary, they're on their last legs. They're in that final hour, but this could be their swan song.
It could be indeed only a matter of time until we find out. And I agree that Mitben has been amazing on this Roadhog. And then you see the battle between Unique and Mitben. It looks like Unique got a little bit of the better of it on Ilios well, but that was a long time ago in a different age. Right now, Ollie pushing very aggressively on this end isn't going to fall, and Lemaire just giving up so much space and the first kill.
The first kill with TF2 is on the Mercy, so the res is possible if they can find it, but it's a question of if they want to commit the Mercy, but Resurrection or not, that's 2 more down. And UConn, they are just, nobody's on the cart because they're so confident they're going to get a complete team kill here. They now put someone on the cart, find the hook, and they get the stagger onto Unique. 3 minutes left on the clock, a slight ult advantage. Nuklama, again, losing half an ultimate to swap onto the Genji. And, those dragons could have been huge. They could have been a game changer, but I guess now we'll never know, as William and Mary, once again, arguably far too late into the fight, are going to swap these heroes.
I'm starting to think it's slightly less winnable for William and Mary. That cart is already so close to that end game. UConn have not taken any aggressiveness off of themselves. They've just been hitting W, and it has been working out. That Wrecking Ball swap from Unique, going to be stunned up, and there. 2 kills already. UConn just looking to finish this up right now.
Yeah, William and Mary looking to go out with a bang, but they will go out with a whimper as UConn comes out on top of a 3-1 series. They lose the first map, but they don't drop another one even close after that. UConn just giving a complete masterclass of how to play Roadhog. In particular, Mitben, just a phenomenal performance all night tonight. And UConn just did a phenomenal job tonight. I think, I can't say it enough, I think this Roadhog made all the difference.
Absolutely. We saw the Roadhog especially work out on Temple of Anubis and this last map on Junkertown. It worked so well from them. Mitben just took that series into their hands. UConn going to come away with that 3-1 win, and in our battle of the winless, we're going to see UConn come out on top. First win of the season, winless no longer. We're going to have an interview with the winning team in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here after what turned out to be a rather stomp of a series. UConn versus William and Mary. UConn coming out 3-1 on that Junkertown rather quick win. We are here with the player, a player from UConn. It's going to be Rabbit. How are you doing tonight, Rabbit?
I'm doing good. How about you?
We are doing all right. I just want to extend our congratulations very early on to you and your teammates. You guys come out your first victory of the season. What do you think made the difference here tonight? What do you think really changed the game for you guys after Elios?
Well, we discussed what might have went wrong, and we just went into the next game thinking about what we could be doing better. We called a lot better in the next games, and we listened to each other's comms.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys had fantastic coordination. The eliminations were always very impressive and well coordinated, but those are all the questions from me, so I'm not going to throw you over to Jag.
Hello, congratulations once again on the victory. UConn now picking up their first win of the season. It must be really exciting. You guys had a rough Elios, as Central said, then we're able to turn around on Eichenwald. What was the vibe going into Temple of Anubis? Do you guys feel like you had figured it out? Do you feel like you're still a little bit of a mechanic to work out? Because, you did so well on that Anubis defense.
Yeah, thank you. From Eichenwald, I'd say that we got it together, and we had a lot more confidence after that map to go into Anubis. And I'd say that confidence carried over and is what made us full hold.
Yeah, confident play really can, get you a lot of places and really just up the ante and help your team play a lot better. Last question for me on the day. Is there anyone, on the team you want to shout out for spectacular play?
I'd actually like to roast Ben01 for jumping off the map on Ilios. And besides that, I'd say our Mercy player, Jamie, did really well.
Yeah, I'm glad you've confirmed that Midben jumped off the map, because we did talk about that. We weren't really sure what happened, but I'm really glad to hear that we have gotten the confirmation from the teammate herself. But with that, that is going to come to the end of the interview. So Rabbit, once again, congratulations to you, and please extend our congratulations to your teammates. But with that, we are currently going to be signing off for the evening, but we will see you again later tonight. But like I said, for the time being, this will be Septilence and Jag signing off.
And there are going to be other games right here on this stream. We're going to be moving over to the other stream. That is EGF Overwatch. That game is not going to start until, I believe, 7:30. So we'll see you back there then. But there will be another game coming up shortly right here of some other casters who are just as beautiful as we are. So don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome, Overwatch fans. We are here live with the EGFC, that's the Electronic Gaming Federation collegiate side. Got a little Overwatch coming at you here on our Thursdays. I am FBI Tugboat. That is my man Proper. Proper, how are you doing, man?
Doing great. Always a fantastic day and always a great week to be casting some collegiate Overwatch. Can't wait to see what these college has to offer us today.
Yeah, it looks like a sunny day over there in Paris, right?
It's not too bad. You know, the weather's pretty nice. Winter hasn't really bestowed us. Fall hasn't even come this way yet. It's still nice and sunny. Got a couple boats going across Point A of Paris every single day.
There you go. The people consistently capturing point. Some quintessential Overwatch. I'd love to see it. We got Juke down there in producer's box, producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier, and we do appreciate that. On the docket here for Day Proper, I believe, is an RIT Wichita State matchup, little best of 5 action, correct?
That is very right. Yeah, Wichita State University is in this matchup alone is the only one that has dropped a map. RIT, of course, they have drawn a map that was against UConn, a team that we just saw here on the EGFC official channel. And what got to see is that, well, UConn are not a bad team, which only deems up the question as well, is RIT going to be able to fix a lot of their mistakes that UConn exposed from them back in that week 1 match back on their assault map. For Wichita State University, on the other hand, they're a very versatile team themselves. They have been working through a lot of different other collegiate tournaments as to this very one that we are playing through here today. And they're probably strongest and yet weakest all at the same time inside control. When I bring up the word versatility when it comes to Wichita State University, I'm mostly looking at their DPS line. They can play a lot of different DPS, though we're probably going to see a lot of Sombra in this matchup exclusively. I'm interested to see how RIT are going to be able to deal with that versatility today.
Yeah, what control points in a lot of ways really are that testers of teams. Now, this is game number 1. Argument to be made that there's a little bit of warm-up in the first game all the time, always, but no ties possible here on control, and it's a fantastic way to start. And I love Helios too, Proper, I gotta say. Ooh, that's a nice little transition. That was pretty cool.
Helios is one of those maps too. I mean, since the dawn of Overwatch, has been one of the most pushing of all maps. I mean, you got 3 different stages that play off entirely different. Ruins, I'm sure if we ended up seeing that other stage, you'll probably see a little bit more long range, a little bit more brawl-esque. And then, of course, well, with the murder hole smack dab in the center of the point is where things can get a little bit more interesting. But right off the gates, it seems that RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology, are going to be going with a dive tank composition where Wichita State University are going to be looking for a little bit more brawl. This is what Fluffy but Deadly is most comfortable on, the main tank for Wichita State University. They're a lot more comfortable on the Reinhardt. So going to see how Link FD is going to be able to find a dive opening into this, as it's an already all-out brawl inside the cage.
Yeah, brawl indeed. That was Link FD getting a lot of damage and attention his way. Vanguard here trying to keep things up through thick things. Link not able to get that through. That was what? Kellic girl on the other side of D.Va giving him the business on that one. Now point almost getting taken. Yeah, through the thick of things now. This is Wichita State taking this. Rochester doing a solid job initially, but losing this first team fight.
It's not where you want to be if you are in a dive composition with Link and Blue Jay, being on those dive tanks, being in an all-out brawl. I mean, they got the mech from Calikill very early on inside the cage, but I mean, you saw Fluffy but Deadly was just swinging the rocket hammer. They're gonna have an Earth Shatter in this opening fight. Choco Man on the opposing side for RT was building this EMP very quickly, so we're mostly looking at Foxconn. If they can build their EMP or their sound barrier, excuse me, to counter out that one.
Initially, though, main support down. That's ZP Link from Rochester out as we switch on over to Wichita. It's gonna tale of 2 cities there. One more dying, one coalescing.
Coalescence to open up that fight is going to be really good. Coming out from Seed, Wichita State University were able to dictate that fight. And that's a single ultimate used in a team fight victory. Of course, none used for RIT coming to this next fight. They are just off the back end, being close to 5 ultimates themselves. Once Link ends up getting that Prime Rage online. Expect Execution to open up with a very early EMP here. Foxconn is going to be hiding off in a corner, potentially knowing that Choco Man has their EMP charge from RIT as well.
That was with Rochester with a lot of glowing, with Wichita State starting this out in first. Death Blossom for the side of Dynamite, but not going to be on board quite yet. Waiting for the sound barrier to get out of here. There's a self-destruct, not going to find anything on that one as we see another Coalescence. These Moors have been absolutely getting it in. 75% or so as another self-destruct comes over, mostly used for zoning on this one, but Dynamite's Death Blossom is not. Takes out not 1, but 2 on that as another Lucy on the other side falls.
Vanguard's going to be looking to turn this back on its head, of course. Now Fluffy but Deadly is coming back in this fight. Caligilla did lose their mech very early on in that little squabble happening on RIT's side of the map, but Seed has the Coalescence online.
Yeah, this team fight's still going on. Again, this would not be an RIT Wichita State matchup unless we switch over and see a more coalescencing. I think that's something we're going to see many more times. About halfway taken for the side of RIT. That's red team all over this one. Dive trying to be set up on the side, but I think Wichita State realizes it's about time to get out of dodge.
It was a wise decision.
They're comfortable positioning right here, yeah.
It was a good decision to take a soft disengage. Of course, then you bait RIT to trying to chase out for these eliminations, but CP Link does have their Coalescence online, and like you called out there, Tugboat, you're going to see a lot of these throughout the entirety of this patch 4 Overwatch. Moira is such a good hero to have, but that's an ultimate offline, and Fluxecution has an EMP. Yeah, EMP followed up with a little Death Blossom action and a Seed Coalescence on top. Call that a nice little present. The bow, big red bow on top. 25 against 99 is Dynamite. Still giving the business, trying to take out his counterpart, but that's Chocoman trying to come back here. Vanguard getting it done super low. A lot of that eaten up by the defense matrix as Choco now getting involved. Big EMP, that's half of Wichita State, sorry, 2/3 of Wichita State taken out, but only Dynamite falling on the other side. Blue Jay done as well. And yeah, Solo Shatter attempted there by Fluffy. He's been getting a lot done, but nothing on that one. Nothing to come out of that one. A little bit more of a squabble happening. Actual is going to go down. Blue Jay will get a remake online, and now Fluffy but Deadly is just going to chase that poor Sombra Chalkaman down. And then we have Dynamite coming in on the Doomfist just to deal with these last remaining members for RIT. That fight was almost taken back for RIT. I mean, once Chocoman did see that Foxconn went down, there was no sound barrier available for Wichita State University. That had to have been the go time, but they were so down on numbers that they can never really come back from that unfortunate deficit. And again, we're mostly looking at Link FD here to try to come back on a dive tank itself, as we have a replay from William Mary versus UConn. Yeah. If you missed the first game of the day, well, you missed this one. But here's Fluxecution with this opening EMP that I was calling out. Great usage from them, and this is why I highlighted Fluxecution to start off this entire broadcast, Tug. It's just because they have been a notable Sombra through every single game that I have seen them play in across multiple leagues. So RIT, again, coming into this next stage of Ilios, we're going to have to see if they will swap things off. It's going to be a Lighthouse stage, and it looks like that Link FD has had more than enough. They will swap over to the Reinhardt, but they got to be careful now because Caligula is over towards this Zarya. So Fluffy Bedelli has a little bit more space to play with, but that is a very low HP.
Yeah, that's a very aggressive Link FD. Rochester Institute of Technology Reinhardt does live through the thick of things, even with the hack on the end, about 40%, so a little bit farther than his 30% counterpart in this one. Lot up there. That's Kelly Girl. She has got an absolutely glowing laser here. Got up to 100 very, very quickly. Handed win now for Wichita State. Almost a full team kill. Rochester Institute of Technology forced to come back, but no, excuse me. That's Blue Jay on point, stalling that one out for the time being.
Yeah, I'm stuck in the pile of Diva form, so not the biggest ultimate charge coming through, but again, not being able to deal with Kellic on this Zarya just means that they're going to be closer and closer to this Graviton Surge, 72% away. Blue Jay will not swap over to the counter Zarya, so that's going to be able to keep Link FD a little bit more sustained in these upcoming fights. But look at this upcoming fight coming through. It is in fact a mirror, but Fluxecution is about to have the EMP online. Actual's got to be able to play patiently here to try to get this sound barrier online just to be able to counteract Fluxecution's EMP, but it's coalescing to open things up.
A lot of screened ultimates coming out. Link FD being the first victim in this blood battle. Shattered down, but again, Fluffy not finding anything from it. Very uncharacteristic from a Reinhardt of this caliber proper. Now, rotating around, Wichita State still has 4. They only use the Shatter, they only use the Coalescence immediately before, then Seed's already 40% up.
Looking at Foxconn to play coy in the backline for WSU, but the EMP comes out early from Fluxecution.
Great job by Foxconn. She did not get taken up in that EMP and still had the sound barrier, and just like that, Dynamite making it look easy with a 4-piece.
Yeah, Dynamite coming in off of a lot of targets that were hacked. You don't have Blue Jay on the Diva anymore to try to use that defense matrix to shut it down. Won't even be able to get back towards their spawn to keep their charge, what little was left of it anyway. So now we're looking at this upcoming fight. Actual still has the sound barrier, so you're going to be looking to use that against Kellic in their Graviton Surge. Knowing that the EMP was already used for WSU in the previous fight, you can feel a little bit more comfortable doing that, but it's a little bit of a worse for wear, because now you know that Fluxecution is going to be able to build an EMP, knowing that the sound barrier isn't online. So Link FD getting hacked early is not going to be looking good. Vanguard's got to find a lot of value with the Seth Blossom if RIT want to take this point.
Yeah, it's all going to be about positioning. Here it comes, and not going to happen. Dynamite shuts him down where he stands as a shatter lands. Link getting that one out, but I think that was only Fluffy who actually got affected by it. Now, Kellic getting all the damage in the world on top of that grab. Not gonna matter. Proper, I believe that was 100 to 25 in the first round. Wichita State taking the second one a little bit more one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Graviton Surge happened off the main point, you're going to end up having a harder time of working your way to said point. Of course, with the Graviton Surge keeping you locked up, Foxconn will get play of the game here. Fantastic and outstanding Lucio play, a player that I didn't end up highlighting at the beginning. But the one game that I have seen previously from Foxconn is that they were very used to playing in a Sombra meta, so they've always been able to play coy and being able to not get hit with all the EMPs and being able to pop that sound barrier when it's absolutely needed. In that last fight for RIT, like I was highlighting, you had to use the sound barrier just to keep yourself sustained through the Graviton Surge, but you weren't going to be able to account. It's so hard in this meta, talk about, to be able to account for where the Moira's ultimate positioning is currently stated at, but Seed had that online, being able to chew through and being able to help Kellic chew through all of that damage inside the Graviton Surge meant that the sound barrier was all for naught. The health pools got absolutely drained, and when you're just trying to barrel your way inside the point, single file line, that's where Fluffy but Deadly was finding a lot of cleave damage. Not the greatest search shatters in that opening control point of Ilios, but was still finding a lot of damage and displacing all of RIT for the rest of their members to be able to follow up, whether it was in their backline of their Reaper Sombra composition or up front with Kellic, their Zarya, or Diva.
I'm with it. Yeah. So having players line up like that is obviously really going to work with your fire strikes. Obviously, it's a straightforward hit, 100 damage per, and then swinging away as well. And it's a good point. His shatters didn't hit full teams, but they got value all day long. I gotta say, it does my heart good as Lucio main to see Foxconn come in and get like 1.5 kills when even Dynamite got like 4 at the very end, right? Like just on paper, one of those makes a little bit more sense to give the play of the game to. But hey, it's it can be weird with how it selects those, right?
Yeah, I mean, supports themselves, they also do a fair bit of damage. You know, they were made to be able to be sufficient duelists within their own right, so that way, you know, even in metas past, when a very nasty Genji dives in your backline or you're caught off in a 1v1 versus Soldier, yes, the DPS can do more outright damage, but you can't sleep on a Lucio, Zenyatta, or even a Mercy to be able to put out the damage. So now we move over towards our hybrid map. It's going to be Eichenwald will be the following up here for us. And well, for RIT to lose the control early on, we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to wipe that sweat off their brow and being able to bounce back, because it doesn't seem like WSU are going to be swapping up anything anytime soon. Depictive off this stage that we are on for Eichenwald, you can keep this more than grounded. So I'm interested to mostly look at Kellic and to see if they're going to be staying on the Zarya or the Diva, because they found a lot of value with both in those two stages that we just watched.
I have to go more Zarya, right? The Divas just get absolutely melted in the meta that we're in right now, right? Zaryas just have so many opportunities to charge that up. Defense Matrix does nothing against the laser-based projectiles, and I mean, self-destruct, I feel like, have the less value now than they ever have, right? Like, people have been avoiding these things since day one Overwatch, and I think that it's just, you're gonna be very hard pressed to get even more than 1 kill at levels like this without support from some kind of ultimate or distraction or something.
Plus, Graviton Surge is also just a guaranteed team fight victory, that even if you don't find all the eliminations inside the Graviton Surge, then at least you're going to be able to trade out ultimates coming out from the support line of your enemy. So RIT are going to be on defense here for their point A defense. They're going to put Choco Man on to the Echo. And I quite like this. So, you know, you can find a lot of good early poke with the sticky bombs, and the focus beam is really good against tanks and shields alike. With that being said, Vanguard on this Hanzo is only going to be able to help make Wichita State University a little bit more uncomfortable, and they have a Roadhog Sigma composition. This tank line and this composition alone has been taking the meta by storm, joined in with Actual on the Brigitte. They lack a defensive ultimate here, Tugboat, but they are with a lot of upfront damage, plus the anti-grenade, Wichita State's got to be wary of.
Yeah, interesting lineup here. Not sure if I'm 100% with it. So far, Wichita State coming out a slapping. Oh yeah, so we have swapped here. Wichita State was on the left and now is on the right. I have to say that for me proper, otherwise I will mess it up all game long. Dynamite getting big picks already. That was Vanguard who were on board with there towards the end, but nothing doing. Wichita State with a handed first team fight win.
And that's where the Reinhardt Diva composition would actually do really well. The defense matrix is going to be able to give you a disengage along with the Lucio. You see Actual got immediately annihilated. They're only at just normal ultimate charge. That is just standing ultimate charge that Actual is sitting on with the Brigitte. Dynamite's actually going to drop the Reaper, go over to the Widowmaker. A little bit of a sniper duel happening. Dynamite's not going to be able to get the high ground, but a Flexecution will find a hack on a Choco Man is going to be able to find the opening pick of the fight.
Yeah, so both Wichita State and Rochester having some longer range damage capabilities between Dynamite's Widow, Vanguard's Hanzo. No Zarya to pair it with, but I mean, Gravitic Fluxes have done weirder things than to be paired with a Dragon Strike. Nice headshot here from Dynamite, getting over there just in the nick of time. That's a shout out to production all day long. Normally we blame them for various things, but that was truly beautiful proper.
And no T-Tours from Juke today, as we will be saying on board here with Dynamite. Again, Widowmaker here on the second point is just a absolute virtue to have. If you have a hit scan DPS that can hit these shots, and you're going to have a very early infrared sight, which Dynamite currently holds. So going to make Flexecution's job that much easier to find a juicy EMP. Of course, they will be in the backline continuously, but Vanguard does find Foxconn, so no disengage, and the Dragon Strike is out.
Yeah, so what, you make those two Wichita State players, Fluffy but Deadly and Kellic Girl, you make them into DPSs, they'd have been dead on bridge right here. But as it is, it's Vanguard's opportunity to get some solid headies. That's a big shatter as well. Everybody on the floor. Kellic, fantastic placement on that, but gets blown away by the whole hog. Link FD with some fantastic timing on that one. Looking for another hook, barely missed this Foxecution, but that's what you got your Hanzos for.
Yeah, and that was just a great heads-up play from Link FD, knowing that there was no defensive ultimate online, so they turned their whole hog into said defensive ultimate. But now we're looking into this next fight. That was a very expensive fight for Wichita State. The only thing they have online coming to this next fight will be Flexecution's EMP. Foxconn is about to have their sound barrier online, and you will hope that you can couple that along with Blue Jay against their Gravitic Flux. Vanguard's under a lot of pressure, and this is a great job from Flexecution to pull off RIT from the high ground to make this fight happen on the card.
EMP first, Gravitic Flux in the middle. A couple bubbles out, but really that's just going to be leaving Fluffy so low. Main tank, main support, delete it out. Wichita State fighting this one at a big deficit. Foxconn realizing that one, trying to get out of dodge, but headshots galore abound. Wichita State has lost. The defensive team of Rochester Institute of Technology holding on for now.
And this is really good for RIT because Wichita State University have so far to go. Flexecution, using their EMP in their last fight, will swap over to the Hanzo, so a double sniper composition is in play for them now. So now Vanguard's got to be real weary, and so does ZP Link on where this position is going to be coming from, but this is, again, one of the deficits that you have when you are WSU. Just trying to barrel your way back up towards where the card is. This is easy shots for Vanguard, who almost has another Dragon Strike online. Choco Man has the duplicate. Probably going to be looking for Fluffy but Deadly or Kellic to take a tank's form in this upcoming fight would be really good for RIT, who still have to take the soft disengage to heart, knowing that they're one player down.
Always got to think about it. Who's going to be copying? There's the Reinhardt swinging away. On point is Choco Man. A lot of damage against him, but he's a single swing away from having that shattered, about 7 seconds, but it's going to be a tall order to get over there to them. Choco Man's going to have it, but no targets on the other side. One ultimate invested from the side of Rochester Institute of Technology before Vanguard's Dragon Strike, yeah.
Yeah, so now you're looking into this next fight for Wichita State University. You swap over to the Zenyatta and the Mercy, and I quite like this. The Discord Orb is going to be able to help you to bulldoze down these tanks, and you also swap a Sigma and a Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball is very good in this meta. You're going to be looking to displace at least Vanguard or ZP Link. This is good early damage and displacement. This is going to allow Wichita State to work their way through the castle and be able to dictate this fight. They're actually going to take it on the bridge, and this is where Kellic can end up finding a lot of value, but its Flexecution with the Storm Arrow will take down Vanguard early.
Yeah, so the dual sniper composition so far not doing poorly. Kellic using everything in a bag of chips to stay alive on that one. Actually didn't even take any damage given the well-timed, well-used shielding effect. Link FD trying to find a different one, not going to happen so easily. Kellic Girl giving the business right up front. Now a Gravitic Flux hitting against Fluffy but Deadly. Switch on him from onto the Sigma. I'm not against this double sniper composition at all. Just it kind of seems like these Zenyatta might, they need more healing for these two big tanks, especially Kelliger, right? There's no burst healing here. It's only healing over time until you hit the Zenyatta's Transcendence.
Well, you do have the joy of being a Wrecking Ball, swapping into the ball form, so you can control the health packs around the entirety of this castle. So Wichita State University, most of their healing is going to be going into Fluffy but Deadly, but Vanguard comes back on the Tracer, which is going to put Seed on notice. They will be able to fend off Vanguard for the time being, but we're nearing last fight territory. Foxconn's going to open up with the Valkyrie, so the front line's going to be over-sustained, and Fluffy but Deadly is getting closer and closer to this Gravitic Flux. He's going to be worried about Link FD and this whole hog coming to this next fight, and CP Link is going to look to couple that along with the Nano Boost, but Link FD is just going to let it rip.
Yeah, Link FD, I think he might have been anticipating a couple more players coming across bridge at that time. It was not a bad time for a whole hog by any means, but wait a couple seconds, might have gotten a little bit of a different story lined up for that one. On here with Dynamite, as the newly, yeah, 175, that's the health now. That's the changes we see. Now, when are the McCree changes coming through? Ideas?
I have no idea when the McCree changes are coming through, but definitely not on this patch. But this fight is definitely unfolding, and it's a good trance from Seed to keep them alive on the point. Sure, there's going to be the capture.
Switch on to ball at the very end, 5 seconds to go. Now that purchased them a lot of time to get back here. Vanguard onto the Tracer will be back here soon as well. And on the side, ZP Link now with the Nano Boost out. Chocolate not able to live through the thick of things on this one, but oh my goodness, Seed, Flex, Dynamite, all deleted. Kellic is the only one who has found a Rochester Institute Technology player through the thick of things here, and Choco Man just comes through cleaning up. Attempted res not going to happen so easily. The defense has held.
So 126.83 meters is the win condition set for RIT to be able to get the capture point initially here on Eichenwald and push it just before the double doors heading in towards the final point of Eichenwald. And it was a great job for them, too. You know, that one last team fight that they had to put Wichita State University in an unfortunate position. As we'll go ahead and take a look at a previous fight from Ilios. It's Dynamite's 4K, if you missed that, and we'll quickly hop back over here.
That was
this was the fight prior to the one that I was talking about. But for RIT to be able to put themselves in a position for Wichita State University to try to slowly work their way either through the castle side or across the bridge, it's just so much poke damage that RIT were able to find. And when you do have the Sigma, you have the Roadhog, and then you also have just Choco Man with the Echo plus Vanguard on the Hanzo. Just think about all of that poke damage that is going to be coming through. And that's all the much less health and healing, just resources in general that Wichita State University won't have to play with. And they knew that they had to be able to take any sort of advantage they could find, which means they're always going to be playing at a deficit. So that is why you see RIT being able to hold them just before that third and final part of Eichenwald. So now we swap over to their defense for Wichita State University. Flexecution will live up to their name. Is going to flex over to a different hero now on the Torbjorn. Dynamite's over to the Reaper. It is a Reinhardt and a Diva defense along with Seed and Foxconn on two very strong heroes for this patch, the Moira and the Lucio. And I like this. You got the disengage, the same disengage that RIT were missing when they lost that opening fight, but they're rolling out of the gates. They're going to go full on Jay Silly with Vanguard on the Junkrat and Blue Jay on the Zarya. So a lot of brawl potential, but they're lacking a defensive ultimate here, Tugboat. Actual is on the Mercy, ZP Blink is on the Ana.
Yeah, I mean, they got it done last game. We'll see if that happens again. No defensive ultimate, though, that can be tough breaks. Split offense here. Rochester Institute Technology coming up at this one, trying to get through, but Link FD has Reinhardt too, taking a lot of initial chip damage and actual falls. Vanguard, ZP Link as well. Wichita State has won the first team fight. Rochester just trying to get on out of dodge, and nobody gonna be able to. Okay, yeah, Blue Jay was almost gonna get staggered out. No, is gonna get staggered out as well. Maybe Kelly Girl actually trying to give him the business. Blue Jay staying alive through it, actually getting a lot of ultimate on that as well. Look at that.
Yeah, there's no reason why Blue Jay shouldn't have been eliminated there, too. And like you said, they were able to hold on to the charge just above 70%, and they're going to have a Graviton Surge in this upcoming fight. Foxconn is only 40% to the sound barrier, so they're going to try to open it up with the Graviton Surge.
Nice! Does this right when Kellic isn't looking. No defense matrix for you. Lots of kills are their prize. The only death that's Link FD. Did get rezzed up before Choco Man, and then actual fell for his defensive plays there. Now, coming around, swinging in. This is Link FD who we're on board with. Both tanks up here. Blue Jay, I believe, is decently charged up as well, but did not get some super bubbles through that to keep him at 100.
And it looks like that Wichita State University, they want to recontest this, actually. They're going to open up with a Molten Core, but Vanguard's having a Riptire here. This is tough.
Nice. So Molten Core and the tire. That's a lot of distraction, and that is a block shatter all day long. Fluffy, but deadly in a very bad position. Actually got down to literal one there proper at the end. Love to see it. Always got to point those out. Lot of takes back and forth, but Actual is all over these reses, and that has gotten Rochester Institute Technology a lot of value across multiple team fights.
And this is still really good for Wichita State University. You were able to trade ultimates. You got the Valkyrie out from Actual. So I'm wondering if they're going to swap over to Lucio. No, they're going to stay on the Mercy here. Going to continue to damage boost both Blue Jay and Vanguard. That's a lot of damage, and it's able to sustain Choco Man in the air. They have a duplicate online. Plus the Urge Shatter that Link FD, after blocking Fluffy the Deadly, was able to hold theirs in their back pocket. So this is going to be a little bit of an econ fight coming through for Wichita State University. Dynamite swap over to the Widowmaker. Flexecution is staying on the Torbjorn. Foxconn does have the Sound Barrier online. Is going to have to hold on to this very tight. You can't use this to engage in the upcoming fight because Blue Jay is going to have this Graviton Surge soon.
Dynamite is so low after getting some attention from Choco Man. Longer range shots and a fantastic job of keeping that one alive. Flex up top with the rest of the squad. Turret out. That's going to give them a lot of unwanted attention from the top. ZP Link, the main support, one of the main supports I should say, down bottom deleted, but actually using that res now. That'll be on the cooldown for 35 seconds or so. I can't exactly remember. A lot of ultimates on the side of RIT. Wichita State University in a different sort of situation.
And Vanguard using all of Junkrat's kit. Got the blast packs and everything to be able to get yourself in a position. But this is maybe where Wichita State can turn this around. They open it up with the Coalescence, but there's the grab from Blue Jay.
Sound barriers and more. Here's the Shatter attempted out soon. Link just trying to find it. Doesn't want to hit it while the sound barrier is still out, but it is gone. Lots of members following, and I don't even think he needs it proper.
Yeah, I don't think that was the duplicate that Choco Man was looking for, but I guess a Lucio will do to keep yourself sane for a little while longer. Blue Jay is still high charge. Kellic won't be able to get out into safety. This is inching to be last fight territory. Great sleep dart coming through from ZP Link. Means that Dynamite's out of the fight for the next 5 seconds. Can anybody be able to get here to contest in time? The Riptire is going to come through from Vanguard. It's going to block them out. Choco Man's going to roll through Dynamite. And I don't think anybody's going to barely get here.
What a tire placement. This is just a little bit of cleanup, pulling out the broom out the closet. Rochester Institute of Technology putting down WSU on point number 2. That was what we saw. WSU fighting at this one for what, 90 seconds. Completely different story for RIT.
Yeah, and again, this is all off the back end of just how RIT were able to find themselves in a position to stop Wichita State University from getting themselves the second capture point. This was that exact fight, and being able to catch Flexecution off guard, and then again just dictating this fight so wonderfully. Wichita State University continuously tried to make these fights very winnable, but they were unable to really deal with Blue Jay, whether that was on the Sigma or it was on the Zarya for their offense, defense, respectively. It's very tough when you're looking at it from Wichita State University's side of things when you have all of this damage that's coming through. Tanks deal a lot of damage as well, and when they're being damage boosted like we saw from RIT, it's really tough to not only be wary about the Hanzo as a sniper from Vanguard, but also the Echo from Choco Man. That's just a lot of displacement damage. So for Wichita State University, they never really found themselves in an advantageous position to be able to win the fight, ultimates, or just vanilla fights alone.
I'm with it. I want to ask before we go to a very short break, kind of opinion here. How much of an effect do you think that Blue Jay staying alive there had, right? And to preface this, he was down to, I think, about 40 on the Zarya with a laser that came into about 60. He got up to 100 and took his ultimate from, I think, 40 up to 82. Just literally getting crazy chip damage on that D.Va and the Lucio. Did that really decide that first point? And ergo the rest of the game?
Oh, totally. Because that turned into a giant snowball. When you have a Zarya that's that high charge and was able to walk away with basically Graviton Surge off of the first fight, and they lost that fight, that is the complete snowball. Because Blue Jay was able to stay alive, they were able to sustain their energy throughout the entire push that RIT just had on their offense. It was 100%, or I wouldn't say 100%. I would probably put it closer to 80% of the reason why they were able to find a lot of comfort in pushing for the win there on Eichenwald.
It's because situations like that, right? Like, you win, you go forth, you take value like that. You lose, you just go back to neutral, and you have a Zarya that would have been the same exact situation as it would have been otherwise. As it is, very short break. We'll be back with you guys in just a minute for the third map. That is Anubis going down between a tied up RIT and Wichita State University. And we are back. I told you it would not be a long break. FBI Tugboat joined here with Proper and Juke producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. 1-1. Basically purchased ourselves another best of 3 after a tied up maps 1 and 2, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we will guarantee ourselves Junkertown as the escort map after we are done here on Temple of Anubis, which is going to be the assault map. And I'm very interested to see how this one's going to be played out. Again, the one map that was drawn for RIT was back on against Yukon, and it was, I believe that was on Hanamura. So there's going to be a little bit more openings as far as how they deal with it. And you even saw on Eichenwald how fast they lost that opening point as well. So we're going to be interested to see how they're going to be able to handle the raw aggression when Wichita State University are on their offense, if they're able to pull out these soft disengages. We saw it from Wichita State University on their defense for Eichenwald, but it's all going to have to come through for Temple of Anubis because it is very easy to snowball Temple of Anubis from point A to point B. It's not that long of a walk, and even if you take out a couple swaps from the spawns, which are pretty darn close once you do capture that initial point A, gonna be very wary of this too. But then you could also flip it on its head, and you can say the same thing about RIT of what we just saw from their offense too. And a little bit of a fumble coming through from Wichita State University, if you're just now joining us, was mostly on the back end of Blue Jay just staying alive. The focus fire a little bit weak there for WSU towards the spawn for RIT, allowing Blue Jay on Zarya to stay alive for quite a long time. Was able to hold their charge and snowballed into 2 Graviton surges almost seemingly within about 45 seconds of one another. So as we get underway here for Temple of Anubis, looks like Link FD and Blue Jay are going to be sticking on the Reinhardt Zarya composition, and I like this because it did work wonders for them back on Eichenwald, and Brawl compositions here on Temple of Anubis are quite strong.
Quite strong indeed. Yes, we have a sub here, my man Proper. E-Soul, the Junkrat now for the side of Rochester Institute of Technology, coming in for Kellic, right? Nope, Kellic's on Wichita State, excuse me. Who was that? Vanguard?
Yeah, Vanguard. So I'm interested to see what Essel is able to bring to the table. I mean, Junkrat was something that Vanguard also played at the end of Eichenwald. Maybe it's a little bit more of a specialist to Assault. You never really know these kind of type things, especially coming into the collegiate scene, because again, they are scholars first and collegiate players second. So Wichita State University, on the other hand, rolling out of their offense, they're going to go back to the tried and true. A Brawl composition with Kellic on the Zarya, Flexecution on the Sombra, and Dynamite on the Reaper.
Yeah, so Essel on the Junkrat hits a couple of those mines, those concussion mines, a little bit differently. This would have been a split-up team, but as it is, takes an initial pick. Now we have no Mercy for the side of WSU, so no reses on board. Actual will be showing a different story. Actual has been doing a fantastic job of getting on top of these reses just instantly. Throw a Blue Jay Zarya on top of their little bubble action and make for a good day. 3 minutes 15 on this clock right here is Flexecution now rotating towards the point. A lot of posturing back and forth. Essel is what we're looking at right now. Big shots coming through. That's Lucio on the other side, so giving him damage, but definitely not going to be more than Essel can take with a not one but 2 main supports on his squad. Now moving around, there's the tire out first, gets to the corner, tries to cut it. Foxecution being the only one falling on that one. Now a coalescence, because this wouldn't be a matchup between these two without a coalescence going off. As the Reinhardt on Reinhardt looks to be the tension. Purple onto our fluffy but deadly Reinhardt, but throughout the thick of things, Wichita State is still continuing on taking progression. Just shy of 2 ticks now. Now 2 ticks, and I think they have taken this.
You're never going to reinforce this. It's very hard when you get those very far spawns without giving up ultimate charge. So RIT will be giving that up to 5 minutes and 25 seconds for Wichita State University to take point B. They got the Rip Tire out. You're just going to have to be worrying about Blue Jay with this Graviton Surge again, outpacing Foxicon from going down early from Essel's Rip Tire. They're going to try to travel over towards Dark inside the cave. And this is, well, Essel's probably licking their lips at this one. This is a Junkrat's playground. Got to be careful here and hope that Flexecution finds some very early damage to make them turn around.
Those are the stuff that Junkrat's dreams are made out of. Tight quarters, easily bounce off walls, their mines, and here's a lot out first. That's going to be a shatter. The solo investment from the Rochester Institute of Technology. Essel so close to that tire as well. Defense holding strong.
Only used a single ultimate for that defense too. Flexecution now has gone down twice to Choco Man in an isolated 1v1. You can't be having that as a Sombra, especially when you have a translocator online. Sticky bombs being comboed along, which is the primary fire, has been a virtue for Choco Man, who has the duplicate online. And like I said, a little bit of a wet dream coming through from Essel as they saw Wichita State University coming inside of Dark. They have another Riptire online. You couple that along with the Graviton Surge, things are looking quite dire. I don't care if you have a Sound Barrier online or if you can even fade out of their seed. That is a guaranteed team fight victory. Wichita State University are looking to rotate to Dark again. Flexecution is fishing for this EMP, but look how spaced out RIT are.
Yeah, this is really, really smart. You got the Zarya up top, Reinhardt down bottom on point. Now everybody converging. Grab out first, Tire taking one. Lot of back and forth, Fluffy but deadly, falling through the thick of things here. Dynamite getting so low, and RIT taking a lot of picks. That was a very fast team fight, Proper.
It was fast because RIT invested 3 ultimates into it. That's the Valkyrie, Graviton Surge, and the Riptire all gone from RIT. So maybe didn't want it to be an econ fight, but Wichita State University are going to get one. So now they have the Sound Barrier online. They can use that to be able to counteract ZP when they do use that nano boost. Probably going to go over to Link FD, or depending on where Choco Man gets their duplicate from. ESO is going to find seed early on, so you know that Wichita State University are going to be able to inch their way inside here. So they're going to have to disengage fully, so that way they don't give up more ultimate charge to ESO, who's been having themselves quite a day here on the defense for RIT on this Junkrat entirely. It's 30% for another Riptire, but Wichita State University, they got to get in here, and they got to use their explosive ultimates very quickly. One of which is going to be the EMP. Flexecution is still on this back box towards the spawn. They will be detected, so they're going to have to translocate themselves out, and then they're going to go down from Choco Man again. So Wichita State University have never really had an opportunity to work themselves into point B with a full 6-player roster quite yet, and now they're stuck in Dark.
This is exactly what RIT wants. They want these longer team fights where they're taking individual picks so they can get closer to the ultimate economy to match up with WSU. As it is, WSU is just shy of losing any value that they had coming into that last one, because they were looking at, what, 5 ultimates on board against 1, I think? Like, close to 2?
Yeah, it was the 5 to the 2, but now RIT, because of all of this chip damage and displacement damage, this is the spam composition that you want when you are on point B of Temple of Anubis. If you're not going for direct punishing damage, then you're going to be going for the spam damage that you're seeing from Blue Jay, Esol, and Choco Man, respectively, on all of their heroes. They're going to open up with the Graviton Surge from Kellic, though, from WSU.
Grab first, here's the Tire, trying to get over there, now opting to stick inside for the time being. Oh man, the fake up there by Fluffy but Deadly forces the Tire out early, thinking it was about to get swung against. Now a purple Reaper can't get any value from their Death Blossom, but that's a different story for Choco Man. Getting it done here is multiple RIT members still on point. I think that was Blue Jay who got a little bit low, but that is it. Actual very close to that, and Blue Jay will have that grab soon.
4 ultimates used for Wichita State University going to this next fight. They only have an Earth Shatter and Coalescence online. It's Esol's Riptires that have been finding the utmost value, and they were unable to follow up on Kellic's Graviton Surge because of that Riptire that Essel had been used. They're going to try to go in here very quickly, and they have a Moira Coalescence to be able to help them out.
Essel almost gets, yeah, so I kind of seemed like you saw the Wichita State University squad kind of targeting out Essel because they know what he has done so far. Blue now has that grab, no reason to use it as a lot of WSU members fall. Yeah, this is a wholeheartedly different matchup than our game number 1 Proper.
And this is going to be our last sufficient team fight, full 6v6 before we go out into full outstall with 50 seconds left on the board. Fluffy but Deadly went down when they tried to channel the Earth Shatter. Unfortunately, could not drop the Rocket Hammer to find any stuns. Esol is about to have another Riptire, another duplicate about to be online. CP has still yet to really use this Nano Boost, and Blue Jay has a Graviton Surge online. So you can Nano Link FD here, but I don't really see the reason for using it. You can almost use that defensively. Wichita State University are so low again. So much tip damage as they have no choice. They got to try to enter themselves into this point against all of the damage, and Esol is going to let it rip.
Nasty purple, and that's 2 right off the top. Huge source of healing in the Seed Moira. Huge source of damage in the Dynamite Reaper, and I think this team fight is going to be over before it even started. 10 seconds, and they're going to force, yep, there's the ball now. Kellic, 80%, might switch on something more mobile, but I'm not sure.
You're going to hope that you can hold on to the Zarya Graviton Surge just to get here in time. There's Fluffy but Deadly to touch a point with Flexecution, who's very close to an EMP, but the Graviton Surge is going to lock up Flexecution. Or
there's an EMP. Blue Jay getting it, as well as the rest with 3 other members, 2 off the top. Voxicon and Fluffy sent back to spawn and think about their actions. A Shatter down almost completely keeps everybody out, but now the Choco Man duplicate onto the Moira. Very early Coalescence. And that's just a straight wrap up the side of RIT. Nothing doing on point number 2 proper.
Yeah, so again, another win condition is set here for RIT, and for Wichita State University, they're going to hope that they can hold point A for as long as possible. Easier said than done. Temple of Anubis, you rarely see full holds, even all the way up to the echelons of the Overwatch League. But for RIT to take point A, are just looking at 33% to take on point B. That first tick is all they need to win out this map and then lead 2-1 heading into Junkertown, which is our guaranteed 4th map in this first to 3 series. So Wichita State University, again, you know, they are really struggling, and it's really easy to say that ESOL was just playing Junkrats to such a high degree, but it's even less than that. I mean, ESOL was just sitting back and was just spamming certain choke points once they knew where Wichita State University were going to. And Wichita State University, I want to say through 3, if not 4 attempts to take point B, they went through dark. For some odd reason, they continuously pushed their way through the cavern of point B Temple of Anubis, where ESOL was just able to find so much easy damage with all of Junkrat's kit. They had a Riptire almost every single fight tug, but you can't let that happen. So now for Wichita State University, they're going for that full hold composition. Going to be rolling out with Kellic on the Sigma and Fluffy but Deadly on the Reinhardt. So double shield action. You don't have the Zarya bubbles or defense matrix from a Diva to keep Fluffy but Deadly sustained during the disengage, but Flexecution is on to this Torbjorn. Going to be a little bit of a 7th player vendetta for WSU on their defense, hoping that they can find a lot of value with the Torbjorn to be able to dissuade Rochester, to be able to put themselves in a position where they can win a team fight. They're rolling out in a hybrid composition. Link FD is on the Winston, Blue Jay on the Zarya, so those bubbles are going to be peril to keep Link FD alive when they are looking for those dives. It's going to be really tough to find a coordinated dive with this Winston against the composition of for WSU.
A bit of a wonky composition, like Proper is saying. Definitely agree with that one. So far, though, Link has already gotten almost 50% to his ultimate. That is huge. ESOL just ripping through these Junkrat mines. Now a dive in here, no bursting on the other side, so once you're done, you're done. No respawns for you. Torbjorn getting a lot of attention here. Flexecution not able to live through it, and that is a handed W for the side of RIT. They're going to get, what, 6 minutes looking at second?
Yeah, just going to be a little over 5 coming into this upcoming bout for point B, and it was a little bit of a misplay coming up from Wichita State University. Again, you have the Winston just speeding at you. They didn't even leap. Take a disengage. Don't give them the space. Kellic's now swapping over to the Zarya. This is a late Zarya, keep in mind you, and you have a lot of attempts for Rochester Institute of Technology to take this final point, or the final tick, I should say, as ZP Link has the Coalescence online. We're going to have a battle of the Lighthouses here, but the real talk is how long it's going to take for ESOL to get this Riptire, because that's a team fight winning ultimate within its own self, the way that RIT has been using it all new this long.
Yeah, RIT back to the cavern over here. Fluffy but Deadly falling first. That's going to be very good for RIT. Now we got a Primal Rage over here. Link FD is sitting where he wants to. Torbjorn ult out, covering this point completely. Flexecution doing a good job covering, just spreading this one around. Anybody who's going to be touching point trying to take the next few seconds, not going to bode well for them. Chalkaman getting very low, and there's the grab. That's what he was looking for all throughout. Focusing beam out, and takes out not 1 but 2 on that. Kellic and the Moira both falling on that. ZP Link, or excuse me, that was Z, did not able to live through that one. RIT, a very, very solid push. Wichita State, a fantastic defense.
Yeah, Hanny, you're never going to take this unless you have sufficient numbers. The spawn, again, is so far away from the offensive side. Link FD is going to swap back over to the Winston. ESOL has that Riptire online coming in this upcoming fight. And Actual has a sound barrier, so you're going to be able to dictate the pace of this. And there's the focus beam for you. Kellic stepping a little bit too close to the sun, having a little bit of an unfortunate situation there.
Oh, sound barrier out beforehand completely negates out the SL Riptire. That's going to be one of the first that he does not get a lot of value from. Dynamite getting super low here as well, but the supports on him, that's his seed. Moira, as well as the big Reaper shots, the Hellfire Shotgun shots, getting his back, and just like that, another very quick team fight. Defense 1, Blue Jay not able to get out of this one.
Link FD is swapping over to the Reinhardt. Blue Jay is 15% away from a Graviton Surge, and because Foxicon had to use that sound barrier to counteract Essel in their Riptire in the previous fight, means that there's no defensive ultimate online for Wichita State in this upcoming fight against a Graviton Surge. Kellic will have theirs online as well. C's going to have to be able to stay alive in this upcoming Graviton Surge from Blue Jay to make sure they use the Coalescence to not only keep their team sustained, but to be able to find a lot of damage against the Graviton Surge that Kel is going to be looking to drop. You're going to be looking at Essel to be able to drop the mines and being able to find this displacement damage to dissuade Fluffy but Deadly from cleaving through the Graviton Surge. This is a last fight if I've ever seen it.
Essel getting super low there, and does happen. There's a grab as well. 3 minutes 20, only 1 tick necessary, and RIT not able to get that one out. A lot easier said than done. You have a supercharged Kellic Zarya on the side of Wichita State. Seed falling. Rest of RIT still fighting at this one, though. There's a Tora Bolt, so they got a lot of value in just simply requiring this to be pulled, right? Just simply Blue Jay staying there, pulled out another WSU ultimate.
And I said that was going to be the last fight because RIT had all the tools to be able to win out that fight in their favor, but ZP Link went down so early, so the tanks were unable to stay alive. Seed did a great job of being able to sustain themselves and then drop the Coalescence. This was all done without a sound barrier from Foxconn. So we're down to 2 minutes and 35 seconds. This started the entire endeavor about 3 minutes and 30 seconds ago. So WSU are doing a great job, and they have a Fluffy but Deadly Reinhardt Earth Shatter Dynamite with a Death Blossom, but Easel's going to let it rip. Here comes the Reptire. Great sound barrier again from Foxconn.
Fantastic sound barrier. Might have wanted to turn tail and actually taken out the turret. Does not get sound barrier, of course. No value gained from that. Blue Jay does turn his attention to that one later as members falling from both sides. Dynamite done. No Death Blossom for them, but Isol, Link, FD both deleted as well. RIT on the back foot. Now a switch from Essel from the Junkrat on over to the Reaper.
And Kellic is now outpacing Blue Jay heavily for a defensive Zarya to maintain charge and to get this Graviton Surge on every other fight is very big for Wichita State University's success in defending this to push it to a draw and guaranteeing a 5th map in this series. Still a minute and 50 seconds left to play. RIT coming to this next fight. They do have double support ultimates. Link FD is about to have an Earth Shatter, and Choco Man does have a duplicate as well. So, coming into this next fight, WSU, they can dictate the pace of this just off of their tank ultimates alone.
Now, has anybody won coming from this side so far? I have to wonder. Fluffy but Deadly following some well-placed Reaper shots. There's the Death Blossom, mostly blocked off by the Reinhardt shield, but while that Reaper is trying to get it done there, Dynamite had good pacing on it, but doesn't matter. The entirety of RIT gets up there, blocks off damage, and more. It's RIT now taking the lead, losing game 1, but not games 2 and 3.
Yeah, so very tough coming out from Wichita State University. Like I said, they could have dictated the entire pace of that fight, having double tank ultimates, but there was double support ultimates online for RIT. So you use the Graviton Surge in this final fight that we see here in the play of the game from ZP Link's perspective, and then you just take a soft disengage, and then immediately try to turn around the corner with the Earth Shatter plus the Death Blossom as well. That was how you were going to be able to win that fight. Obviously, it didn't come down to it. It's very chaotic when you are in the heat of Overwatch, when it is just 33% needed to win, to lose a Temple of Anubis map like that. But it's those little fundamentals, those micro decisions that have to come through if you want to be a championship caliber team, especially through all these collegiate leagues, Wichita State University, because again, it was very easy for RIT turning that back on its head. They had the double support ultimate, sound barrier, counter-rocked against Graviton Surge, plus the Coalescence to just bulldoze through. And then again, we got to look at Choco Man and just praise them heavily for their duplicate pick. Yeah, the Echo pick is great, but it's the duplicates that they're taking. I've only seen one bad duplicate that came through, and that was onto a Lucio in the previous map of Eichenwald. But still, taking the Tanks forms and even the Moira on their previous defense are all very good picks because it's just going to be able to push yourself to the next level to winning out a team fight.
The big idea there to me, of course, is the versatility, right? Like knowing that sometimes it's just not always tanks. Yes, it is very nice. Pull that Zarya, pull that Reinhardt, get that Shatter or that grab very, very quickly. Those can decide team fights all day long, but sometimes you simply need that Coalescence or that extra little bit of damage or healing, or the extra little big bit of healing, I should say, coming up into that before you do get that Coalescence some point in that 15 seconds. Now, moving on along here, Junkertown, a map favorite here, proper background.
I mean, I personally like this map just because it offers a lot of double sniper on point A. Many would disagree with me, but I'm a big fan of Widowmaker themselves and being able to see the team fight making or breaking from that one Widowmaker player. Rochester Institute of Technology will be on defense first again. No side swaps coming through. They're going to stick on this Roadhog and Sigma composition, something that we saw from them back on Eichenwald. They didn't play it on Temple of Anubis. and they only have one sniper. You know, previously when Vanguard was in, they were playing the Hanzo. Now Choco Man will be playing out that Hanzo role. Was almost going to expect a Widowmaker to come out from them, but it's going to be Essel that's still in. They're going to go over towards the Soldier 76, which did get a very nice buff in a previous patch. Again, you got a little bit more bullets to the pulse rifle. You don't have just random spread. It's all coming down to recoil control. Wichita State University for the offense. Going to be looking and keeping a close eye on Dynamite and Flexecution. Can they play off on different angles for Junkertown and find the picks necessary for Wichita State University to get card control?
It is definitely possible. We've seen what these two snipers can do before. Saying and doing, oh my goodness, saying and doing are not two different things apparently. Dynamite, two big headshots, both DPS deleted instantly, and Wichita State's gonna have a very handed advantage coming in to this first point. Already, what, halfway there proper?
Yeah, this is still good. I mean, RIT, because of the spawns and how far the card still has to go, you can get yourself back into a defensive state around the second bend, around the Mega Pack side, and Link FD still here. They're still on the Roadhog.
Yeah, Diva will be his hook target at some point, but nice reses. Foxicon actually getting out the first of his actual all over that one, as well as Choco Man takes out his counter by a little Hanzo on Hanzo action. Back and forth here on the middle of point. I think that Link FD and the rest of Rochester Institute Technology have stabilized for the time being. This is just Wichita trying to posture around, find better positioning to take in this next team fight before they all get healed up. Kelly getting all the attention in the world as Dynamite finds another headshot. Choco Man, the longer range damage capabilities from Rochester temporarily disabled.
Yeah, I don't think this is in a resable state either. Foxconn is opening things up with her Valkyrie, and they've been doing a great job trying to keep the team alive, but ZP opens up with a big anti-nade.
A lot of ultimates back and forth as the Nano hits, shattered down right as Link was trying to get a big hook in there. Would have been a different story. Now, self-destruct over the top, the pool shot hits nothing. As now the last little bit of aimbot finishes. Essel up top, got that boost as well, trying to find, nicely done. Turns the last little turn at the bottom, gets those Vortex rockets out. Now Baby Diva is his target.
Yeah, and Essel just has to hope and pray that they don't get chased down, and Kellic off the res will get the remech, and then will immediately instant themselves back in the fight. Great use of defense mages to eat the sleep dart, but not the bio nade, so Kellic will lose their mech again. And through all is said and done, RIT are finding themselves up on numbers with Link FD reinserting themselves into the fight. Last ditch attempt, now the whole hog is out to play.
Okay, so nicely done. Link FD pulls this, but Kellic Girl realizes what they need to do. Come up, give a little bit of attention there, a little bit of defense matrix action. Fluffy Buddy is able to get out of dodge in a situation there is not guaranteed an escape otherwise. Diva mech down. Other than that, team's fighting even once Essel comes back. See now switching on over to the Moira.
1 minute and 20 seconds left. This has Eichenwald Point B written all over it here, Tugboat, and you got that long walk to worry about. You got a Dragon Strike online. You're about to have a Gravitic Flux. Actual is about to have their Valkyrie. Foxconn has theirs. They're going to see who's going to be able to pull theirs out early. Flexecution is over to their own Soldier 76. This is going to come down 100% to the Earth Shatter from Fluffy but Deadly. Can they find two? And will there be any follow-up from Wichita State University now that Foxconn popped their Valkyrie?
Execution, getting some longer range damage out. Gravitic Flux out. Fluffy but Deadly not in a great position for that one. Aimbot still there, turns tension towards the Moira. Not gonna matter, forces them back. That's Essel just absolutely corralling. I have to assume that was on purpose, right?
Well, I mean, the Gravitic
he comes
Flux
around, knows that the dragons are coming in, so he takes aimbot around the side.
Well, you even talked about it too in the previous map on Eichenwald. The Gravitic Flux isn't the bread and butter combo along with the Dragon Strike, but that's the power of those two ultimates right there. You use the Nano Visor just to be able to find a good bit of follow-up damage. It's not always going to find all of the sufficient kills, but it was a great use from RIT from their ultimates in that previous fight. Now Wichita State University find themselves in the absolute last fight territory. Fluffy but Deadly is taking so much poke damage and they get anti, they can't even use the Earth Shatter.
Just anti, bullied, everything in between. Not a whole lot to be done there. Overtime just barely triggered this at the end. Wichita fighting this without their main tank for the time being. Blue Jay down as well. Offense so close here. RIT down, Actual being the last after Choco Man. Full team kill. And now is that going to be one of our first bells? I can't remember if there's if we've got a full 6 killed.
I honestly can't remember, but all I can tell you is that Wichita State University did a great job in swapping up their DPS lineup again. Flexecution comes back out on what they seem to be most comfortable on, and that is the Sombra. And now they have a full-on Brawl composition. Kellic was able to maintain a little bit of charge. They're working towards a Graviton Surge and Dynamite on this Reaper. They bullied those tanks of Link FD and Blue Jay off the cart, leaving RIT alone with just squishy targets. But they can dictate this upcoming fight here, Tugboat. They got the Dragon Strike. They're about to have Link FD's whole hog as well. RIT have the ultimate advantage, surely, but they got to worry about Wichita State University, mostly Flexecution, who is building this EMP so quickly.
Yeah, 78% there. Now 90 Shatter inside, and that's going to find a lot of advantage. Fluffy but deadly, actually charging into a Dragon Strike. That's a guaranteed you're going to have a bad time, Proper.
It's going to be a bad time, but it's still a team fight victory. This will be the point B capture. So Wichita State University, through a 3 capture point map, we'll finally see the third and final part of that map. Yes, you lost 2, but again, I mean, Wichita State University, my blood pressure can only take so much. Stop putting yourself in dark corridors when you go up against a strong projectile DPS like a Hanzo and a Junkrat. Going into this next fight, you got the double DPS ultimates online. You're about to have double support ultimates, and Foxicon, she has to hold on to this upcoming sound barrier, and they have to build it very quickly because Blue Jay does have the Gravitic Flux online. This is where a lot of damage can be free. The Gravitic Flux is going to bring players up and make it all the more easier for Essel and ZP Link to find a lot of value with their Nano Visor.
Comes the MP. Everybody shut down on this one. Link FD barely getting out of that one, but that's a big one. Death Blossom from above. Little death from above on that one is RIT now fighting on the back foot in every way, shape, and form. Now, RIT came into this with 5 ultimates up. Choco Man was the only one. They got an entire team kill victory, entire team fight win off the solo dragons. We've been talking so much about just the effectiveness, the usefulness of using these 1 ultimate team fights, and that is exactly what RIT wants. Link FD, switch on the Reinhardt.
Yeah, it was a good idea, especially for this last point. You can only expect the Blue Jay will probably swap over to the D.Va once they use this Gravitic Flux. But Choco Man finds a very early pick. So Wichita State University, they got to decide, do we disengage or do we try to go all in? And they look like they're trying to go for a little reprieve and take this from a different angle.
Yeah, no reason to let up now. Gravitic Flux out. There's a lot of people taking this as RIT's ultimates all used except for Choco Man's newly acquired dragons. Nothing glowing on the side of Wichita State. Still rolling in as a nasty purple links to Link FD, getting a lot of value, swinging away and hits the fences.
Yeah, it was a very interesting choice from Wichita State University to decide that we should still try to win out this fight, knowing that RIT have the positional advantage of playing the defense of Point C of Junkertown. Inching towards last fight territory because of how long of a walk that you have. You can cut it short by going through the Mega Pack. This is where Choco Man's going to be able to find a lot of value. They got the Dragon Strike online. Link FD is also having an Earth Shatter. Blue Jay swaps over to the Zarya. Wichita State University are caught in between a hard place and 2 hungry dragons.
Yeah, that's not sure which one is worse. Fluffy but deadly. Foxconn both down. Next duel falling in the thick of things to a well-placed Coalescence. And this one actually fighting decently even for right now. I say that. Dynamite coming through with an explosive pick on this one. Sleeping a Snoozing Reaper is going to be good for your defense as a nasty purple lands onto Kellic. Does have personal
no way they
live
live
this away, but not going to matter. Yeah, so Link FD still swinging away. Got a Reaper beforehand, and he is not done yet proper. Foxicon falls to a well-placed charge on that, and Kellic is just doing a great job getting all the damage in the world. Both bubbles back. We checked in with Dynamite for a second. He's going to be doing okay as Fluffy but Deadly and Kellic both fall.
5 seconds left here in Wichita State University. They're not going to really have sufficient numbers to be able to take this fight. But Dynamite takes down Essel, so this is looking a little bit more doable. Big Sleep Charge goes over to Dynamite. That should surely be the Reaper down. Wichita State University are still trying to keep themselves going in this fight.
Dynamite down, Sleeping Link down. Team's fighting decently even. There's a Shatter, but only gets 2. Foxicon barely gets out of dodge on that one as the Coalescence coming out overtime all the way through as we're looking at 3.5 meters away. Fluffy but deadly out. Main tanks only supported here from Rochester, and that is going to be a Blue Jay grab on top just to give a little present, a little glowing ball of energy on top of our payload.
CP Link had no business living that long on Ana, had absolutely no business, but you can also tip your hat and thank your counter support of Actual, that in that staggering fight that they came back out on Brigitte and was able to not only peel for them, but was able to throw armor packs from afar to be able to keep them sustained. There's no way that Kellic was going to be able to laser beam them off, especially when you had Link FD's big Reinhardt barrier just blocking all of that incoming damage. And you also got to be able to sing the praise for ZP Link to hold on to their cooldowns as long as possible, not using it to oversaturate the healing from RIT, or just using the sleep dart that single time to be able to put Dynamite to rest twice on over. So it was a great usage of all the kit from ZP Link to keep themselves alive, and also from actual their co-support to be able to help them out, as well as the tank line. So now another win condition is set here. 98 meters inside of the final capture point for RIT to push on through after capturing 2 points here on Junkertown. To be able to win out the entire series, it's going to have to be a almost full hold or last staggering fight on point C of what we just saw from Wichita State University to send ourselves to a 5th and final map. Now, this is a really wise idea.
Being quiet.
This is a really smart idea. You'll see this typically from the other side, but you want to take very early fights, so that way you're not only going to build ultimates very early for yourself, but you're guaranteeing yourself another team fight in the upcoming fight as well, to get a lot of information out of RIT and to build your own ultimates at the same time.
Wow, yeah, just absolutely getting after it here. That's the Lucio speed boost assisted. Flexecution is really the one that set up a couple of those after the attempted wall off action here. I don't think they fell to the wall so much, but still 2 players off the side after everybody chased that one down. Essel now switching on over to that Reaper, gonna try and get up close and personal with probably Kellegirl, mostly his counterpart, the Reaper. That's Dynamite. Flexecution as well will feel the fire from these Hellfire shotguns. Wait, what am I?
It's gonna come out onto the Bastion as well, and the Lego Bastion, well, it shoots all those 2 pieces that you step on late at night, and that's not a good place to be in. Wichita State are gonna be caught off on a disengage, but this is so good for Wichita State University. They were able to build a handful of ultimates. Flexecution actually swaps over to the Sombra in the upcoming fight too, and well, now the Payload of Doom is in full effect here. This is going to be really tough for Wichita State to try to work themselves back into this point. Flexecution's going to have to hope to find a very key hack, but there's a lot of counter spy abilities online for RIT. Choco Man does have the infrared sight online, so Flexecution's not going to hide for long.
We got the pirate ship going here proper on Junkertown. I'd have it no other way. A place for outlaws indeed. Essel up top. He's switching on over the turret form soon. Falls down. I think that was intentional. Just absolutely melts Dynamite. This is a Bastion that is just deciding the course of this team fight every way, shape, and form. Now, formation coming through. Blue Jay, Choco both falling, even with the Bastion ultimate going through, swinging away and deciding it's time to come down. And that is a Link FD perfect play to cover off the Bastion, realizing that his DPS is just so much. Getting it done here, swapping team fight momentum all the way for Wichita State, and they'll be rolling on into point soon.
Yeah, Estel's going to stay on this Bastion as well. You only really traded out a handful of your friendlies there, RIT, but Wichita State University do an unfortunate work in trying to split out their numbers, trying to chase not only the Bastion, but the tank line as well. They're actually going to re-enter themselves back into this fight. Fluffy but Deadly has a Earth Shatter online, but Blue Jay has the Gravitic Flux.
Gravitic Flux definitely be used soon. Be used soon as Flexecution dies. There's a sound barrier that did drop. 90 seconds in, so this is not close to done quite yet. It'll be very hard for them to get in, though. Fluffy but Deadly already used that charge. He was eyeing this Bastion, knowing exactly what he wants to do. Fluffy but Deadly trying to get away from this one. 1.95 meters away as ZP Link does get the res, and Rochester Institute Technology comes through a slapping proper.
This is one of the slowest EMPs that I've seen Flexecution build so far, and that's part of the reason why RIT are just getting away with how strong of a payload push that you are seeing through point A. 3 minutes and 35 seconds left for them to continue to push on through 4 point B. Wichita State University will swap over to the Diva. That defense matrix is going to be very, very influential to how quickly Wichita State can work their way towards the card. But with the Orisa, with the Sigma, the damage-boosted Bastion, plus Choco Man on the Widowmaker, think about all of the poke damage that Wichita State University have to work their way through. And Shields received a nerf quite some time ago, so Wichita State University have to be quite careful. They got to be quite literally walking on eggshells to make their way to this point.
Yeah, what we saw a team getting a little quiet and sneaky with earlier. We have to see that channeled once again. Now the tank formation out. Essel trying to deal out the damage here. A complete eat here. Yeah, so Kellegirl and the Diva, that is 100% going to continue to find them value. Pairing that with an EMP from Flexecution has led to entire team kills by themselves, just in 2 ultimates. So this one is still going on. Both teams just kind of posturing. I'm kind of surprised, actually, that Wichita invested that one towards the end.
Well, that was a one-team fight for RIT,
Yeah,
all things included. They had the numbers advantage. So Wichita State University, I mean, they flip up the speed boost after Seed pulled the Coalescence. They put them all the way back up in the high ground. And then with the Death Blossom to come on through, they were stacked up. No defense matrix, no Gravitic Grasp to come through from Blue Jay to eat up all of that damage. So Wichita State University did a great job. So now they can dictate this upcoming fight. Essel is off the Bastion. They're over to the Reaper. And like you were talking about, the EMP is online here for Flexecution, but Kellic doesn't have a self-destruct. They're on the Zarya to help out Fluffy but Deadly.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The classic Zarya Reinhardt. Oh, the Shatter down, and that one just forecasted like the weatherman. Link FD has provided so much value for his team on this main tank, and that continues there with him seeing the future.
Again, Link FD continues to get the better of Fluffy but Deadly as far as blocking and finding Earth Shatters go. So that team fight will flip back on its head. RIT are back in control of the cart, and it looks like that Wichita State University want to reinsert themselves into this fight. Flexecution is fishing over by the billboard for this EMP, and the speed boost is about to be online here for Foxicon.
There's 4 of them. ZP Link, Choco Man, the only one's not in there. Does not matter. Oh my goodness. We are all you right now, Proper. We are all holding our heads like that. Like, you have everything there and you just don't wait the extra 2 seconds for your team to get there?
Yeah, when you are looking for an EMP, I mean, you got to make sure that you find at least a support or two. ZP had the Nano Boost online, and then the Focus Fire soon to follow was just not there for Wichita State University. It's a very tough place to be in, especially with how spaced out that RIT were playing. You also have Choco Man that was just damn near uncontested, and now RIT have control of the high ground, top of the fidget spinner as well. Wichita State University quick to take that back from them, but the team fight's got to be very quick here, and Seed knows that. They pulled the Coalescence out early.
That was Link who got hacked earlier, shattered down. It's going to be Link FD who actually whiffs one now. Forced to come back a little bit is RIT, but they're going to be maintaining this yardage very well like they have done throughout. Kellic trying to pour this one out. Actual's Valkyrie going to be done in the second. There's a Gritic Flux. That has a couple in it, but the Sound Barrier going to negate out any benefit they would have gotten. Shield just getting absolutely deleted here as Rochester now pulls out Sights. Walls seen from Choco Man. Continuing on here, there's the grab and a 100 laser. Zarya is a bad nightmare indeed.
Wichita State University, I mean, they're able to find at least a few eliminations with the Gravitic Flux, but there's still members for RIT here. They're still trying to make their presence felt, but now they're going to go for a full-on disengage. Seed opened up with a Coalescence, has another Coalescence in this upcoming fight. This staggering at the end might end up coming back to bite them in the rear, but CP, another Nano Boost comes online, but Blue Jay can't sustain through all the damage. A blistering stagger that comes through on RIT's side. Now Wichita State University, they have the ultimate advantage and the space awareness as well to be able to control and dictate the upcoming fight, not only from positioning themselves with their tanks, but also look at the ultimates online. Seed, yes, use the Coalescence, that's fine, but you have an EMP, you've got an Earth Shatter and a Death Blossom. These ultimates have been good for WSU all day long.
Flexecution taking down his counterpart, but Actual all over that one. A full 6 for RIT again as Actual's Valkyrie now out as well. Getting everything done. That's a big EMP. The Death Blossom coming through, making mincemeat here. Oh my goodness. Choco Man was able to get out in a way, but RIT otherwise completely deleted.
Count your blessings here if you are RIT that team fight ended very quickly and your spawn's so close. You're going to be able to get a one last ditch effort to get control of this card. But look at Wichita State University's ultimate pool. Foxconn has the Sound Barrier. Blue Jay nowhere near that Graviton Surge. So they can use that as soon as Essel pulls out the Riptire, and Kellic has the Graviton Surge of their own.
Essel a little far away from that one, but the Sound Barrier lands, negating out what value the Death Blossom had, and Essel just ripping and running here, blasting away, making, oh man, any shot for Wichita State to get back out here, just completely negating that one out. A little bit of cleanup on point here. RIT gonna be rolling on for the time being. They gotta take this all the way though, Proper.
Great job from Link FD again. Earth Shatter inside the Graviton Surge. Fairfield but definitely did not have their shield up in time. Last fight, guaranteed. Seed has another Coalescence online for Wichita State University. They gotta hope that this will be enough to get some space, but ZP Link has one of their own.
Coalescence ×2 here. Only other one on board right now is Fluffy's Shatters. Kellic falls. RIT trying to posture up in the front, but they're getting damage from the back now as well. Dynamite down. Fluffy but Deadly chooses now to get up close and personal. Has a Shatter but can't use it. Super low. Half the team deleted. RIT rolling on in.
One more fight. Of how fast that one just happened, and there was no car progress in Nafara, but Blue Jay has a Graviton Surge. Seed is aware of this. Swapping over to the Baptiste, the Immortality Field is the last thing standing in between them and just being all-out eliminated. A lot of ultimate charge again going over. Kellic is under a lot of pressure. 4 players get hit from WSU.
EMP, Death Blossom, not gonna matter. RIT taking the W right here because Wichita State, they did not make it all the way, right? They're like 2 meters away.
Just if that.
Yeah,
like
just spitting distance. Pocket sand distance.
Yep, if that. Yeah, Dynamite's going to get play of the game here. Again, this was a great heads-up play from Wichita State University to pull out the EMP plus the Death Blossom combo. Some might argue that it was an overinvestment, but still, it was a great use for them from those ultimates to be able to find themselves a team fight win. But this is 100% at the end of it all, when you're looking at why this team of RIT did better in the end, you're mostly looking at the Reinhardt battle. Fluffy but Deadly, I want to say, found maybe 2 Earth Shatters connected and about 2 stuns in total throughout the entirety of this series. There wasn't the utmost follow-up and Earth Shatters to actually connect onto RIT, where ZP was doing, or where Link FD, excuse me, was doing a great job of not only blocking the Earth Shatters, but being proactive with their Earth Shatters as well. Especially in the almost the last team fight there on Junkertown Part C, where they were caught up in a Graviton Surge from Kellic. They immediately flipped it back on its head by pulling out their own Earth Shatter. As soon as Fluffy but Deadly was trying to cleave to be the follow-up inside Kellic's Graviton Surge, which WSU so desperately needed, they immediately got put right back on their backs. And just when you thought that WSU were going to look at a map 5, they immediately got quite literally put on their rear ends, such as that Earth Shatter in those final moments. Very tough to say what unfortunately happened for RIT in that control map. Again, trying to force out a dive versus a brawl composition. Nobody's ever going to have a fun time at that. Flexecution was finding a lot of value on the Somber for that map. But then once RIT wised up to their own name of being an Institute of Technology, they were very smart in being able to be aware about where the Sombra of Flexecution was located at, and was always spy checking, not letting them build up EMPs as quick as they did on Elio. So great adaptations coming through from RIT in these 4 maps that were just played, and they're going to stay undefeated in going into week 5.
Yeah, so that was RIT has lost a map now. Yeah, they won this one 3-2. So RIT just had a tie, otherwise did take their first map loss here, but not going to matter so much because they did take the W, obviously. Still undefeated here. Now, we're going to go to a very short break, then get a little interview action coming through for you. Essel, the Junkrat, Reaper, I think he played Echo some. He was a jack of all trades on this last map here on Junkertown, and we're going to get him in here for a little bit of interview action. We'll be back with you guys in just a second. And our short break is over. FBI Tugboat here, back with my man Proper, Juke producing away after the Wichita State RIT game. RIT taking this one 3-2-1 in the end. We got Essel here for a little bit of interview action. Essel, how are we doing?
Good, good. Thanks for having me here. Great tournament. Great opponents. Just been good all around.
Absolutely. I think Proper's got a question for you, man.
I love that humbleness coming out from you, Essel. And of course, you always got to sing props. Congratulations on the 3-1 victory here today to make sure that you all stay undefeated for RIT ahead of week 5 with playoffs just looming in the distance. My question for you, my friend, is what is your true role along with this team? Because we did see Vanguard play out the first 2 maps of both Elias and Eichenwald, and then you came in on Anubis and locked in J-Silly immediately. Is there much more of a specialist as far as what heroes that you both play? Because you both seemingly fill out the flex DPS role for your team.
So I'm the flex DPS and generally the starter, and he's really just, he comes subs in when one of us can't play. I was actually in class for the first 2 matches, so I just came out of class and was playing. So that was why I wasn't in the first 2 matches there. But I also am the team captain. I try and lead us in game and be the in-game leader as much as I can. But everyone helps out with everything in the team.
Okay,
not a bad sub, not a bad substitute at all.
There you go.
Yeah.
And everybody, helping out, taking responsibilities there and getting it done. I like it. Now, I wanted to ask, are there any other teams that you guys are really looking for in the EGFC? Something that you think will be a close matchup?
I honestly haven't paid too much attention to the EGFC. I've been just grinding.
Fair.
I look forward to our next match. I don't look forward to people who we could be facing. I always want to know who we're going to face next and what we're going to do about them, how we're going to take them down.
The next on the chopping block, right?
Yeah.
Lambs to the slaughter. Gotcha. Essel, we want to thank you for coming on in here and giving us a minute of your time after the game. Congrats to you, RIT, taking down Wichita State University 3-2-1 on the Elios Eichenwald Anubis then Junkertown finisher.
Thank you for having me.
Sir, yes, sir. Proper and I will be back with you guys. Matchup between a Ryder and Siena, correct, Proper?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that match further develops against Siena, a team that I ended up watching. The previous time that I was on this broadcast didn't exactly have the outing that they were looking forward to. But Rider University is a team that I always end up casting over top of, and they have a very electrifying soldier player that is always licking their lips at this current soldier buff that we are living and existing in right now. So it's going to be a very fun match.
Absolutely. Siena College coming off of a bye week as well, so had some time to prepare, figure things out, and be coming back at this one in fine, flashy formation. We'll be back with you guys in just a very short break. Do not go anywhere. And we are back. Some more helpings of Overwatch coming at you. Tastes right nice in the old tummy. FBI Tugboat here with my man Proper. We got Juke down there producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. With our next matchup here, we got Ryder taking on Siena College. Is that correct, Proper?
That is very right. Yeah, Rider University are currently looking at I believe that they are 1-2 so far throughout the overall standings. Siena College had a bye week in our third week of matches, so they are currently sitting at 0-2. But something that both these teams have in common is that they have both lost to Marist College. Unfortunate to say the least, but still, going into this upcoming matchup, Siena are going to continue to build their profile here for our EGFC Season 2 to see if they can come back and finish off the regular play strong with playoffs just, again, looming in the distance for us.
Yeah, really, not that far away. We're looking at end of the regular season being December, beginning of December, I think, something like
That's
that.
Right.
Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, same maps as well. We got little Elios action. Eichenwald and Anubis will be guaranteed. Junkertown, if we go to the map 4, and then Oasis on the control to force the guaranteed non-tie in game number 5 if we do get there, if we go the distance proper.
Yeah, and for Rider University, I mean, I've seen this team play quite often through a multitude of different leagues, and from this one specifically, it was one of the first teams that I did end up casting. They have a very interesting lineup, to say the least. They have a player that really enjoys their Soldier 76, which ahead of the current patch, or the previous patch, I should say, besides the one that just recently dropped, Soldier 76 is a very strong pick, and if you can make your presence known with Soldier 76, then you can always end up flipping team fights before they actually end up really getting underway. Getting that recoil change, 5 more bullets inside of the pulse rifle is very good, and they also have a very good support line to back them up. I mean, for this team that has faced off against tons of different Sombra compositions, we even saw it in our previous matchup, Tugboat. Facing off against Sombra is very tough to say the least, but as long as you have a strong support lineup behind you, then you're going to be able to counteract against most EMPs, if not all.
And when we talk about unique abilities here in Overwatch, Sombra's ability to go completely invisible, definitely higher up there. Only able to be spotted, by proximity and the various reconnaissance abilities from, Hanzo and Hanzo's arrows, and of course, Widow's ultimate. So, uniqueness there. Hacking as well, a very, very unique ability. Elios first. Let's get it going. Talking about these two squads. Rider University consisting of Riggs, Soggy, Ranger, Staraku, Nifty Bean, and TM Ryan.
Siena College are going to be opening things up with a Junkrat. They have a Brawl composition, so I'm very interested to see how Rider University are going to be able to look for a dive, and Ranger lost their mech very quickly.
Wow, yeah, that's 600 going very, very quickly as well. Baby Diva falling shortly thereafter. A little bit of trades back and forth. Ace, Vager both down. Ranger now res, so Rider actually fighting this one to a full 6. I think Siena's coming back for the time being. Res coming through.
Nifty Bean will put themselves in a good spot, so she was going to be able to get the resurrection off. Rider University are sustaining themselves on the point. We're able to isolate a lot of targets, and this is all of the back end of Riggs. This was the player that I was talking about. Found a lot of value with Soldier 76, but their McCree is just as strong, and you're finding a lot of poke damage, allowing Soggy to press on forward. This is a lot of ultimate charge going over in the favor for Rider University. They're going to have double DPS ultimates online in the upcoming fight. You may think when you're looking at the Mercy and Lucio composition that there isn't that much burst healing, and you might be right, but you got a lot of resources, both hard engages, disengages, plus the damage boost from Mercies alike, that both these teams are going to be able to play with, and with Riggs on this McCree are definitely reaping the benefits of that, pun intended.
There it is. 41% now. 2 ultimates online side of Rider University. A little bit of posturing up here. Missed hook, unfortunately, but Sethby's not going to be too far away from Soggy, and is still getting a lot of value here. Tire on board soon for CJ. I think we'll see that. Never mind. Very quickly. That's 2, now 4. Siena College deleted, and they'll take solace in the fact that they have not dropped any ultimates through that.
The Vagar will find a consolation elimination onto Riggs, but there's the team fight gong. Nifty Bean's going to swoop in. She will res Riggs. Going into this next fight, mostly looking at Pusak and how she's going to end up using this sound barrier. And, I know that the chat, I did a little bit of VOD review last time that I cast Siena College. I was more than ready to cast over the name Pusak this time around, but the sound barrier is going to have to be big. And it's going to have to be able to give a lot of sustained adaptive shields for Siena College to posture up to get even to the point. We're looking at last fight territory if Rider University can extend this.
Yeah. Already a slightly short Death Blossom here. Pusak is going to fall on that one. And Soggy still getting a lot of value from this aggression. Rez coming through, Pusak up, Soundbear will be available for the time being, but CJ Paul now out. Don't want a Diva, they want a Lucio. That's not one, but two. Riggs taking out on the right side here. Self-destruct on the point. Mostly, oh my goodness. I was going to say mostly used for a little bit of zoning action, but that's going to take out 3 proper.
We'll take out 3. Now we're looking at a staggered fight. Ace came back on the Diva just to get back here quickly enough. For Rider University, they got the numbers advantage. They are bowling Ace. There goes the mech. They will be dealt with. Ryan will fly in on the Lucio just as a very cherry on top Soundberry. Rider University 100-0 here on Ruins. No Widowmaker to be played out. Riggs on the McCree was the only hit scan that was really out on the table. Siena College was barely even able to leave their Mega Pack ruined area. We get a little bit of a replay there at the end. This was Soggy getting up close and personal. This was the second team fight that endured, and this allowed for so much space for Riggs to find a flank. And while Rider University, they were just, again, dictating the pace of every single fight. Nifty Bean did a great job. And she was finding a lot of key reses, so that way all of the team for Rider University were always playing in a full stack of 6. The engages and disengages were clean from Ryan. And again, Rider University always finding those dives were making Siena College very uncomfortable. So now we move over to Well. Ace and Seth are going to go for a pull port composition. CJ Paul is going to be staying on the Junkrat. Vagar over towards the Soldier 76. And well, you're going to need a hit scan because Riggs is now over to the far. Ranger and Stariku are onto a Reinhardt and Zarya composition. They're going to be looking to brawl.
Brawly indeed. It'll only be assisted from our pharmacy comp up top. This is Siena College so far posturing up on point, but it's not opened up quite yet. 5 seconds to go on that one as Riggs is already up to about 40% plus. Ranger not that far away either, and that's our initial hook off the side into the well. The first death to that one. Trades come through afterwards. Big Junkrat plays here as he contributes damage to the big source of healing. The Ana is big source of damage, or big source of block damage. That's the Reinhardt. Siena College trying to hold on here. Not going to happen.
It's not going to happen at all, and well, they're still staggering at this fight.
Wow.
Riggs built up a Pharaoh Barrage. Stariku still alive, and Riggs will find the cleanups of Rider University. They were able to sustain underneath the Rocket Barrage from Riggs. And just as I was about to go into a full analysis of how CJ Paul and Sethri are on soft counters against Soggy on this Reaper, again, you got the bear traps, and you got the hooks to displace Soggy to make them uncomfortable to not find the up frontal damage with the 2 Hellfire shotguns that Reaper has to offer. Rider University, they have an ace in a hole, and that is Riggs. Or ace in the sky as it may be. A little bit of a concussion blast comes out. CJ Paul did not have enough mines to get themselves back up full float. Siena College are going to have to poke out a little bit here. Big hook, so now the fight is even.
Yeah, so big sources of damage for both sides deleted for the time being. This is Stariku Zarya not willing to give that corner up and let the flank start. Ranger up front does have that shatter, but nothing doing quite so far. Blocking out damage from both. Great job of that so far as the swings come against the Orisa, and actually the shield falls just in the nick of time. Orisa not going to get taken by that, but the other 2 are setting up for a little barrage action from the top. Looking for reses. This is going to be, well, yeah, that's Nourishment who kind of had the pick of the litter as far as reses, but this is a full blue Siena College trying to get back into this one.
Better to say that 30-second cooldown, Nifty Bean will use theirs, but it's not going to be on the line for the next 30 seconds. Ranger will get hooked to open up this fight, but a projected barrier is going to be able to keep them alive. Stariku does have a Graviton Surge ahead of this fight. Pusog, she's going to have to be very surgical with this sound barrier, and here comes the grab.
Big grab indeed. Purple's in the middle, but Sethri doesn't get taken out before the purple ends. Does get his healing off, and that's a nano-boosted Death Blossom. Taking down not 1, but 2 is now turning the attention onto the Roadhog, and this is looking like Ryder setting up for another 100-0.
Up close and personal, Soggy against CJ Paul, swapped over to the Pharah. Now looking at just 10% needed for Rider University to take this 200% to 0 for Siena College, and they're going to be able to open things up. Riggs come back on the Tracer. They will stick for the Pulse Bomb. Ace goes down. No main tank for this fight. Nourishment, she has to get this Resurrection off, and they do so, but Riggs is still in the back line.
Speed, Usok's there to touch. Soundbear comes shortly thereafter, hits everybody except for Nourishment, and that's a really solid setup. Sethri, not 1, not 2, but 3 on the whole hog. Easier said than done usually. Does miss the hook on the end, but doesn't matter when you have a cadre of Siena College members all over this one and take out Stariku. Now taking percentage of their own little boop action on the end. Great stagger.
And so for the first time, all control long here on Ilio, Siena College will finally see the small lick of percentage, but they did have to use the whole hog and the Bongo Supercharger from Ace. Veigar does have the attack visor online, going to be looking for nourishment. She has to damage boost Veigar to make this one really stick because of all the shielding and placement damage that Rider University are going to have. Ranger has an Earth Shatter online. It's really the only thing that they have to play with here. But Race is still in the back line, and it's going to open up Soggy to find a lot of value far forward.
The Shatter blocked out in its entirety. Yeah, nobody got hit by that one proper. Aimbot at the end, trying for something new. The Mercy was there and has gotten value from that ultimate already. Siena College all over this one as the attempted res nourishment chooses the wrong time to try and bring that out. And now a fat finger?
Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of breakdancing there, but Sariku will take themselves down, unfortunately. CJ Paul also goes off the map, so I mean, we're staggering out this fight. Hopefully Rider University don't come back to have that bidden in the rear for them.
So the misplaced Death Blossom and then not one but two Tracers take a dip down into the well. Maybe tossed a wish down there and they want to get it back. I'm not sure. Ace tossed out a mech very, very early. And just like that, Ryder, wow, okay. So some interesting plays are at the end. We'll call that hard.
I mean, I totally understand. I mean, from CJ's perspective, you know, as Tracer, you're trying to blink to the point. You can take on the very right-hand side when you are moving your way out of the spawn to try to triple blink through, but it's a very unique placement that you have to be on to get the play of the game from Rangers POV. Oh, man, Nourishment, she was caught in a very tough spot. Nobody to fly to inside Dark where they were going to be able to stay alive. And, of course, you got to keep this point contested. Right, University end up taking this first map 2-0 in stages and now lead the map count 1-0 ahead of Eichenwald. Look pretty darn clean as well as far as their team cohesion is concerned. Focus fire is all good. Even ahead of where you would think would be a very hard battle. You saw the Earthshatter got blocked from the Reinhardt of Rhine University against the Orisa there on well from Siena College. Almost had a Honor and Glory, that animated short from Overwatch itself. Reinhardt versus Orisa is a very tough battle because of that fusion cannon that Orisa holds on their primary fire. Can absolutely destroy Reinhardt as they're trying to work their way in. But still, when you have Star EQ just opening up a lot of space, projected barriers, personal barriers to not only laser out all the tanks that are just ultimate batteries at that point for Azaria. Once that one little barrier is dealt with, you also had Riggs going off on the wall with the Pharah. The Tracer came back on well, was played to a high degree, and then also the McCree on Ruins, which is opening up so much space for Zoggy to work their way past the front line with the two Hellfire shotguns, making all of the team of Siena College put on notice.
Yeah, it's definitely something you have to respect. Well-positioned and highly skilled Reaper literally will always just throw a monkey wrench in any kind of plans that a team is going to be trying to really get up and hold on. Now, the shatters, right? Something I was trying to like put numbers on it across the game from RIT and WSU earlier. Now Siena College and Ryder. I think we might have actually seen more shatters whiff than get hit. Any insight?
You just got to hit those shatters forehead. I don't. It's.
No, I mean, as far as like the hit versus not hit.
Oh,
can you like percentage-wise? I don't know.
You're probably looking at it, especially off of the previous match that we just had, probably about a 20-80 thus far for shatters connected to shatters blocked. It's it's easier said than done in that mental warfare. I know that you play a lot of support yourself too, and it's really it's really tough. Yeah, it's really tough when you're looking at it from the Reinhardt's perspective on trying to hit that Earth Shatter. You have about half a second to be able to dictate that shatter is going to be good enough. How many players are stacked up inside that cone for the Earth Shatter to fully embellish and to fully connect? But just getting it out of the way into shields alone, it's still a lot of shield damage, and it's still a lot of spatial or a lot of positional taken away from the enemy team just because they're afraid of the Earth Shatter itself. And that's then position gain from the team, whether you hit the Earth Shatter or not. Yes, it can be big. It can be money. You can hear Emong looming in the back of your ears saying big shatter, but it's not always going to be the case. But it's the position that you then take off of a failed shatter and just hoping that you're able to sustain yourself. It then comes down to the Reinhardt that missed the shatter, just not to swing the hammer wildly, than to lose their life. But when you have a team like how Rider University are showcasing their ability, especially with Sariku on the Zarya, to then take up the front line, again, opening space for Riggs and Soggy to find value, then that Reinhardt missing Earth Shatters isn't the most potent about the team fight. So Siena College heading into Eichenwald here are going to be on defense first. Going to have their little bit of a fair share to see how many Earth Shatters they can land, or miss as it may be. Seth3 will join them on the Zarya. CJ back over towards the J Silly. Veigar is on the Mei. So two defensive DPS heroes here. Not the utmost damage directly can be played out. You got to land those right clicks from Veigar, and of course CJ Paul on this Junkrat we saw in our first series between RIT and WSU can be a lot of damage, but you got to make sure that you do find it. Rider University on offense, they're hovering over Genji and Soldier, so there's a lot of risk that comes out from these two DPS lineups, though from Rider University, when it comes down to ultimates alone, they can be a little bit more explosive.
Oh, there's the wall, perfectly positioned, and adds an even better response by this Reinhardt to get out. Well, the getting was good. A frozen Reinhardt is not a happy Reinhardt, but he's got the walls out, nourishment falling, so main source of healing for the side of Siena, especially with no Soldier. Not going to bode well for them in this ensuing team fight. Star trying to get back on here. I think he did get that small health pack, but only going to be so much rest for the Weary over them. Him taken out by his counterpart. Now Soggy making mincemeat here. I do believe there's just a little bit of cleanup action on point number 1, Proper.
Yeah, Siena College, they dedicated about 3 members to chase Stariku, and you got the Zarya down, that's great. And you might have 12% more to the Graviton Surge charge set 3, but the main focus should have been on the point in trying to stop Ranger from taking the space. Riggs was able to find a lot of backline damage. They're going to have a Dragon Blade. That's going to be pocketed. And they took down CJ Paul. Look at what Rider University are able to do with all the space that's offered to them. They find one pick here and there, and then they immediately pull out ultimates. There's Riggs with the blade.
Indeed. Trying to hack and slash on this one. May instantly gets away. Did find one, so not totally useless, but it could have been better supported as well as yielded a lot more, I suppose. Seth3 playing the perfect bubble on this one. They're going to be coming under this bridge here in just a bit, but Siena College knows exactly where to hold on this one. It is not this farther up. Now, aimbot getting called for. Soggy on the side. Going to be easier said than done, though, with not 1 but 2 shield tanks. The Seth3 Winston bubble and the Ace Reinhardt shield blocking out the entirety of that DPS ultimate. Now both support ultimates online for Siena College, but not going to happen in time. Seth3 out, shattered down. Ranger hitting several on those after Ace came charging in. Viger as well. Nasty charge against the May. Always going to be a good target for that one. Pusak looking towards the bridge for boops and more. Mostly getting damage off on the side. Would think, nah, yeah, everybody's actually up here, so that opportunity for the most time to lead it down. People falling on both sides, but teams really fighting this one back and forth. Vigar not able to live through this one again. First falling as a charge against Ranger. His counterpart Ace taking him out. Tire cutting corners, but getting cut down on payload. 4 minutes to go. Still kind of a stalemate fight.
So a little bit, but you know, the closer defensive spawns means that they can sustain this a lot quicker. Rider University, they're taking the chip damage where they can take it. Someone's gonna get up here and help Stariku out. They go down 1 mine. Will end up dealing that, and Soggy pulls out the tactical visor. Riggs is still in the back line, causing chaos. Seth3 pulls out the primal rage, gets solo earth shattered, and just when it was all said and done for Siena College to get that final fight won, it's got to be Rider University that end up taking the capture point, and they're going to see inside of the castle for Eichenwald. Riggs comes back on the Tracer, finds immediate value, a pulse bomb stick onto CJ, takes down them, plus Pusak. And Siena College are absolutely reeling. They don't have enough to sustain, and look at Ace Shield, it's just damn near almost broken. Soggy's been doing this ever since the first capture point tugboat. They're not letting Siena breathe.
A little rest for the Ace Reinhardt shield is that Winston bubble, but not going to last super long. CJ Paul back on the Bastion. Soundbear landing on everybody as CJ Paul is set up decently, pouring out the damage here. That's a stick, though. Nicely done. Tracer playing that role perfectly. Seth3 and that's Soggy on the Soldier 76 fighting an absolute duel there on the end, little 1v1 action. Soggy did win that one, but defense holding strong for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, look how expensive it was for Siena College, though. It took you a Bastion, a Blizzard, and a Sound Barrier to counteract against Rider University, who are going to walk in here with a Valkyrie plus a Tactical Visor. CJ Paul staying on this Bastion up on the high ground. Ooh. It's just going to get damage boost and poked down. Yes, Nourishment, she will be able to res CJ Paul, but again, the space will be here for Rider University.
Shatters everywhere as now Soggy pulling out the Tag Visor. Attention to the back onto the May, but that's a pocket hard all day. Seth3 coming over on this one, swinging away, trying to find some, but these corners be harder to find on Eichenwald than others. Now the blade out as well. I'm not sure if this was 100% necessary.
I would definitely say that it was necessary. You're looking at a last fight team, Terry. Get the space, make Siena College that much more uncomfortable. And now it's just going to come down to Pusak. Can she touch the point? Nourishment, she's She's gonna try as well. She pops the Valkyrie. Pusak goes down. Nourishment soon to follow. No Wrecking Ball here in time. Luckily enough, Veigar gets inside the ice block just in the nick of time, but it's just a few staggered members coming out from Siena College. Ranger has an Earth Shatter to seal this. Goes into the back line. Solo shatters CJ Paul in Rider University.
Shatter.
They have all of the ultimates. They have the positional advantage to be able to turn this back in their favor. 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the bank here, Tugboat.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want to like examine this for a second, right? So Riggs holds on to his blade and relies on his regular movements and teammates to take out the Mei. That was really the big throw there. So he holds on to blade, and that 35, 45 seconds that was eaten at the end might have theory crafting right here, but might have been cut way shorter with the addition of a blade.
It's really tough to say. I mean, whether or not, like, Veigar was going to be able to get in that ice block regardless, just because there was nobody denying the Mei walking out of the, what is the left spawn door on our current screen right now as we look at the fallen armor into the throne here on Eichenwald. May you rest in peace.
What was his name?
I forgot the name off the top of my head, but they fought ever so valiantly against all those Orissas.
They did.
Now Reinhardt now owns that armor. They fight for the Crusader every single day, but still, Rider University again. I mean, they are looking at a very strong time bank. It's really tough to capture all 3 points, especially with the spawn advantage that you have on Eichenwald, but because they were staggering out their ultimates and Riggs was being damage boosted by Nifty Bean, built that blade so fast that it was okay to use the blade there again, just because Rider University, they had all the position in the world to be able to deny Siena College a full-on regroup. And now onto the defense we go. This is the same composition that we saw from them on, I believe it was Ilios Ruins. And maybe you sub out Ryan for a Lucio instead of the Ana. But you don't really need a speed boost here on point A. You can find a lot of value with the biotic grenades. And this is going to offer a lot of space for Soggy to push on forward with the Reaper. Ace and Seth are going to stay on this Monkey and Reinhardt composition. CJ Paul is on the Ash, but they're already back to spawn.
CJ Paul, that's sounds like DJ Paul. That's why I keep thinking it's kind of funny. Interesting stuff. Ace falling on this one. Ranger with a well-placed fire strike on that. Siena College on the offense now with losing 2 and Seth getting super low after Riggs really showed up earlier. I think they're calling the back foot now.
You gotta go for a little soft disengage here. Just hope that Veigar doesn't get picked there. Dropped incredibly low. Sethri's gonna find a little bit of space. Ranger's gonna get hit with a dynamite, so this is good for Rider University to then disengage back. Look at Ranger's ultimate charge. They're so close to an Earth Shatter. Riggs have found a lot of early poke damage. 12% shy away from a high noon. Noah may not find all of the kills in the world, but again, space is the name of the game.
And space just gets eaten up there against Sethri, Ace. Excuse me. So Ace space gets eaten up there, one could say, as the rest of Siena College follows handedly afterwards.
So let's think about this, Tugboat. What does Siena College really have to deal with Soggy on this Reaper? Typically, you'll see the Reinhardt coupled along with a Zarya, and you have those projected barriers, or the defense matrix from a D.Va. That's not there for Siena College. You would think that Veigar on the Mei would be able to slow them down, but you're just a big target. Here comes the high noon from Riggs early.
Oh, gets blocked off in large part by Veigar's ice block. Well done, but Riggs keeps his finger on the trigger, his eyes on the prize, gets that Mercy as she was guarding Angeling out. There's a Death Blossom again, trying to kind of put a bow on this one, but again, might have been something they could have held on for a little bit of a longer team fight. These players will be back soon anyway. But I gotta agree with you, man. The Sethri Winston going into a Reaper like Soggy, it's not gonna bode well.
Well, and we talked about this during the RIT and WSU match on their Ilios map. Finding a dive against a brawl composition, you're just never going to really find value unless you truly find Ryan out in the open. Riggs again with an opening elimination.
Wow, yeah, and it's just a huge source of damage, eating up that res in the beginning, so Sock's res will not be back for quite a while. Ace falls as well, did not get the healing out from his Mercy while the res was coming through, and now we have a Stariku fully charged as they get. Both bubbles back within 3 seconds, a Shatter lands, Nourishment first on the chop and block, CJ Paul there at the end. All but a team kill.
Yeah, and you got the Nano Boost, you got the Valkyrie, the Primal Rage, and the Blizzard out. So you're walking into this fight, hoping that CJ Paul is going to be able to charge the rest of this Riptire. And then you also have Ace with this Earth Shatter. Riggs has another high noon online. Stariku has a team fight victory ultimate with a Graviton Surge. No defensive ultimates nor capabilities online for Siena College. Sethri is now over to the Roadhog. It's just trying everything within their power to find opening damage and to make Rider University uncomfortable.
It's really just not been working out so far, especially when Riggs can take picks like this. The new McCree with a 225 on there. It's cool to see. Nourishment now again, so Siena College was short of a team kill earlier. That's going to be our gong.
Yeah, and again, a very convincing team fight for Rider University. This was back off of a Graviton Surge and a High Noon, and Ranger's getting sneaky back here. Wants to get a little bit of a flank shatter off. Siena College, I'm just going to try to barrel on through the choke. Does anybody check the top right corner? This is last fight territory. Ranger is going to drop from the top rope. Here it is. The Earth Shatter is going to find a 4.
Oh, the sleep lands just a second too late. We watched it coming. It hits him mid-top. That's the replay action all day long as it is. We're looking at 15 seconds left. Siena College on the back foot, really trying at this one, but outside of a ball, I don't think they're even going to be able to get to that point. Tyre cannot contest. 2 seconds away, nobody's close enough. Game 2 going handedly again for the side Rider University. That's a 3-0? Yeah, because they opened up and wow. Yeah, my.
Quite convincing from Rider University.
Convincing,
I mean, the DPS lineup are just finding so many openings, but it's all off of just this individual right here. I mean, Ranger is being helped out quite heavily by Staryu on the Zarya, but when you have a Reinhardt that is just finding Earth Shatters, that is also just dictating the fight and finding so much space for their DPS to be able to find as many eliminations as we're seeing from Riggs and Soggy, I mean, the game just becomes so much easier from there on out. You don't have to be aloof when you're playing DPS at that point. You could just play with the Reinhardt and just bully your way on forward. And even on their offense for Eichenwald Tugboat, we saw it. Once the team fight was won, where did Soggy and Riggs end up going? Straight towards the spawn for Siena College. Nobody was able to shut them down time and time again. I don't even think a single one of them went down all defense long or even offense as well. We're probably looking at a pretty flawless Eichenwald coming out from Rider University. So Siena College now, off of losing 2 maps, are going to be looking at a 3-0 sweep potentially, or they can end up trying to get the works of the reverse sweep. Saga, I do believe you do have the
there
new
you go,
bug.
my bad. Yep. Hate to see it. Rider University has seen all 3 0s or 0-3s against them, so continuing on that theme here today, would not be surprised if it does happen. And just looking at the paper, right, 0-2, 0-3, Siena College at 0-2 in their map count, even if they are coming off of a bye week, just on paper, not a whole lot to be said that anything will go outside of that way. There's been a lot of 3-0s in EGF, and I can see that definitely happen again. No predictions here quite so far, though. We got a short break coming after, giving these teams a little bit of time to think about what they want to do, what they want to recreate, what they want to not have happen again. And we'll be back with you guys in just a minute. And we are back. Some electrifying replays here from our Ryder Siena College matchup. I'm FBI Tugboat here, joined the man Proper, and got Juke down there producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier, and we do appreciate him. Now, Proper, what we're looking at is a possible 3-0 situation, right?
It's very possible, absolutely. I mean, when you're coming off of the control and even walking in towards the hybrid map of Eichenwald, Ilios, respectively, every single team fight, every single instance has always been dictated by Ryder University. And for Siena College, I mean, they have had a few openings, but it's going to be even more potent come Anubis, especially for the way that the meme has always end up being invested for Assault or 2CP LOL, as it has been called out since Overwatch's inception. It's very tough to find yourself in a team fight victory when you are losing numbers as quick that Siena College are. So I would love to see them try to go towards a little bit more of a standard composition. They've been trying to lean towards this Reinhardt and Winston composition that's just not going to work out for them offense and defense alike. I want to see a Diva come out. I want to see a Zarya come out. Whether or not the off-tank is comfortable on it or who is fulfilling that off-tank of Sethri, you got to try to play towards the strengths of the meta. Roadhog is a tank that can get absolutely bullied, and it's going to be ever more potent, especially on Temple of Anubis, where there's not that much cover to be hiding around, and you got to focus all of your attention towards a point. But we're going to have a little bit of a swap-up happen here, as we'll have Ranger and Gallantry in now for Ryder University to join in with the rest of their team. And on defense, first will be Siena College. We saw the Junkrat find a lot of value in our WSU RIT match to top off here for us, Tugboat. Gonna have to see if they can do the same thing, and I like this coming out from Ace. The Sigma definitely couples along better with the Roadhog, and you can deny so much space. The accretion into the hook can be quite devastating. You can find a lot of damage, but for Riggs on the Widowmaker, can they find the picks necessary? It looks like they will go for a little bit of a opening shot and then go back toward the spawn to swap to a Bastion.
Opening swap, back to the respawn swap. I like it. Now CJ Paul will be definitely comboing with Sethri's pulls as well. That's the pull into the Junkrat trap can be deadly as well. Ranger over in the front, on the front, getting defense matrix out and more, but that's going to do nothing against the Tesla cannon of Gallantry. Big stun there as well. Soggy is actually going to be the one who falls. Ranger is getting a lot. Oh my god, he got down to 15 there. Wow. Okay, so straight up his ability to stay alive through that Proper. That's impressive in and of itself.
Riggs on the Bastion, went on the wild flank this side of the Mississippi. We'll end up finding one. Wow. That's Vagar down, and they have the duplicate online. So because Ryder University are on a very fast composition, oh, never mind. Husock, she's got the res locked down. Yeah. I thought that they had used that in the previous fight. But Ryder University, they're not deterred. They're going to try to reinsert themselves into this fight 5v6.
Yeah, it's a decently long cooldown, but yeah, 6 on. Definitely worthwhile to invest right now. Defense position, self-destruct over the top. Not going to hit anybody. Everybody got out while the getting was good. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Sethri taking out one with the whole hog so first, but while he's left vulnerable, pulling whole hog does fall through the thick of things. The damage boosted Bastion is a nasty one indeed, as we saw that Riggs player showing that off the back. Vagar not able to keep up the echo movements very much, and now the grasp, now what does negate out Riggs for a second, but now Ryder's actually coming back a little bit. Okay, utilizing the first shot to get up, and oh no, sniping out supports. Echo going to be the next on the chopping block as he turns attention to the skies, but a tire from the side takes out Ranger's D.Va mech for the time being. Soggy getting super low as well and did not get the shot off previously onto a tank to get his healing back before those Echo shots did end him. 1 minute, 45 seconds. Ryder taking first point.
And Nifty Bean will end up using the res, so full 6-player roster here for Ryder University, adding insult to injury. Ranger in pilot form got the better of CJ Paul even after eating up the mech with the rip tires. So going into this next fight, Ryder University, they got an ultimate advantage. They're about to have a self-destruct online. Couple that with a Primal Rage to open things up. Can be quite devastating. Riggs is on the front line. You got to soak up a lot of damage. They are being pocketed here from Nifty Bean. Ranger is taken down incredibly low. It's enough for Riggs to find the final blow on the Sethri.
Yeah, so a damage boosted Bastion just forcing in damage through here, even against the likes of a Roadhog with 600 health full, still gonna make mincemeat. Riggs blasting away here, not a whole lot gotten from it actually, so as it is, Ryder University was able to utilize that, to rotate around here. That's 55%, close to second tick. Getting that second one at least would be the name of the game, but lots of Siena College members falling on point here. This is Red Riders lighting up the kill feed everywhere on the left. 3 minutes 45, utilizing a primal rage at the end to make sure nobody can get onto this one, and that is a very solid first round for Rider University.
Rider University looking to keep their only loss against Marist College, the only loss that they have lost throughout the current weeks that we have played out so far for EGFCs. We get a couple of replays on the board. This was Riggs on the flank and was able to take down Vagar. Of course, the Resurrection did come through, and much like how in that previous fight, the Resurrection ended up coming through from Nifty Bean. She was able to get the res off onto Riggs, who was able to build a very quick tank formation. The ultimate for Bastion was in full effect, and although it didn't find the picks like you were talking about there, Tugboat, it got the space, and we know what Rider University love to take away from Siena College all series long, and that's space. And especially on Temple of Anubis, when you are fighting over top of that control point, well, space is what you're going to have to hold on to more often than not. So Siena College are now looking at a 3 minute and 45 time bank that Rider University were able to stack up for themselves. They're going to try to at least capture with a minute or more on the board, so that way they can guarantee themselves an extra round. Otherwise, it's going to be looking at a draw. And I'm very interested to know how much value that the dive competition between Gallantry and Ranger are truly going to be able to find, because Ace and Seth3 were never really stacked up on top of each other. I mean, the hook, the accretion, plus everything else that Siena College had, the focus beam from Vagar, plus the traps from CJ Paul, should have been more than enough to try to dissuade a more than coordinated dive from Gallantry and Ranger. But it was all within that chaos. The Rider University were able to find a lot of those picks. Defensively, they are going towards a Doomfist and a Genji composition with a dive defense. Ryan is on the Baptiste. So no real defensive ultimate online for them. Siena College on the offense are looking for a dive themselves.
Yeah, this is a mega heavy dive comp from Rider. The only one, I mean, Baptiste isn't super mobile sometimes, but just like that, there's not much to be said here. Rider University is just going to town on Siena College in this first point. Already taken out a big tank as well. Siena College rotating around, so they've started the progress. Yeah, so that's forcing Rider's hand to come all the way back here. Trying to get back into the thick of things is Riggs. Does get back in very loud fashion. Lots of Rider members getting damage everywhere on this one. Nobody has fallen quite yet. Nifty Bean is on the mercies. If they do, still got a little res action for them.
Rider University, they're playing this defensive part just very wise. They're waiting for the dive to come through from Siena College, but Riggs tries to initiate right towards the spawn of Siena College, and that's going to be an easy numbers advantage for Siena College ahead of this fight. So now Siena are going to be looking to take the space, but Ranger has to self-destruct, and Nifty Bean pops the Valkyrie early.
Yeah, this Valkyrie is definitely going to help. The damage out, or the healing out first. Damage will be next on that chop and block, and Soggy can't deflect through that one, my friend. The Winston bubble here did block off, but CJ Paul taken out by a self-destruct. Is a little bit farther away though. Self-destruct up the top. Ace is right there in the bottom. Takes out the healing core from Rider University, and I think that's going to equal a push stopped in its tracks. Not much you can do without any heals.
That's going to be really tough, though. Seth3 is under a lot of pressure because Riggs is on the Doomfist, is able to bring themselves back to the point very quickly. Soggy's still here, and if you missed that opening match from Rider University, Soggy loves their Genji play, and well, they are more than making sure that we all remember that. Rider University, they had to make that fight pretty expensive, though it was a trade ultimates that came out. CJ Paul's now over towards the Sombra, and this is a very good pick to try to counteract the amount of value that Riggs and Soggy are finding in towards the back line, and even against Baptiste as well. One good hack onto the Baptiste means no Immortality Field. Ryan does have the Amplification Matrix in this fight. They're pushing up very quick, very far forward. Immortality Field is down very quickly. Ryan's under a lot of pressure. They might go down, but no, the healing's there from Nifty Bean.
Yeah, so TM Ryan knows exactly what the order is. CJ Paul is there. He's watching for these hacks every single time. Does not want, as soon as he hears that comes out, he's going to toss those discs every single time. Raikar just absolutely bullying our TM Ryan player here. Now isn't able to get enough damage to really kill him, especially with the Mercy Pocket, but not really going to matter. That is not being his priority right now. That's what I'm trying to say. Siena College getting a bit low. Ace maintained a very low health Diva Mech for a while, but wasn't able to stick through the thick of things. Ace, CJ Paul, both down on this one. Wasn't able to get the last swing onto this Seth3 Winston. He'll be back to regular Winston form now. Busak choosing now for the Valkyrie. A very long team fight indeed, an electrifying one as well. Pun intended with our Seth3 Tesla Cannon. just blazing. Riggs falling on the thick of things here. Nice jump onto him as Nourishment does as well. Melees being the method of execution for Stoggy and Sethri immediately before this. This Pusak Mercy doing a great job, but trying to get up there, diving in. Rangers got your number. Trying to get back here, did get hacked, so no jump or no boosters, but Nifty Bean, Team Ryan, make sure that's possible.
Last fight here to get any sort of progress onto point A, and they have not gotten a single take. Rider University are looking at ultimate advantage here, about to have double tank ultimate. Soggy will have a blade, and Riggs with a pulse bomb. Siena College, you gotta get this EMP quick to combo along with the self-destruct, with Soggy finds Sethri early.
Yeah, Sethri, Pusak both falling within a second or so of each other, and I don't even think Ryder's gonna need to use all these ultimates. No need to hold on to him, but yes, a quick 2-0. Yeah, 2-0 in the end for Rider University. Looking score-wise exactly like our map number 1. And yeah, just speaking it like it is, right? Rider University with a very, very handed win across the 3-0.
Yeah, and there was one real good opportunity there for Siena College to try to press on forward to be able to get the point A capture, was when Riggs overextended towards the Mega Pack to try to deal with Vagar over by the boat side of the attackers spawn A, but they got punished for it, and even going into a 5v6, an isolated dive was not good enough. The focus fire coming through from Soggy on that Genji to join in with the dive from Gallantry and Ranger, which is all the more potent. And this was also just all off the back end for Nifty being on the Mercy to be able to be in such key areas of the map to keep themselves alive. And you can't go unnoticed there. Ryan on that Baptiste, I saw that Immortality field play, was holding it on until the very last second that it was needed, was keeping a lot of members alive for Rider University as they do take this entire series 3-0.
Yeah, he played some fantastic corner play over here, and Baptiste is always going to be name of the game, especially when you have, Winston's like Sethri getting up close, personal, and just giving you the attention that you definitely do not want. I do believe we have a little interview action coming in here. Gotcha. Yeah, we're going to go to a very short break. Just want to make sure there. We'll be back with you guys in just a minute. And we are back. FBI Tugboat here with my man Proper. Now we got Ranger down here in the interview box, giving us a bit of his time after the game. Ranger, you with me?
Yes, I am with you.
Glad to hear. Juke is our producer. Appreciate him. Proper.
Well, Ranger coming into the mix, being probably one of the more flexible tanks I personally have ever seen since Overwatch's inception. You know, it's very tough to see a Reinhardt player play anything besides Reinhardt, but you did a great job of flexing over towards D.Va on Temple of Anubis, from flank shatters on Eichenwald and finding multi-kill after multi-kill on every single map played out so far. I want to focus mostly on Temple of Anubis, especially for that offense when Riggs then swapped over to the Bastion on offense. Was that something that you all practiced, or were you just trying to add salt into the wound of Siena College?
In all honesty, what is practice to us? We kind of just do our own thing for the most part, so coming out of that, I had no idea. I literally went into that game and was like, all right, we're going to run standard, which is just whoever we do DPS. All of a sudden, I'm jumping in. I'm like, wait, we have a Bastion?
So it was Riggs the entire time. Riggs was the imposter the entire time, just looming in the background, just trying to go for the flank with the Bastion. That's actually quite kind of hilarious. And just as a follow-up there before Tug asks their question as well, how much practice time do you all able to find throughout the week while you guys are also studying?
That's actually one of the toughest things we got going against us, is just like on certain days we have half of our team like missing and then the other half we don't. And it's just like, it's very hard to balance, but we have enough people coming through on certain days. So it's not much. I would say a couple hours every like 3 days we get going. But other than that, like, yeah, just school is such a hard thing to balance with esports.
Hey, more time than most, you know, not as much as I'm sure you'd like to sometimes, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So my question, Ranger, personally, how do you played that Reinhardt, you played that D.Va? I want to ask how or which map you felt like you played the best on between our Ilios, Eichenwald, and Anubis?
That's pretty difficult for me to even judge myself. I try not to be.
Apparently.
I try not to like be like, oh my god, I'm so good. But like, in all honesty, like ever since the start of the season, I've been picking up the shot caller position, and I felt like a lot of that was in Ilios the most, and me being able to flex between D.Va and Ryan, both on the same like map, just depending on whether it was ruins or what's it called. I was able to show everything that I had for the most part, and then it continued into Eichenwald and stuff. So Ilios set it, I guess, for myself high, and then that's what you came to see.
And it's what you came what?
That's what you came to see afterwards. So yeah.
Gotcha. Just maintaining that momentum through for a 3-0 over the side of Siena College. They have taken their third loss, unfortunately. Ryder, you guys up 3-1 though. You have dropped so your loss was a 0-3 loss, correct?
Yes, it was against Marist back in week 2.
Yep, that's true. So, but hey, charging forward here, positive map score of +6 after your third win again against Siena. I want to tell you thank you for coming on in here and giving us a minute of your time after the game.
No problem. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. You too. Now, Proper, do you believe we have some more Overwatch action coming in for the good people? 2 more games, I believe.
Yeah, got 2 more games just on the chopping block here for you all on this channel alone, and then of course on the EGF Overwatch channel. They're currently working through the University of Delaware versus University of Colorado, and then they have UT Arlington versus St. John's University. On this channel alone, after we do some musical chairs with the casters, you're going to be looking at Niagara University versus Quinnipiac University, and then to finalize the entire day will be Fairfield University versus Marist College, that college that, of course, Ranger was just talking about, the team that has beaten Ryan University so far. So you definitely want to check them out.
Yeah, so at least the second 2 of those both streams games going to be absolutely barn burners, I can guarantee you. But yes, with that, I do believe I am out. Proper, are you still in with Sir Waltham?
Nope, I am done for the day as well.
Dunzo as well. Got you. Well, we got a couple of new casters coming in here. The Overwatch action not done, just done for us for the time being. Shout out to Juke there. You can find me over there on Twitter over there. Did I point it right? There you go. And you got Propers over there. Oh, nope, over there. You can find us over there on Twitter if you enjoyed the cast, and follow EGF as well over on your Bird app. Appreciate you guys watching. More Overwatch action continues here soon.
Hello, good evening, and welcome everybody to EGF Overwatch. We are ready to get going into another set of extraordinary games. Looking ahead here, we're going to be seeing Niagara versus Quinnipiac University. For your casting entertainment, it's going to be me, Sir Waltham, and Dryad. Dryad, how are you feeling about these teams tonight?
This should be a really, really interesting match. Very excited to see how these two teams are going to perform. Like you mentioned, it's going to be Niagara against Quinnipiac. So it's going to be a lot of different compositions. And one of the things that I'm curious still is a lot of variety that we've seen, especially here in EGF. But in general, in Overwatch, everyone is kind of playing whatever they want to, whatever composition they feel more comfortable in. And that plays such a big part into who's going to take the victory. At the end of the day, is who plays their heroes best, who plays the composition best. So that's going to be really, really important here.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to look forward to seeing it. While we do have a little bit of time, we'll talk about the histories for these teams that we've seen them so far throughout this tournament. I've done a little bit of research here, Dryad. Don't tell anybody, because I definitely don't do this that often. But I got Niagara at a 1-2. I do think that one of those wins was off. Well, the one win was based off of a forfeit win to their opponents 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. Quinnipiac, however, standing at a neat 2-0. They did have a bye week in the second or third week, so things are going to be looking very good for them. They're already coming out statistically very strong over their opponents.
Yeah, so Quinnipiac already has the advantage, but if you're on the side of Niagara, you had enough time to prepare to see what they're playing, what they feel comfortable in, and this is why this should be really interesting, because for Niagara, again, like you mentioned, not a lot of wins that they have, so they're still... They still don't really have the understanding of how other teams are going to play against them. This should be a really good match here.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it here. I am getting word that we are almost ready to get into those lobbies. But Dryad, we talked a lot about the different compositions we might be seeing here. We do know that Control, generally the first maps we see in these types of games. Do you think those incline themselves to any composition in particular?
For Control, it's really interesting to see how, in general, we see, depending on the sub-map, a lot of different compositions. But now that we're going into this map, now that we're going into Julius, we can always expect to dive here. This is classic. Seeing the Winston, the Diva, and then for the DPS lineup, I think it varies a little bit more depending on how fast they want to run, how much do you want to be in the back line. But we're starting to see, those really fast heroes, that Tracer, the Genji, that are so important here.
We will see exactly how these play out. Still a little bit of time for these teams to decide, as those gates have yet to open up. That countdown activates, and now we are going to be seeing them roll out. Niagara looking like going to those DPS picks, a Junkrat and a Genji to start. Mei and Tracer on the other side. Very similar, except for the one support, Mercy versus Moira. Now as we look, Quinnipiac already taking an early presence on the point. Firewolf going to be diving in very deep, but it's going to be Apex trying to go in to catch a little bit, try to bully that Winston back at any time they can. And it's going to be Redbeard holding in just a little bit too late, gets caught out by a Maywall. Maga using that to some severe effectiveness here. As we see, it's going to be Flenny who takes a D-Mech, the first official loss so far, aside from that Genji mentioned earlier. But Quinnipiac so far not too bothered by it. It's going to be Grub digging into the backs of those support players. Has to be very careful though, ends up turning tail and running away from the Junkrat. It's going to be Cheesed, ending up backing with the rest of their team just to ensure no more losses happen.
Just like that, they take control of the point. I really like the engagement that Quinnipiac takes right at the beginning. They ensure a few picks, and just like that, they take control of the point. They force Niagara University all the way back. Now they have to wait for the players to come back before they're able to play a little bit more aggressive. And because of that, it seems like Redbeard is going to be going on that Reaper, which would be really interesting. A little bit more of that brawl style coming from the DPS lineup. Try to push everyone away from the damages coming from them.
Certainly going to make Firewolf's job a little bit harder. Niagara trying to tunnel into this mega room, but the Blizzard goes out. The Pulse Bomb catches the Moira coming in here. Niagara suffering in terms of these manpower right now. We're seeing Grub trying to deal that damage, but not going to be able to, as their teammate Firewolf just pushing that Winston away. And now Plenty winning the Diva duel with the help of a little bit of Lucio assistance. DC going into the pit.
Quinnipiac looking pretty good so far. They know exactly what abilities to use to win the fight, but they're not overextending. They are playing this very, very carefully, which is just showing how good of a dive they have so far. Niagara looks a little bit lost, but they do have a coalescence to push in forward, the sound barrier as well, if it's needed from both sides. But this is the last opportunity that they have if they want to have a full fight.
Certainly might be the opportunity here. The coalescence coming in. Niagara gonna be throwing it, trying to get themselves some sort of benefit. They start off early by taking down Broccoli. No sound barrier now available for Quinnipiac, although Quinnipiac trying to strike back. Cheese does get taken down. Apex trying their best to battle around their bubble, eventually jumps back into the Diva. Diva almost sails her self-destruct into the bubble, but is going to be dropping right before that explosion. And it looks like Niagara might have already done the damage. That Reaper coming in from Redbeard certainly got the job done before being forced off the point by Maga. Maga now going to be dropping the Blizzard, locking down the Winston, locking down the Lucio. This is crucial. Niagara looking so good to win this fight, but off the back of that Blizzard, it looks like it might just flip around for them. Cheese throws in the tire, but the response from Broccoli is there with the sound barrier. This is going crazy, Dryad.
There's so much action going on that's Selfie Shark trying to get a few picks, but doesn't get any. And the longer this goes, the more it's going to be in the Quinnipiac. Something has to happen now.
It certainly does. DC trying to do something, some high-flying acrobatics if they can make it happen. The Lucio sound barrier goes through, but Hazard only hits them and the Moira. No connection onto DC. Disconnect if you prefer. Quinnipiac now just needs to clean up the supports, and the rest of the team will follow suit. Firewolf helping that with a giant helping of those Primal Rage fists coming in, swinging big. Now trying to deal with the Reaper, trying to deal with the Winston. So far, Quinnipiac not really suffering any losses here. They're just barreling ahead, Dryad.
So much action still to the point, but no one's able to touch at the end from the side of Niagara University. So Quinnipiac University takes the point here. They're looking pretty good. That fight lasted way too long, but Niagara wasn't able to get the picks that they needed. And we know that here in Control, you need all 6 members to be able to win the point. So it was really tough for them. The engagement had to happen sooner, but now they have the opportunity to change the composition. This is what they're hinting at us so far, and it's what they need if they want to take those early picks and try to win. Quinnipiac is looking really, really strong.
I definitely have to agree. Niagara just looking a little bit distracted, a little bit kind of all over the place in that last round, Dryad.
Yeah, definitely, and especially when they did have the opportunity to use those engaging tools, to use that coalescence, it just didn't seem like it wasn't enough. It seemed like they weren't really targeting the heroes that they needed to focus on from the side of Quinnipiac University. That's why they take the advantage here. Now, they're changing the compositions for both of them. We're going to be seeing this Ryan's Heart. We know it's really classic on this point. This is another opportunity to see how Quinnipiac does with other compositions.
Well, already Maga getting a nice May wall out, going to be locking down that Moira. Aristalia not going to be able to get away, and because of that, Niagara already taking some losses. DC as well, quickly followed up by Broccoli. Apex now just trying to hold on to point for dear life, but you got to think this lone Reinhardt's not going to be long for this world. Getting swung on and getting lasered down, and indeed they will fall. Quinnipiac getting an early point flip.
Even though we see Quinnipiac taking the point here, it seems like Niagara had a better idea of what they wanted to do. I do like seeing them more in this composition. We see Apex already has almost 90% on that Shatter, which is going to be really, really important. It could enable the team to play a little bit more aggressive, but it has to happen soon. Same thing like we saw on the other stuff map. A lot of aggression that has to happen from them to be able to push past this choke and try to make something happen here.
We're going to be seeing Cheese switch on to that Ashe, see if the long-range sharpshooter can find anything for it. Apex right now just trying to barrel through the wall, but again, Aristalia loses their life at the very end. The Earth Shatter goes out, doesn't really catch anything. Apex goes in for a charge to follow, and then just gets their life taken away from them. This is not going Niagara's way. They need to regroup. They're gonna back out and give themselves a moment to think.
This is the second time that we see Apex doing those charges that don't really get any value, and it's very, very risky, we know, with Reinhardt to do this. But in the meantime, we see Quinnipiac is just doing pretty good. That last pick into Ardicia is going to delay them a little bit more from the side of Niagara. Something has to happen. That Shatter didn't get any value, and they're not ults coming anytime soon. In the side of Quinnipiac, they're looking pretty good. Almost everything that they need to win here.
There may not even need to be any investment from the ults based off how Quinnipiac's been playing. Maga already sectioning off that Reinhardt. He has to make a mad getaway. Apex trying their best. It does come at the cost of grub, but Quinnipiac will be swinging strong. Plenty tries to drop some people to their knees, does succeed in that fact as well. DC now the lone Zarya trying to keep themselves alive, but getting chased down by the opposing team. Going face first into Flanny's shield, decides to just hightail it out of there.
Definitely, and this is 90% for this side of Quinnipiac now. They haven't even used all of their ultimates that they have. This should be more than enough for them to clean here. Maga takes a pick into Sari, so one of the tanks is gone. Last opportunity for them to do something.
And Grubba cleaning up onto Cheese, the pulse bomb into the grab. Not gonna net a whole lot, but you don't need a lot when everybody is dead. The sound barrier coming in as well just to secure things up, and Quinnipiac taking a dominant victory here on Ilios.
They look really, really strong. Actually, really surprising to see. We were talking about how we weren't really sure how they were going to perform, knowing that we haven't seen them as much compared to other teams in EGF, but they absolutely knew what they were doing. Their compositions, everything that they played, it just worked perfectly from the side of Niagara. They didn't really have the target focus that you really needed into this composition, especially into control, but they have the opportunity to bring it back in the next maps. It's just not going to be easy. We saw a little bit of dive from them. We saw a little bit of that Ryan Saria as well, that brawl, if you can call it, and it just didn't work out. We saw about one ultimate for every single one of them when it should be able to be at least 3. That's why we saw just Quinnipiac taking such a great advantage. They didn't even have to use their ultimate abilities to win.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a question to me, Dryad, whether, is Niagara playing just a little bit looser than they need to, or is Quinnipiac focusing hyper-vigilantly on those things they can punish? Because I don't know if you noticed, but on Lighthouse, we saw the Moira get taken out first, I think 2 or 3 times in those fights. So very early on, just seems like Niagara wasn't able to bail out their support player, either unaware or unknowledgeable as to how to do that. That's something I think they really need to tighten up as we look ahead into our next few maps.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things that I also noticed from the side of Niagara is how the tank line is playing a little bit more aggressive while the rest of the team is playing a little bit more passive. And this is going to be really, really conflicting coming to other maps, because you need, if you're going to play aggressive, you really need your supports, your DPS to help you out, to make sure that you're staying alive and that you're getting value out of playing aggressive. We saw the Ryan that we mentioned charging, and this could work. You can take a lot of examples of very aggressive main tanks that get a lot of value, but you definitely need your team to help you out, to come back and to make the damage come through. This is why we saw Apex actually building that shutter so fast. It was unfortunately not able to get any value with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we saw a block coming in from their opponents or they just clipped the corner. I didn't quite catch it on that playthrough, but overall, yes, you can get the fastest Earth Shatters if you just go in ahead of your team, not giving them any cover and swinging big, but you need to get value with those Earth Shatters if that's absolutely the plan you're going to commit to. And so far, Niagara just not delivering on that front.
And I actually do think it's possible for control maps. It's very tough to see what's going to happen, and having that really understanding, maybe that synergy is not quite there for Team Niagara, but it could definitely happen at some point. So playing other maps, playing other type of map could be really, really good for them. Once again, just playing along with your Reinhardt, with your Saria, if it's necessary, should be more than enough for you to win fights. So you really, really want to see this from them coming up.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity here for Niagara to turn things around. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, we do have that disclaimer here that, control a little bit of the most deathmatchy style game modes. So if, there's a map you can shake off, it's probably going to be that control map. And what better map to kind of refresh your senses than Eichenwald?
I really, really like seeing Eichenwald from these two teams. It's going to be interesting, but the biggest challenge, it really seems like is going to be Niagara on that second round, trying to get to the point. For the defense, they have a really interesting composition. It should be working out, just making sure that no one is overextending. The Reinhardt is charging, the Saria staying alive with the energy, all those basic things that could enable them to win. Quinnipiac seems like a very aggressive team that knows how to target focus, so the control here shouldn't be too hard with the composition that they're playing.
Indeed, we'll see if that checks out here. Quinnipiac going to be the first on the attack as they now rush out of the gates. We see Cheese now on that Pharah, looking to just rain in some rockets, hitting the telephone pole, so it got taken down pretty effectively, but not too much damage onto the opposing team, however. As we look ahead, that Ashe from Maga trying their best to make sure that Cheese stays grounded. Not going to quite be able to as much as they might like. Maga taking quite a bit of damage, has to be playing very carefully now. And Apex doing a very good job, not pushing too far ahead. Has to back up here as they take a huge amount of pressure, swinging perhaps a bit too vigorously. And now it's going to be the entire team of Niagara falling back, rather. It's just going to be the tank line that falls for now. It's going to be very tough for them to recover here. Quinnipiac pushing their advantage. We see Grub trying to take that air duel. Gonna be the break, trying to hold themselves up to no avail. And with this, Quinnipiac looking good to take this first point so far, or at least get some progress.
They should be able to take the point here, and it was just that aggression right at the beginning that enabled them to do so. Playing this Ryan Saria mirror is going to enable them so much to play really, really close to each other, and that's what we saw at the end. Apex trying to pull back, but it was unfortunately way too late. Now, well, this is a good start for them. The Spire is going to be really hard to counter. You do have Maga, but it doesn't seem to be getting as much value. That barrage coming up would be the best opportunity to try to hold the defense here.
And this is one of the weaknesses we're seeing out of Quinnipiac here. Maga taking a lot of damage, not getting that immediate heal, but you don't need the immediate heal if you just deliver when you are up and online. Aristalia taking down. And now Maga putting down a little bit of a delivery here. The Rocket Barrage coming in from Cheese, drops right onto the head of the Reinhardt. One will certainly be enough to so far turn the tides of this fight a little bit. Apex gets hit by the pulse bomb from Grub. It was looking good for Niagara. They had some moments there they just weren't able to carry.
Yeah, that was just an unfortunate situation that we see from the far. Now we're going to be seeing Red. We're going into the McCree. So making a few changes, knowing that the far didn't get as much value. He does get 2 picks at the beginning, but then with the massive ultimate advantage that Quinnipiac University had, it was just impossible to try to really do anything here. They should be able to hold here, though. They have Shatter. They keep getting picked one by one. This can't happen if they want to win here.
We'll see exactly what they can achieve. We see Cheese dropping right in onto that Ana, saying hello to your favorite grandmother, throwing the shots in, making sure she can't get any more healing, and Niagara now digging their feet and able to get the kills and delivering. This is excellent. Oh, Niagara!
Wait, what did he just witness? Okay, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. Really interesting the way that they hold control here in Niagara University. They were looking pretty good. That was just unfortunate to see happening from them. They still have a few opportunities here, but they have so much time from the side of Quinnipiac that is not going to be easy to hold the defense. That Valkyrie Tenacious would be ideal. Then mixing up with the Shatter, these should take at least 2 fights for Quinnipiac to win 1 by 1, and just like that, they should be able to win here.
A big anti-nade coming in from Broccoli. Going to be having the entirety of Niagara back up just a little bit. The Valkyrie after it is worn off to keep everybody up. Apex has to drop, has to back up as they do suffer a lot of HP down. Fletty throws in the Earth Shatter, not quite able to find a whole lot. DC, however, running headfirst into Bob. Does end up losing their life, followed by Aristalia. Now it's going to be Quinnipiac, who has the opportunity to keep pushing here, to keep getting these kills despite Cheese trying to blast out on that Reaper.
Once it passes corner, it's going to be once again really challenging for the defense is trying to make something happen. Still a lot of time remaining, and Frederick does have that ultimate ability, but it's not going to be easy to try to get any value, especially with this Tracer pocketing over and over again, making sure that you're taken down, not getting any value of their abilities.
Apex having to wait before they dive in, eventually does go for it, but the healing nade comes in to keep everybody alive. Cheese drops the Death Blossom, it does find Cookie, so that Mercy now going to be out of the fight. It will buy Niagara just a little bit of time, knowing that the full force isn't going to be there from Quinnipiac, but that's just going to wear down the time bank a little bit. There's still a very dominable force to be dealt with here. Niagara now going to be working on just cleaning up these few remaining members from Quinnipiac. Quinnipiac looking to just hold until they can get the regroup going. The McCree goes down. This is a good opportunity for this attacking team. And Anti-Nade now hitting onto Niagara ensures that they're going to be taking a little bit more pain going forward. The grab right in front of Bob's going to be locking everybody down, putting them right into the hurt box. Hainu trying to come out from Redbeard. Can't find a whole lot. That shield is just being steadfast from Flanny. Not able to get a whole lot done here, Triad. This is a little bit of chaos.
So much damage coming through, but it seems like Quinnipiac is getting what they want. The last kill is coming through for them, and this Tiger will try to come through the rally, but it might be just too late.
Can Hazard deliver with this rally? It's going to finally wear off Cheese, one of the last remaining members to stand on point. Nobody really close to too many ultimates, a step from Aristalia. Trying to come in with that Moira Coalescence at some point. The sleep right onto the Reaper. Cheese going to be taken down with a big pin. No surprise there. The Earth Shatter to clean up. Hazard on the follow. Aristalia now going to be using that Coalescence, trying to keep their team alive, but the Anti-Nade for DC has other plans. They have to back up, use that Ryan Shield. Eventually they do fall. So does Aristalia. Now the cleanup seems all but sure here, but Niagara, if they're looking at positives, bought quite a bit of time off the clock.
2 minutes, 32 seconds remaining from the side of Quinnipiac on the attack. They did really, really good. That C9 was definitely something that we're just in one side we're used to seeing in Overwatch, but it just hurts so much. Now I'm just excited to see if Niagara can. I like the pressure that we saw at the end coming from them. They were looking pretty good. Cheese it also in the backline and just doing really, really good, but just unfortunately just wasn't enough for them. But the pressure that they had at the end was enough to have that synergy going that it was kind of missing. So a lot of opportunities that it seems like this team has, they do have the potential, but they're just not there quite yet. Holding the attack, being really, really aggressive here, like you want to see in the Brawl composition, would be ideal for them. It just has to happen before, because you're letting Quinnipiac engage before your team is able to do, and that's what is affecting them so much. That's why Quinnipiac is getting all the ultimate abilities first, and they're able to do whatever they want when they know they have the initial pick.
We'll see if Niagara can perhaps turn their fortune just a little bit here. As we look, Grub going to be on that Hanzo, so it's going to be on to Niagara to watch out for those long-range headshots. Nothing more infuriating than getting taken out of the fight from 100 meters out.
Yeah, and I think Grub did have a good performance when we saw, but it was just getting counter over and over again, and you hate to see it, especially on the McCree when we saw also just any hero that we've seen play the far, they have been counter over and over again. But Grub has a big opportunity here. That one-shot potential that Hanzo gives you could be what Quinnipiac needs here to try to get more value out of the composition.
We see Cheese lining up with the teleporter, takes a body shot, I believe, from the Hanzo. Teleporter going to be putting everybody right onto this bridge, but Grub sees it coming, gets the headshot, gets the second. Alrighty, this fight's looking so good. It's going to be Breadbeard just walking right by the Hanzo, not taking advantage of that opportunity, getting chased down, and now the Shimada just lining up the shot. Breadbeard getting killed on exit.
3 kills for Grub, looking pretty good on the hand, so definitely we can see why he decided to go with this pick for the defense. Niagara University still has a lot of time, so they should be comfortable with trying to build those ultimates. It's going to be essential for them here. That Coalescence would be the engaging tool that they need, especially taking into account the composition of where they're running. That it's not really a full composition. We see a little bit of that Winston with the speed, but the Reinhardt as well going on Earth. So much that's going on that they need to make something happen with the aggressiveness here.
Speaking of that aggressiveness, Breadbeard going to be pushing right up into Maga, making them drop off of that high ground. And Apex now trying to just get a lot of cleave damage in from that small hallway, but they are currently the ones being funneled in. Quinnipiac still holding these long-range angles. Grub not finding as much success this time around, and eventually Quinnipiac will be able to get some kills if some big burst doesn't come through, and it does come through in the form of the storm arrows. Apex getting taken down, followed by Breadbeard, and now it's looking like Quinnipiac suffered a loss, but they'll still be able to recoup just a little bit, especially if that pin on the Cheese has anything to say about it.
Grub is looking so good, and just like that, they should be able to hold here. The Coalescence coming through, but is unfortunately going to be way too late. Using the Coalescence after your team has been taken down is not going to be beneficial. We were talking about how it has to be used as an engaging tool and not so late into 5 when there's not even 81 you can heal. So a big mistake that we see from this team. Again, they still have 1 minute, 50 seconds. There's still a lot of opportunities to come through. That parameter wage, that shatter, that also would be the best opportunity to get a few kills coming through. But with Quinnipiac's defense and with Grub and the Hanzo, it just seems impossible.
And certainly it does, and now they're going to be staring down the barrel of a Storm Dragon coming here soon. But Grub just taking down Cheese the good old-fashioned way with, 6 arrows fired in rapid succession. DC going to be throwing in the Earth Shatter, doesn't find a whole lot. Apex going a bit too deep, not able to back up the rest of their team, stuck in the grab. It's going to be DC taken down because of that, and Apex not really able to find a whole lot for it themselves, getting too far ahead. Seems to be the storyline of these tanks that we've been seeing so far. Quinnipiac does manage to lose 1, so if the respawns come in from Niagara, they may be able to reclaim, but with Apex dropping, doesn't seem likely.
The good Maywall that we saw because of that, now they're going to be playing a little bit more aggressive, but they have the confidence. 1 minute remaining, and the kills keep coming through for the side of Quinnipiac University. They know exactly how to play this. That Mercy is going to be staggered. No.
Ooh, that is an expensive stagger coming through, and this might be even more so if Apex doesn't avoid those lines of sight. Grub, not one to be messed with on that Hanzo.
Definitely, and this is one last opportunity that they have if they want to have a full fight for this side of Niagara, but it's not looking easy. That Blossom, it's ready, so both of the DPS ultimates are going to be to use, but they have to get some value, and it has to happen now.
And speaking of that value, the Earth Shatter is going to come in, gets 4. Niagara already looking to be cleaned up pretty big. I said value. I didn't say who for. Quinnipiac able to get some huge benefit for that. And now it's going to be a Grub getting the D-Mech as well. The attack visor coming in from Cheese, but just gets whittled down by those May Icicles. Maga taking them down. The Dragons across the bow of Spawn. Nobody can get out with the May wall to block. This looks like it's about it.
And that was such an unfortunate situation because, once again, for Niagara, it seemed like they were able to do something right at the end with the ultimate advantage, but it just didn't quite happen. Quinnipiac looking pretty good. They are taking the advantage. They are going to match point. They know exactly how to play. Really, really shows the synergy that they have.
Overall, definitely have to agree here. The big grab coming in from Firewolf, ensuring that everybody just stays locked down, stays where they're at, nobody gets away clean.
Everyone overall from the side of Quinnipiac just had some moments where they really popped off, where they really knew what they wanted to do, and it just showed over and over again. Once again, for the side of Niagara, they look a little bit lost into how to play the composition, because you are playing the right heroes sometimes, but you need to be the one who's being more aggressive, especially when you're attacking. When you have that Dead Blossom and that Tactical Visor again, that's the best opportunity that they have to push in. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite happen, but they do have the opportunity to bring it back.
Certainly do. Definite opportunity here, but while we're talking about unfortunate things, Dryad, we do have to go to a little bit of a break, but don't cry, viewers at home. We will be back in just a few moments, so stick around. Catch the end of this game. Welcome back, everybody. Just hopping in with a few replays here while we are waiting for these teams to get settled off the back end of our break. A little bit of action here, and Dryad, this is one of the moments where I thought Niagara might really be able to turn things around with that Florida Rocket Barrage. Has so many good opportunities here for this team.
They really had a few opportunities, like you mentioned, that barrage. It seems like it was exactly what they needed. I was actually a little bit surprised that we saw that swap coming through right away. I mean, that's a decision that you make with your team, but they did seem to have a little bit of a better understanding there. The DPS lineup from the side of Niagara is one of the strongest coming into this matchup, but it just unfortunately didn't really get as much value as they wanted to. This is why we see Quinnipiac now on a 2-0, looking pretty good, pretty confident for the next map.
Yeah, and that last clip, just in case you didn't see it, there's still some very strong performances coming out of Quinnipiac. I mean, Grub throwing in some headshots as Hanzo. It always warms my heart to see some mechanical play like that.
Yeah, Hansel is one of the heroes that when you see a really good Hansel, it's just from the enemy team. It's just so annoying to have to deal with every time when the Hansel's getting headshots over and over again. And that's exactly what we saw from them. So we could see a little bit of frustration coming from the start of Niagara, but like we mentioned, they do have the opportunity to adapt, to figure out if they want to run another composition for the next map. And this is why we are going to be going to what could be potentially the last map, but then again, still the opportunity for Niagara to try to figure it out. We are seeing already the Reinhardt, that Zarya, so already a sign of what could be played here.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of an indicator, perhaps. Quinnipiac will be off to start on the attack here. And now, as we look ahead, I do like the Junkrat coming out here from Breadbeard. I think that Junkrat, has some viability on Anubis, more so than perhaps some of the other assault maps.
Junkrat for the defense is a very, very popular pick that we see teams sometimes decide to play with it. And I once again, I agree with you. I really, really like it as well. They can also have a lot of damage coming through, and that could delay the aggressiveness that we see from the side of Quinnipiac University, who just seems unstoppable. But we do see Maja is going to be playing the Widowmaker, so make sure that you don't have your head out because you might get just killed.
And it's going to be up to Cheese to get the first kill, and in fact, they do. Things already looking great for Niagara, at least a little bit better, but they're getting these lost trades going back and forth. Quinnipiac does suffer a two-man anti-nade, will eventually result in a couple of losses, but Quinnipiac has that opportunity to respawn, get back a little bit faster, and get their members onto point. Yes, the trades are going slightly in favor of Niagara, at least they were, but Quinnipiac, again, just able to get their reinforcements on the board faster.
Broccoli also is showing us a new side of the support lineup from the side of Quinnipiac. This Niagara performing really well, gets 2 picks at the end of those final blows. Cookie has also been doing pretty good. But just like that, Maga gets another pick into Hearts in addition to have that potential for the snowball that we know this map for.
We see Maja up on high, but she's too busy fighting with them. Doesn't see Grub coming in, who just pelts them down with the Tracer shot. Grub does take an Earth Shatter for their efforts, but Apex losing their life as soon as the kills come through. Quinnipiac now looking very dominant, so close to getting some more progress on this second point. They will be getting the first tick, now looking for perhaps the second. Self-destruct trying to come in from Plenty, just buy a little bit more time on the point. It will be enough to lock it down. Round 1 complete in under about 3.5 minutes.
5 minutes, 30 seconds that are remaining because it's going to round T. For the side of Niagara University, the defense was looking a little questionable just because of that positioning wasn't looking as good. You see, they started getting taken down one by one, and Broccoli and Lucignata is something that we didn't see. Another hidden opportunity that they had to win. Performed really, really well. They didn't even have to use their ultimate abilities to get to second point, and that really shows the dominance that this team is having.
Definitely tend to agree on that point. A continued strong showing coming in from Quinnipiac. And now the question is going to be, more likely than not, can Niagara even finish Anubis? Right? It's not at this point, based on their performance, can they finish with a similar time bank to Quinnipiac? That seems a little bit lofty, if I'm being sincere. The question is now, can they get that second point just unlocked and capped before the timer runs out? That's going to be their end goal here.
Yeah, it seems like it's not going to be easy, but it's definitely possible. It all depends on the composition and once again how aggressive they decide to play. They're letting Quinnipiac play a little bit more aggressive, take the first picks, and just like that, that's the way that they're winning. Niagara has to try to engage a little bit more and make sure that they're getting value out of their composition. From what we see from them, they might be running this Reaper, which I really, really like, a big opportunity to get a few picks, to really play into the enemy's faces and get more value out of it. So this should be an interesting match.
Now, as we see Niagara trying to go through here, they're going with the Sim again. This didn't work out for Cheese so well last time. It doesn't work out this time either. Cheese, again, the first one taken down as they come out of the teleporter. Apex finds one with a big charge, no surprise there. However, does get a couple shots in from Maja, and it's going to be enough to secure this fight so far for Quinnipiac. Things are looking great for them so far.
Understood.
Apex tried to jump to point right at the end, but unfortunately just way too late. The rest of the team was taken down. So the defense holds, and they do it pretty well, but no ultimate abilities just yet for any of the two sides. So big opportunities for Niagara to try to take the advantage here, especially on the side of the attack, because once you've got Quinnipiac going, it seems like they are unstoppable. So try to get more value. Cheese it actually going to the soldier. I also like this.
See if the soldier will net too much, trying to just right now drill into that Reinhardt shield. The pin coming in from Apex lands right onto Firewolf. This might be the opening that Niagara needed, but nope, it's going to be the Earthshatter coming in from Flanny to stop everybody from moving forward with the capitalization. Flanny just holding the shield firm, and it looks like Niagara doesn't really know how to deal with it. Grub now going to be sent on a mission into the back lines, trying to clean up, succeeds in finding Cheese. As now it's going to be the rest of Quinnipiac just trying to hold their own and succeeding as Niagara falls.
Just like that, once again the defense holds pretty well, and Rob is able to play a little bit more aggressive, trying to melt the tanks like we love seeing from this Tracer, and a really good performance from the DPS lineup that has enabled them to hold the position that they have over and over again. Niagara University has to have something going for them. The Coalescence has to come through really soon if they really want to get this point, but Maja just keeps getting picks, doing so good on this lineup, and also getting the support from the Mercy.
A very good opportunity here. Niagara does trade one back. Grub gets taken down, but they'll still have to likely wait for Hazard before they can get that radial healing off. Apex has the Earth Shatter, goes for it, but Flatty just holds a shield firm, counter shatters, and takes down Aristalia out of that Coalescence. A costly maneuver there, but it will be working out in Quinnipiac's favor. Just continue to swing for the fence, get those kills, and now it's Niagara looking a little bit worse for wear here.
But a lot of ultimate abilities that were used from the side of Quinnipiac on the defense there. So if you want to take the advantage and you're Niagara, this is a big opportunity to do so. That Blossom should be coming soon. So even teleporting to the backline, you know, that strategy that we see sometimes happening here in Overwatch. They teleport to all the way to the back and then try to get a few picks. That might be just enough to get the first point in, but it just has to happen as soon as possible, or they're not going to have enough time for another fight.
We're now hearing those info sites coming out from Maja, locking down the location of everybody on Niagara, whether through walls or not. I mean, Maja trying to take these shots. Kills do go onto Maja, but that is the only loss for Quinnipiac so far. They are up in manpower by exactly one, if you prefer. Niagara now trying to rotate onto point. They're finding some success with it. They are finding the Zenyatta as well, although Apex gonna look like they're the last hog to survive. Not much to be done there. Whiffs the hook right into the Zarya bubble. The cleanup there is short and sweet for Quinnipiac.
30 seconds remaining. You have the Primal Rage, you have the Death Blossom. So many opportunities here that rally might be coming soon. So it has to happen now if it's not going to be possible. Quinnipiac looking really good on this defense, but they are not unbreakable. It really has to happen. That Transcendence will be coming through, so getting a peek into the supports might be just enough for them.
We'll certainly see. It's going to be the McCree taken down. The Death Blossom coming in. Niagara gets Breadbeard taken down rather quickly. That means that the Death Blossom not going to be able to find anything, and the Primal Rage Winston just caught and grab a giant stick pin. Over time, going to slowly burn down. Nobody able to touch. And with that, Quinnipiac taking this in a clean 3-0 sweep.
Really good 3-0 from the side of Quinnipiac. They knew exactly how to play the compositions that they wanted to run. The synergy definitely going on and taking the control that when we were looking at the standings and how they're performing before, we already had a hint that this was exactly what's going to happen. The 2-0 that they had before, now you make it a 3-0 into their victory against other teams, and it shows the dominance. They're going to be one of the strongest teams here in EGF.
Yeah, and so far, I think if you're Niagara, you walk away from this, I guess, match with a lot of tape to review, a lot of ways in which you kind of have highlighted that you can improve upon, whether it's positioning, whether it's ult usage, ult tracking. There's a lot of things that they're going to be able to move forward, hopefully improve themselves on in the future, and we see a stronger, better Niagara coming out of the woodworks. However, for today, it was Quinnipiac who takes the win.
Yeah, definitely. So, like you mentioned, Niagara still has a lot of opportunities to learn, and they did have some really good signs, especially from the side of the DPS line. They were looking pretty strong, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. They still have another opportunity in the future, so definitely keep an eye on that of this team. And this is one of your favorites. Just know that it's not over yet.
Not quite over just yet. And speaking of not quite over, we are going to be taking it to another quick break, but then we will be right back with a interview. So you guys aren't going to want to miss that. Stick around. We'll be back at it. Hello and welcome back, everybody. And as promised, we do have a special little interview for all of you at home. It's going to be none other than Firewolf from Quinnipiac. Firewolf, hello. Congratulations on your win. And we do have a few questions here if you don't mind answering them.
Yeah, of course. And thanks for congratulating me.
Oh, no problem. But starting off, I don't think it's irresponsible of me to say that you guys looked pretty dominant in this match. Was that kind of a result of you guys, studying a lot of tape, or was it just kind of another average day in the office for you guys?
We watched Niagara's game last week, and we were obviously practicing throughout the week, but we weren't expecting too much trouble. We just watched like some of their compositions and prepared accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah, that directly connects into what I wanted to ask you. So, preparing to the compositions, how does your team play? We see teams that, they're really good at the composition. They're like, we're going to force it against anything else. And there are other teams that kind of adapt depending on their enemy. You seem to be one of those teams that kind of adapt. Is this true? Or is there just a composition that you try to force a little bit more?
We definitely prefer, we definitely do adapt on the fly. Like, we play a lot of Diva Winston dive. We play a lot of Zarya Reinhardt like brawl comps. So those are like our two normal comps. But if we have to, we'll flex here and there. Like if we have to adapt.
And then, how is your preparation for these matches? So you said you were watching the VOD from Niagara, trying to figure out what they were running. But is there something else? Is there something that maybe the DPS lineup, the support lineup does, especially maybe some warm up? Maybe you meet an hour before scrims. How does that work for you?
So once a week we have scrims. We go up against a bunch of friends who are like much higher skill ceiling than us. Most of the time, doesn't go very well, but for us at least. But it definitely helps us out because we tell them to run the compositions of our enemies this week, and they're like really good at those compositions. So we learn how to adapt from those scrims, and then usually before our game, we'll get on maybe like an hour and a half early and play some ranked or quick play to warm up.
Yeah, because one of the things that the synergy that was going for your team was definitely was helping you out so much when you were playing that Ryan and Saria, and everyone has to play really together to make it work. So, how long also have you been with the team? How has this been? How has the synergy been going for you? And the connection that you have, you say that you play with friends, you play ranked. This is really really important. But how long has this been going on?
This has been going on for maybe a little over a month. Like right now we have 3 tank players, and we're obviously 2 of them are being fielded at a time, so we're trying to build synergy between like each duo, if that makes sense. And it's been working out really really well.
Okay, and then I have one last question for you. So, out of your team and out of everyone who played today, who do you think would be the one that you would highlight the most that you think was helping your team so much? Could it be the tanks creating space? It could be the DPS, just getting the pigs, the supports, always just making sure that you're alive. Who do you think had the best performance here?
I think we all played really, really well. Our tanks were always making space. Our DPS were using the space they had, and our supports were always there to keep us up. But you probably remember there was one team fight on Eichenwald where there might have been a back cap on point B. So as that fight was going on, we were down 2 people, so we were like, okay, let's reset. But then we hear Grub call out, I'm on the cart, I'm back capping, and I'm like, are they gonna turn around and notice it? And then next thing you know, he capped the point, and we were like, oh, okay.
Yeah, excellent moment there. I could literally hear the sound of my jaw hitting the floor there, Firewolf, when that happened. Entertaining to see as always, but Firewolf, that is about it for us. Do want to give you the opportunity, however, to shout out, anybody maybe outside the team, coaching staff, your mom, whoever that you think deserves a little bit of extra shout out.
I guess just appreciate everyone watching EGF Overwatch in general. Overwatch is a really fun game. Also wanted to thank the team for putting a lot of practice into this.
Okay.
So, yeah, thanks.
Well, fantastic. Once again, Firewolf, thank you for coming in, answering a few of our questions. And once again, congratulations on your 3-0 victory over Niagara.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me.
Now, Dryad, we turn our eyes towards the next game that will be happening here in just a little bit. And, I don't know if you're in the same boat as I am, but I'm hoping for a little bit more, a few more maps, so to speak, so we can get a little bit more casting time in, so we can get some more Overwatch action going. But that will be after a short break, folks, so make sure you stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Game 5, our final game of the night for EGF. It's going to be Sir Waltham and Dryad once again at it for your casting entertainment in these games of Overwatch, where we will witness Fairfield versus Marist go head-to-head against one another. Dryad, how do you like the odds for these teams?
Yeah, Fairfield versus Marist should be a really interesting match, and we are expecting for it not to be a 3-0 like we saw before. We expected it to be actually much closer. And looking at the performance, it is definitely a possibility. Once again, the same thing on how the synergy plays such a big part, how the preparation went for these two teams before is going to be essential for here, but I don't think it's going to be a 3-0.
It certainly doesn't seem that way. Fairfield at least coming up with a couple of wins to their name. I believe it's 1-2 if you're looking at their record thus far. However, on the other side of the board, the other side of the table, you prefer Marist sitting at a clean 3-0. So Marist, this time around, looking like the team to beat for Fairfield.
Yeah, definitely. They look like a stronger team, and looking at their matchups before, they've looked really, really good on their compositions. It seems like they really have the understanding of what they want to play. They play those comfort picks that benefit them so much. So I really want to see this again coming from them. But for Fairfield, on the other hand, they haven't done too bad. They just had some really tough opponents, and that could be a part of it.
No, I mean, we're certainly going to see here. I do know that Fairfield did look like they were having a little bit of a tough time as well. I believe Marist has one of those wins as a forfeiture win, so that certainly helps to pad the numbers a little bit. If you want to look at it without that, it's just a 2-0. Not quite a bye week, but still does add a point onto their total so far. I guess at the end when we look at the standings.
And again, also just taking into account that even though some teams already have 2 wins, 3 wins, even, this is just the beginning of their performance, and we haven't really seen enough of any team to really have an understanding of who's going to be number 1, who's going to be number 2. So that plays a big part, even when some teams come here confident and they had a few wins, they might have just gotten lucky in the bracket. So that's something to take into account. That is why we're expecting this not to be a 3-0. We're expecting to be much closer.
Yeah, I'm certainly hoping so as well. For those of you who didn't perhaps catch the first 4 games, it's going to go like this. We're going to start out a control, move to a hybrid, then an assault if necessary, which I'm hoping it is. We'll move on to the escorts, and then all the way back to control, rinse and repeat until we have a winner, although I imagine at least 5 maps should be able to do the trick.
Yeah, definitely, and that is why it's so important to be really good at control, because even when this goes to 5 maps, if your team is good at control, you already have 2 wins. You only have to take care of 1 more than any other map, and just like that, you get the victory. So we talk about how important it is or how unimportant it is to get this first victory, but definitely just benefits the team so much. Also gets a synergy, that momentum going for any team to have the confidence that they can win next. And that is why we are seeing actually Marist is going to their composition that we've seen from them quite often. That Winston D.Va, the dive coming here into Ruins should be played really, really good for especially when you're going against Fairfield playing more of that Ryan Zarya.
Yeah, Fairfield coming out with a very typical DPS composition. That Sombra Reaper coming out. Marist as well, going to be throwing it into the lineups. We'll see which tank line perhaps stands a little bit taller over the others. Fairfield already getting into the mix, getting themselves positioned right onto point. It's going to be very hard to push in when that Reinhardt can just swing, deal that massive bonk damage coming through. Early hack onto Masks means that Vocal going to be able to clean up that kill. And now, so far, Marist looking dominant in this fight. Fairfield going to have to be taking a slow back out. The Zarya, the Reaper, going to be able to get away, but they do lose the point.
And they do lose the point, and we already start seeing the difference between these two Sombras. Facemix already with a 60% on EMP. In the meantime, Greta's Effect only with a 35. Getting that EMP first is going to be essential to win any fight, especially with the coalitions coming from Buckle.
Now, Adric trying to sneak up behind the Winston, not quite able to find it, gets punished instead by Traders. Perhaps a fitting name in this instance. Marist gonna be trying to push ahead with the Coalescence. They hold their own for the time being. Invest the Coalescence, don't get a lot of kills for it.
It doesn't seem like the Fairfield University really knows how to play right now. They're trying to come in again, but they still have a lot of time. The grab might be the best opportunity that they have along with the Shatter, but that EMP will be coming through soon.
We do see the Earth Shatter come in. Adric dropping it right in the middle of the field. Fairfield striking back with some decent precision here, getting the kills as they need. They've already taken down half the members of Marist. And those kills continue to compound here as their numbers rise. We're seeing WLK trying to push up onto that D.Va, eventually finds Traders. The hack onto Ohm means that they're going to know they have the sound barrier coming up.
Really good way to engage into the fight. The Coalescent helping out so much from the side of Zodiac, but Marist has been looking pretty good, and they do have the ult advantage coming here. Almost all 6 ults, of 5 of them ready. That EMP will be serving as an engaging tool, and just like that, they should be able to take control here unless Fairfield University goes to pick first.
We are going to see that grab coming out, but a lot of ults for Marist. The EMP goes out, lands on the 4 masks, not able to drop the sound barrier because of that. The Lucio falls to the punishment of Marist. Now, Marist looking like they're not going to have to invest too much more other than that EMP. An effective fight win.
It's a really fast fight, and that's exactly what they have to do here in this control map. We talk about it over and over again, how important it is to make it clean, make it happen, whatever ultimates that you need to use, just engage with them and take control. This is what Marist College takes control. Now that that Blossom will be coming soon, so Fairfield University has to be really careful. The best opportunity that they have is using EMP while that Blossom is coming through.
That's exactly how it's gonna fly. Taze drops that Primal Rage, trying to just dislocate anybody that they can, knock them away from the point. That Death Blossom does come through. Emerald manages to get 2 before falling on their own, but the damage has already been done. Marist now on a very good position, 10% ticking down. The question is, can anybody touch?
95%. It doesn't seem like anyone is going to be able to touch. That Lucy may be the best opportunity, but it just might be too late. And no one is able to touch. Marist College taking the advantage here.
Yeah, good awareness from Face Miss. Probably not needed, but still got the hack onto the Lucio just to ensure they couldn't use the speed amp, couldn't use the wall riding or the speed boost. So overall, some good awareness coming in. Marist now going to be leading as we go into Lighthouse.
But I really like seeing that Fairfield University had that engagement that was so good. They took control of it so fast. They knew the combos and how they should work. That's how they took control of the point for just a few seconds. It wasn't enough to take the advantage, but a little bit of percentage just gives you a big opportunity. We know that Marist College is really, really strong. It's one of the top teams. And when you're able to win this fight so fast, and that gives you a sign that you have the opportunity. You just have to keep going with that communication, with the synergy with your team, especially with this composition where it's very, very different. Fairfield running the Ryan Sari and Marist running the Winston D.Va.
We'll see exactly how Marist fares once again as they take residence, they take up purchase in this mega room. The hack does go out onto that mega, so a big opportunity there for them. And Tace does take a big pin, but is able to back up, receive that healing enough, and now the masks falling once again. This Lucio player having a rough go of it. Marist now going to be taking a casual fight as they know their opponents can't really retreat as effectively as they might want to. It's going to be the Sombra who's able to translocate, but other than that, Marist is going to take the point.
One of my favorite things to see from teams is how they decide to engage and take first point. We usually see some teams rushing to point, but not really winning the fight. Before Marist College, they're very patient. They know they have to get the picks, get the entire team before they're able to get point. Now they have 50% almost going for them, and a lot of ultimates that will be coming through. That EMP is about to be ready, and this is really good getting it so early on.
WLK, in fact, switching to that far, going to be going up into the sky. Face mask creeping around, dropping the EMP, lands onto 4. Wrench taken down, not able to use that Zarya grab this time around. Neither will Zodiac as they get punished in kind. And all for Marist off the back again, off that one EMP.
Just like that, they just know exactly how to play, how to get the value out of an EMP, and that's so important for teams. We see Sombras, they're really, really good, but the team is not able to get as much value for Marist College, so this is not a problem. So they look very, very dominant. Greta should have EMP coming soon, but it's definitely taking longer. That's going to affect them. The best opportunity here would definitely be the Coalescence.
The Death Blossom gets dropped from Emerald, doesn't find a whole lot, but Adrian actually gets hacked out during a fire strike, and because of that, Emerald's able to close the gap, able to just pepper Zodiac Killer into the ground. Only WLKU is able to get a flip for the moment from Fairfield. Masks almost getting caught up on that post, eventually chased down by Traders, and eventually the point will flip back over in favor of Marist.
That's exactly what we were talking about how some teams decide to rush to the point, trying to get more value, but you definitely have to get picks to make sure that the point is going to stay yours. Fairfield gets only 11%, and they do have a lot of ults incoming, but look at Greta, still no EMP. The longer that it takes for it to build this hole, the more it's going to affect them, so this is going to be really important here.
Traders on the receiving end of a hack, not going to be able to use that Diva Matrix or the self-destruct. Almost gets knocked off by a concussion blast from WLK. The hack going on to face miss ensures that Sombra can't translocate, can't hack of her own. See if it provides any benefit here, but so far it looks like all the benefits going in for Marist. They do receive an EMP, but Great Aspects immediately has that countered by Ohm, dropping the sound barrier. Excellent play coming in from Marist. It's going to allow them to stay alive a little bit longer. Nobody from Fairfield having the wherewithal to get on point. Marist is just going to take that a clean 0 to 100. Well, 11 to 100.
Yeah, for the last few seconds, I was just looking at Fairfield, seeing if they could maybe touch the point because they were having the number advantage. But it seemed like it just wasn't enough. They didn't really get into the last fight, but it unfortunately just took them way too long to get value of their abilities. And just Marist looking as dominant as we expected them to look.
Yeah, Marist so far looking very good. Now, there's that little disclaimer, that little advantage you get to look forward to if you're on the side of Fairfield. You don't have to fight control at least for another 4 maps, if at all. So you hopefully get to just be a little bit more objective focused and hope that that might give you the edge over Marist. Fairfield's certainly going to have to lean into that a little bit. They are just looking a little bit less hinged than Marist so far based on the eye test.
Yeah, definitely. And they did have some really good fights. They had some signs of life where they're looking good, like they were going to hold the point. But I think it's also a matter of the composition that they were playing. The two teams were playing completely different compositions. And the fact that the dive from Marist was able to dive into the backline and get value is something that was affecting Fairfield over and over again. Coming into his next maps, I do expect it to be more close. Maybe even a mirror match would be really interesting because both teams have really, really strong players. They just haven't really figured out how to play together from the side of our Fairfield.
Well, that certainly might change here as we look towards our next maps. I don't believe we've received word quite yet as to what those are going to be, and we will let you guys know as soon as we find out. But Dryad, as we kind of look back as to what we just saw, Marist looked like they had it together just a little bit more, and it didn't necessarily seem like a mechanical thing. It didn't necessarily seem like, you know, ults were just being thrown away by Fairfield. What was the real difference maker there?
Yeah, so playing into the two compositions that we saw, Marist, when they're running that Sombra, when they're running that Reaper, when they're running that Winston, the Diva, it all depends on this team connection and how the communication works between them. Just having that target focus is going to be important. When you're building EMP, when you get EMP, you get, ideally, you want to get the tanks, but we saw that the Sombra was only able to get the supports and also field the 2 DPS. So this plays a big part into make sure you're diving and taking them down. If not, you're not going to get any value. Just creating space, just having that communication of how you have to play together, because yeah, this composition is not really a lot about that mechanic, but more of how you play together.
Certainly makes sense. I think it's also worth noting, you know, if you're the Sombra, once the dive's already happened, you can still get the hack off onto a tank, but if the Winston bubbles drop, he's already leapt. What does hacking do? He's still just going to use his Tesla cannon. He's still just going to tase your team. It doesn't provide as much value as, oh, you know, if you hack a Reinhardt, he can't put that shield back up whenever he wants to. So a little bit more vulnerable there coming in from Fairfield. I like the consideration there. But now as we look, Fairfield is going to be starting off once again on Eichenwald tonight on the defense. And so far, we're seeing the Zarya Hog combo come out. Well, I should say be lined up in the roster. Don't know necessarily if they've run out of the spawn with it.
That would be really, really interesting to see. We've seen some teams still able to pull out this sort of composition, but it's very, very risky just because it puts a lot of pressure into your DPS, into your supports to stay alive. And from what it seems on this side of the defense, they do have a really good understanding on how they want to play. They do have those fast supports. They can run away in case someone is trying to dive them, but it's not going to be easy, definitely, especially on this defense. Not having a shield could affect it potentially.
Fairfield are going to be looking to go for a little bit more damage. Marist, however, just going to be content to fight this battle out a little bit more traditionally. It's going to be Taze taking down Great Aspects to start, and this is already a great opening for Marist. They're looking to rush right onto point. Just going to be these threats in the sky taking down the Mercy gone, and with that, the Pharah is not left behind.
Immediately, Marist College knows exactly what to do. They do take the advantage that there are no tanks that have a shield or any way for them to support it. I'm surprised that Fairfield still want to push with this composition. It's not necessarily bad, but it just puts a lot of pressure, especially once again into the Roadhog that is going to serve as a main tank here. So making sure that you're creating a lot of space, that you're getting those hooks, that you're getting those picks, that one-shot potential that you can get with this hero, but it has to happen every single time.
And Schrader's perhaps going a bit too bold there. Tries to dive onto the Soldier 76, but gets demeched for their efforts. However, Zodiac Killer taken down by Face Mist. That's going to be a little bit costly. No res on the side of Fairfield for the time being. And when you don't have any shields, you kind of want that res in pocket. We are seeing Face Mist trying to pepper from above. Just trying to build up that EMP and almost has it. Looking ready to drop it, but they might not need to. This Coalescence finds its value. Vocal throwing it in, trying to break that Mei wall. Does eventually succeed in that, keeping their team alive. And so far, Marist playing this a little bit wisely, investing in every once in a while.
Definitely, that ult economy is going to be really, really important here now. They just have to take care of those that were staying alive, and they will be moving this payload very comfortably. That recontest might be coming through right at the end, but the ult advantage, like you mentioned, is definitely looking towards benefiting Marist College. That EMP coming through for the recontest, if it's necessary, will be happening.
And Masks has to take the early fall just to stall out for a little bit, but Emerald goes for the Death Blossom, actually on the receiving end of a pin. It's going to be the contest trying to come through just by any more time that Fairfield can manage the res. On to Adric, certainly going to be a big opportunity here, but the EMP coming in from Face Mist is something that the Marist College feels they need to invest here to avoid losing this point. This is going to be a very rough spot if they manage Traders. Able to get res, or able to get the DMAC, the remech back in on the point. Costly mistake from Fairfield when there was so much focus that could have been put on that D.Va. Eventually, Masks is cleaned back up, and it's all going to be a matter of time before Great Aspects is as well. Adric now trying to hold out their own, but Fairfield just managing to rotate these players very well, buying about 30 seconds off the clock.
And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's quite enough, but I'm surprised that Face Mist decided to use that EMP there. That was a really good call. Seemed like it was going to be way too late for him. But 50% already for the next EMP, looking pretty good. That fight lasted way too long, like you mentioned. Everyone from the side of Fairfield was coming through one by one, and even though they didn't get the point, that enabled them to get so many ultimate abilities.
And Tay's taking a bunch of damage front-loaded right in, but the Earth Shatter comes in from Fairfield as well as the Blizzard. Great Aspects actually getting hacked as the Blizzard goes out. Still able to get it out, however. Oh, going to be able to drop the sound barrier and keep their team alive, and Marist College so far not taking any more losses. The big 6-man EMP coming out from Face Mist. Going to be very pleased about that one. This is Zodiac Killer trying to keep their tank alive, but getting crept up on by Emerald. Very cautious there. Not cautious enough as Marist continues to haul the cart.
They should be able to get here 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining for them, and a lot of ultimates that were used before, but it's more than enough, especially taking into account that they keep getting the kills that they need, and it's just looking ideal for this team to take the victory.
So far, so good. Fairfield gonna be getting a little bit confident with WLK going right out onto point. Gonna be taking their losses in stride. Emerald gonna be the last one to seal up the point and making sure nobody can touch. Just under 4 minutes left in the bank.
This is starting to look very similar to the last match that we had, where it was a complete domination over and over again in every single map. This might be the case of Marist College. They know exactly how to play through every single one of the heroes that they decide to pick has a purpose, and they don't try to run the picks that are maybe not necessarily meta. They know exactly how the composition should be working. I think one of the major highlights that I have for this team is that Sombra getting EMPs over and over again and getting value out of them. This is something that is not easy at all, having that trust in the team to enable you to do that and to know that every time that you have an ultimate, you can get value out of it. Face Mist has been amazing. In the meantime, when we saw a Sombra from the side of Fairfield, they weren't looking too strong. It was taking way too long to build, and once they did it, it just didn't really come with the picks that they needed. So Mary is looking pretty good on the defense. I'm very excited to see how they're going to hold with this dive tank line.
I'm speaking of the dive tank line, I'm really liking the way TaZe is playing. They dive in, they go down to something around 150 HP, which is pretty low for a Winston, but they'll have the support of their team. They'll have that bubble in their pocket, drop it down right when they need it so they can get away, buy themselves a little bit of time, and buy their team that space. Marist playing very smart in that aspect. We'll see if they can continue.
They just might, but I do like seeing that Fairfield is going to be playing this Ryan Saria, and actually the teleporter might come through. This is a very interesting strategy. It seems like it's working out for them. They will be going right into point here.
Now they will be pushing right on the point. The very direct route. Sometimes you respect the directness, but Marist going to show no respect to their opponents here as the cleanup sure to come through. Now Fairfield gets wiped on the board. Going to be hearing that team wipe gong.
It was a really good strategy. I do like seeing it. I feel like teams don't play this very often, but it was a really good idea. But Marist was a little bit faster in knowing exactly how they wanted to play, especially because they have those fast heroes that can just dive into point and take everyone down. Fairfield now has another opportunity. They will be playing through the Junkrat now, which I really, really like for the damage that will be coming through.
Damage will be impressive if that Junkrat is going to be able to direct those pills into those dive tanks. Seeing Emerald use that Wraith form to get out and regroup with the front line of their team, putting the pressure on that Reinhardt, making it to where Adric can't swing, can't build up the Earth Shatter charge. Now, Marist College already taking their heads and claiming the wins here. WLK noticing that Sombra, but not going to quite be able to close in onto it. Barely gets away with their life for a moment, but not for long, as Vocal has their number. Marist so far looking dominant again, this time on the defense.
Almost 6 ultimate abilities from Marist College. They will be going to lose bombs. They will be using them. Oh, they're feeling confident here.
This is very dominant coming in from Marist. They're throwing in the EMP, the Primal Rage, just to buy a little bit of time off the clock. They do need to be careful, though. They don't have those two in pocket anymore.
Definitely, they still have another 4, so they know that they can definitely win here. Fairfield should also be having that EMP ready anytime soon, and using EMP and Cold Essence we know is very, very effective. So if they have a big opportunity in the next minute, it will be that.
We're seeing the Diva Bomb go in, but the hack right on the Traders, a very good hack coming out from Great Aspects. That's what we like to see. Not able to get remexed. Now the Coalescence coming out from Fairfield to try to keep the team up, but now Masks gets hacked, so that Coalescence basically mitigated. These Sombras playing really well right now, and Fairfield gets a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room as they continue to push towards this point triad.
Yeah, Great Aspects will be also having that EMP. They are committing to this fight. The rally also ready. They want to win here.
They do, but it looks like Marist not gonna let him have it as the Death Blossom comes out. Emerald takes down 2. The Reinhardt shield just not sturdy enough. WLK throws in the tire, but Wrench actually gets her grab caught and eaten by Traders. Marist putting on a little bit of a clinic in every single aspect.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate situation for WLK where he is playing a really good Junkrat, but he is playing and getting those picks a little bit too late. So it just makes it much harder for his team to get any value out of it. This is a big opportunity though, but there's only 1 minute remaining and so many ultimates that we're using to that last fight. They need to build them soon because Marist definitely has them.
Well, on the plus side, Face Mist not going to be able to build up that EMP very quickly. Already, it's Fairfield with some presence on the point. And because of that, Marist is going to be pulling back just a little bit. Adric trying to lead their team with that shield has to be very careful here as Emerald creeping right across this corner gets pushed down. Focused shield torn to shreds. TaZe actually gets trapped in that primal form. That is so crucial, but he's able to get away. Doesn't take the loss, does feed over a lot of ult charge, but Face Mist doesn't care. Just gonna drop the EMP anyway. Fairfield now in a very rough spot. The ult charge doesn't mean anything if you don't have the ability to use it. And with that, the Diva Bomb coming in, Traders landing big, able to get 1. WLK taken out, but Fairfield striking back just a little bit. Looks like that may have been the plan here. A huge trap coming in from WLK.
Seems like they will be getting the point, but everyone from the start of Marist might be trying to come here. No one is able to touch here. So another opportunity that Fairfield University has to try to push the payload, but they spent so much time into the last fight that only 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining for them. They do have that EMP though. They will be having their grab. So if they want to keep being dominant, they have to make those early engagements with this ultimate.
And on the plus side, Ulm on the side of Marist does not have the sound barrier to counter. Hopefully, Great Aspect's going to be aware of that. Utilize it before that Lucio able to get too much benefit. TaZe, however, diving right deep into the back line, gets booped away actually from the Reinhardt pin. I believe it was the Brig whip shot coming through, but the Coalescence coming in from Vocal going to be keeping their team alive, making it a little bit more dangerous for Fairfield to take that corner, and it does cost Adric and Zodiac Killer their lives. Marist now have the opportunity to rebuild a foothold here, but forget the foothold, they're just pushing forward. They're looking to touch the spawn a little bit. Emerald has that Death Blossom. We've seen this team BM with ultimates before.
And once again, you can see the confidence that Marist College has. They're going to be holding this really, really close, but the EMP from Great Aspects might be the best opportunity to push everyone back and to get somewhere broadly if you can especially get the Winston so the jump doesn't come through.
We do see the Coalescence now coming online from Masks. Fairfield have the opportunity to use a lot of ults to their advantage. The D.Va Bomb still managing to get Wrench and Masks both taken down. This is not a great fight. He can't be held up at the spawn like this. Marist is going to be happy to let it happen, though.
1 minute remaining, and now Face Mist once again has that EMP, so we might be seeing that dueling ultimate abilities from the two Sombras coming through. This is a very risky situation for Fairfield University. They have to get a pick now if they want to have another opportunity to win this map.
Ideally, they want to get a pick onto Ohm, who's playing, as we can see, kind of off in the corner. The EMP comes in from Face Mist with the Death Blossom to a layer on top. Gonna be Zodiac Killer bumped off by the D.Va boosters. One last push for Fairfield, but they got quite the board on Forum.
Fairfield University still has a beam building ultimate abilities, but they haven't been able to use them, but they get taken down before they're able to even push out of the spawn. This is a very risky situation. One last opportunity for them, 15 seconds remaining.
Great Aspects catching out. It's the Sombra from Marist who gets caught out. The 4-man EMP doesn't catch everybody with the sound barrier. A few left vulnerable. The Red Reaper actually getting bobbled into the Reinhardt pin. Somebody needs to touch it. In fact, they do have members on point. Adric trying to regroup, trying to get to that point. It's just the supports who have to go back and try to regroup with their team. Stop this cart. Now, the Winston does come back, but Tay is only able to do so much without the rest of their team. It does come to the D.Va and the Sombra to regroup up with them. Marist is able to regroup, defend the cart, and Fairfield wither and die on this second point.
That was a tough fight for them at the end. Once again, they had the ultimate economy to try to push forward, but it just didn't quite happen. Marist definitely looking as dominant as we expect, and they know exactly how to play around this composition. You can see when they touch spawn and the ultimates that they use. You just know that they were ready to win this fight, and they're doing it. We are on match point now, and Marist College looking as good as they can.
That's certainly the thing to be said. Marist looking very dominant, right? It wasn't a you hold your opponent at first points for the whole 4 minutes. No, it wasn't that dominant, but really Fairfield felt like they had a breakthrough in that one fight that allowed them to get that point. And because of that, they were able to, at least get some progress through Eichenwald. But I mean, it's not going to be enough. They need to improve by leaps and bounds in their next match if we need to see them, come forth with more points on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And they had some good fights, but it's just the same problem that we saw from other teams here in EGF, and is that they're looking really strong and they have the sort of understanding of the composition, but what happens is that they don't really know how to make that first engagement, and that plays such a huge part into these maps, into the enemy team. If you're able to take control of every single fight, getting that first pick, that's going to not only give your team a little bit of confidence, but also make sure that you're able to win the fight and potentially the match. So I really want to see this coming from Fairfield into the next match.
They certainly do have the potential. However, we'll see their potential after this quick break. We will be taking a brief moment so the teams can regroup, refresh themselves. We'll be coming right back here in just a few moments. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to our final game of the night here at EGF Marist versus Fairfield. If you're just tuning in, Marist up 2-0 over Fairfield. However, all hope is not lost. It will be on to Fairfield to try to clutch victory from the jaws of defeat. As usual, for your casting entertainment, it's going to be me, Sir Waltham, with Dryad. And Dryad, give us a quick and dirty rundown of what we just saw from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about the last two maps, it's just been a lot of dominance from Marist College. They know exactly the composition that they want to use, how to make it work. Fairfield is definitely trying to adapt and to play more damage. We've seen a lot of variety into the picks that they've had, especially from the DPS lineup, but it doesn't seem to be quite enough. They did get that first point into Eichenwald, but weren't able to push the payload into second point. So a lot of pressure that they have now. This is match point and one last opportunity for them to bring it back.
We'll see if they have the gall to do it. But Dryad, where, I guess, do you see the differences in these two teams? We talked about that kind of team coordination. Do you think we still saw shades of that in Eichenwald, or do you think there was a different issue that we saw kind of plaguing them?
At the point when you're getting spawn camp, I think going into a crazy peak, I mean, going Bastion and staying in spawn so that you don't get killed, but you're able to push everyone back. That's one of the strategies that it's kind of crazy, but usually it works out. It just puts a lot of pressure into the defense that was doing so good from the side of Marist College. So I wanted to see this because, once again, Fairfield was having the ultimate advantage there. They had 5 ultimates that they just weren't able to use because they weren't able to get out of spawn. So yeah, just playing a little bit faster, taking into account the picks that Marist has been playing, and figuring out a way to counter it would be ideal for this team.
Oh, we're certainly going to be finding out if Fairfield can put one foot in front of the other and work their way towards a reverse sweep. But first, they need to win Anubis. We see the defense already coming out. WLK looking like they're going to be on the Bastion.
And I don't hate this, actually. I'm not the biggest fan of Bastion, but when you're in this position where Marist has been looking so strong, this is a really good strategy. You're going to be able to completely melt the shields and the D.Va DM, so this is a big opportunity, but they will be going right to point.
A smart play coming in from Marist. They just route themselves directly onto point, and because of that, their Bastion can't contest. Does take the teleporter to try to get a better vantage site, but the Siena turrets are already up and ready to burn the Bastion down as soon as the rotation comes through. And with that, Marist not giving any concern to the Bastion to just blast through first.
WLK actually wasn't able to get as much value as we wanted to from the Bastion. The high ground was an ideal positioning, but it just was way too late, and taking into account that the rest of the team wasn't really with him to help him out a little bit. And especially because Marist didn't even try to put pressure into the high ground, they just went right into point, which is a very interesting strategy. But it just works out, and once again, the snowball potential is here.
Harmonic's going to be dropping in the teleporter. Everybody going onto the high ground. Harmonic's throwing some turrets right on the point, slowing down, causing a little bit of damage to whoever happens to get caught in them. And it's going to be Fairfield still trying to use that sim to their own benefit, but they're not going to be finding as much success with it. The Coalescence now coming out from Marist, trying to keep their team alive due to the damage. And by that point presence so far, big, very successful 5.5 minutes, and they're already getting that first tick up. Now, it's going to be the respawns trying to come through from Fairfield, but it's looking pretty slim on either end. The pin trying to come through from Taze. Not necessary to take Adric down, however, the Reaper just tucks right into that Reinhardt. Tank feasting capabilities of the Reaper cannot be understated.
These are one of the fastest maps that I've seen in Overwatch. This entire match just happened so fast. 5 minutes and 18 seconds remaining from the side of Marist College in case this goes to round 3. But they just look so strong over and over again. Fairfield has a lot of pressure here. They did make the swaps. They were playing other DPS lineup, which I really like. But they just, once again, they weren't getting those early picks because that would be enough to push Marist College back. And it's just not really happening. So now they have a lot of pressure coming into the attacking side to try to get. It definitely won't be probably as much time as Marist College has, but try to make it even, try to get at least to the second point. This is pretty much the same thing that we saw in our last match.
I'm not sure if we saw any kills coming through from Fairfield on that last round. I know we saw the Bastion get the D-Mech onto the D.Va, but Traders was able to get back into Mech in due time with enough battling right onto point. So overall, Fairfield definitely in a very rough spot off the back end of that. They have to get a time bank better than 518 if they want to be looking better than their opponents in Marist, and that's a tough ask.
And it won't be easy, especially because Marist College will be once again playing into this Winston D.Va. So even if we see a teleporter, even if we see the Reaper TPing into the backline, whatever it is, the Winston and the D.Va should have enough speed to also do the same thing. You also have Lucio, so that's extra speed. And that's exactly what you need here to hold the defense, just making sure that the attackers are not taking advantage. Good sleep, though.
Yeah, a huge opportunity here. Harmonix gets slept, and it's looked like the capitalization not going to be able to come through quite as much as Fairfield would want. Instead, they're going to be losing members of their own. And now Marist getting aggressive. We've seen what this means for Fairfield, but Marist not going to get too ahead of themselves. They're going to back up, let Fairfield get regrouped.
They still have a lot of time, 3 minutes and 25. Only that slow first fight where everyone was forced to back up. And that's exactly what you need here. You need all 6 members to get a point and get any value out of it.
We are seeing a wrench go down early. An anti-nade tries to come through from Zodiac, but it doesn't find too much. It finds 2, but not a lot of capitalization upon it. For now, seeing the Pharah up into the sky, knowing that there's no snipers, trying to do everything they can. Sombra and Reaper not the greatest long-range threats, but it's actually going to be a little bit of that back cap. I believe it's Masks. It is indeed Masks, who's trying to get some progress, but it does just peel Marist back as necessary.
And, well, luckily Lucio has the speed to come back to the team as soon as they can, but it's going to be a really slow if Fairfield wants to build the ultimate abilities. They don't really have anything. Nano might be the best opportunity, but who are you going to give it to? Maybe the D.Va, and that's still going to be really hard playing against the Reaper.
Vocal going to be throwing in the Coalescence, keeping their team up and online. That means the aggression certainly going to come out from Marist. Diana trying to hold her own right at the gates of spawn, not able to. The D.Va getting debacked as well, going to be costly because that D.Va might have to wait a while or swap and lose charge.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure that can be put, and especially taking into account that Marist College likes to play this fight so close. Big opportunity here, but they're just showing the self-destruct in the back.
And the self-destruct gets sent in by Traders. It's not the self-destruct that kills, it's Vocal ready to catch you as you retreat. Now Tay is going to be throwing into Primal Rage, but throws it right in front of Adric, who has the turbocharger down, who gets the nano boost. Doesn't find any kills with it, however. Marist able to walk away relatively unharmed, and in fact, claiming some kills of their own. The Brick, the Pharah, all falling, and now the Death Blossom going in, but Face Mist gets slept. Some good awareness from Zodiac, but it doesn't look like it's going to quite be enough, at least not yet. Fairfield, now getting a few kills of their own, has the opportunity to swing this momentum forward.
Yeah, 3 picks from inside Fairfield. If they have an opportunity, it has to happen now. Tabarash will also be ready, so this is a huge opportunity for them to take point. Marist College just used so many ultimates.
We are seeing them get some progress on this point. The D.Va gets hacked, not able to mitigate any of that damage. Going to help Harmonix build up that EMP, at least for a second point if necessary. Second tick has been achieved. We still see great aspects flying high above the crowd. Has the rocket barrage, throws it in. This isn't looking great. Wrench getting the 4K off the back end of it. Wasn't looking great for Marist at all with that grouping. A beautiful halt into the self-destruct.
Yeah, it was a halt and then the self-destruct that enabled them to get that 4K. So they're feeling pretty confident here. Big opportunity, and they will be trying to have the snowball rally coming through as well.
This is an exactly great way to play this if you're on the side of Fairfield. Just try to build that momentum, but the Sombra EMP is going to be stopping you right in your tracks. Harmonix not going to be allowing any snowball progress to happen. Zodiac actually sectioned off in the small corner by the Winston bubble. A rough spot. It's just going to be left to feast on the Pharah, as we see now. Fairfield losing time.
3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, and at least, you know, you have the confidence that you were able to get first and get that 4K at the end with the D.Va self-destruct. So looking pretty good. Now what we want to see is more of that aggression getting value. That rally was a big opportunity, but they should have taken into account that EMP was ready from the side of Harmonix that stopped them immediately.
And Traders throwing in the D.Va bomb, gets 3 just right down the middle, hits a strike, gets 3 of the members down. And with that, everybody else soon to be cleaned up, except, of course, the lone baby D.Va.
This is just a fight of the D.Vas. Then finally, Wrench gets taken down, but they still have enough time, so they're not too worried about that. Now, the big opportunity that we can see here is for Fairfield to use that bongo from the side of Marist. We know that this is a really strong ultimate ability, as long as it doesn't get destroyed.
And we are already seeing the first kill going in favor of Fairfield. Wrench gets hacked. That D.Va, a giant stick pin if they're not careful. Great Aspects now pushing ahead, not able to use that nano from Zodiac as effectively as they might have liked. The sound barrier coming in, and the Primal getting 3 kills off the back end. Taze able to deliver with the giant monkey paws going in. That's one curse coming from the monkey's paw.
And at this point, it doesn't even seem like this is a fight to get the second point, but who's able to get more kills with their ultimates? That Primal Rage doing so good getting through kills. This is not something that we see very often. Then those 2 self-destructs that we saw from both sides, for both teams, looking pretty good. Now the opportunity will be coming for Face Mist into the Reaper. Maybe teleporting into a backline, trying to get damage on, trying to get a few picks with that Blossom.
See Harmonix is trying to pester that Widow, knowing she's not going to be able to focus down the nice vulnerable targets for the side of Marist if Harmonix is on. We're seeing the coalescence come out from Vocal, keeping their team alive. They like holding this very forward choke, trying to get advantage here. Great Aspects kind of by a little bit of point progress as well, maybe get a bit of heal, but has to translocate out. Does walk away with their lives, but not a lot else achieved for it. We're seeing it now. Fairfield try to hold at this choke. These Sigma and D.Va now going to be the flavor of the tank line for this team. The grab goes out, locks right on the Zodiac killer. The sound barrier comes out, but Mask's not able to help too much. Wrench throws in the D.Va bomb as well. A costly ultimate investment there.
I really like how every time that we see a fight that's lost, someone from the attacking team is still trying to get to point, trying to get a few percentages, but it doesn't quite happen. Now there's more pressure, 45 seconds remaining, and the last opportunity for Fairfield University to have something happen here. They have no EMP. Maybe the Flux would be the best opportunity here.
And Wrench gets dropped, and with that Face Mask actually finding 2 with the Death Blossom. First tick is achieved by Great Aspects. It does get 1 bar of progress, so that is certainly something, but they're going to have to get 2, and with ideally a little bit of time left on the board. Not going to be the case, though, as Face Mist takes down WLK early on.
Yeah, if Zodiac gives a nano to this Sigma, might be the best opportunity. They just have to make sure they get to point. They don't have the fastest heroes here.
The EMP comes out, but it only lands onto Adric, I believe. Harmonix not finding too much value with that. Wrench going to be running them down, mirroring that Sombra across the windshield. Now Taze has the health pool, just fight it out on point, knock around anybody who gets anywhere near their hill. As we see the grab comes out, Traders trying to just hold down anybody as well. A lot of displacement coming in from these tanks. Marist trying their best to stop this fight here. And so far, it looks like they're going to be successful. WLK not landing those shots despite having a relatively clean opportunity there. Not much engagement until everybody's dead. Then the focus turns, and Marist take Anubis.
Marist takes Anubis and takes the entire series, looking really good. Another 3-0 that we see tonight. So they're pretty confident. We know this is a strong team, exactly what we expected from them. Fairfield has some really good signs, but it just wasn't quite enough. Overall, I think this is a big opportunity for both teams actually to reevaluate the compositions that they're playing, the pace that they're going with, and that might just be enough for their next match.
Well, we'll certainly see. It's going to be feeling pretty good for Marist to have this continued momentum. I was talking about, the hypothetical 3-0 since they had a forfeiture win early on. Well, now it's an actual 3-0. If you're talking about scoreboards, it's a 4-0. So they're going to be happy to put those numbers higher and higher up on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And the more wins you can get, the better. And the better it's going to be for you to know that you're doing really well on EGF. And also just like the confidence that you can build here with your team, knowing that whatever is playing, and we usually saw the dive tank line coming from Marist, is just going to be enough. Even when they're running against heroes that should directly counter you, they're able to get value out of this composition every single time.
Certainly. Fairfield going to be walking away in the loser spot this time around, but we will be seeing them in the next couple of weeks. However, folks, despite this being our last game, we are not done. We will be back after a short break with a quick interview from one of the members of Marist College. Stick around. You're not going to want to miss it. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are winding down our final game of the night, the 3-0 from Marist College over Fairfield. We do have a little bit of an interview that we are about to head into. It's going to be Harmonix coming in from the side of Marist. Harmonix, welcome. Hello. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I'm just going to, quickly get you through a couple of questions. I know that it's probably a little bit late where you're at, but with that being said, we saw you on Anubis. It was the only map that you came in on for this team, and you were playing that Sombra. Can you tell me, on the side of Fairfield, did you have any target in mind that you were going to try to focus, or was it just more opportunistic?
It was definitely more opportunistic. I didn't go into it thinking I was going to hack the tanks or the DPS or support. Specifically, it was more so people who were more vulnerable in that sense. So I tried to go for the Ana, the Widow at some points, and then just people who were alone. Like when the D.Va came out of spawn, I tried to just get out of mech and then just rejoin my team to give them an advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, and then talking also about the Sombra and about the composition that your team was playing, there was a lot of Sombra, there was a lot of the Winston D.Va, and this is something that always catches my attention because we see teams in contenders in trials and also here in EGF where they really, really like this composition. Is this something that you would say is your strongest composition, or is it just something that you thought you could really get a lot of value with going against Fairfield University?
It's something that we've been definitely practicing a lot and something that we play a lot in our scrims and against other teams. So it's definitely, I'd say, our strongest composition. So that's what we're most comfortable on. That's what we decide to stick with.
You guys are also one of the strongest teams here in EGF, and just a really strong esports team that you guys have in your university. So I do want to know a little bit of that preparation. We've heard teams that maybe scrim once or twice a week. Is this also your case, or do you put more hours into getting that synergy and that understanding going with your team?
So as it is right now, we scrim once a week right now, and then we have our games on Thursdays, and then we usually do a VOD review of our scrim to see what we need to improve on, what we can learn from the other team, what we can learn about ourselves. And yeah, that's basically our schedule for now.
And specifically for this match, this is my last question. What was your preparation? Were you maybe concerned about going against Fairfield University and then you get that confidence going on halfway through the match? Or from the beginning, you knew you were going to take this 3-0?
I think from the beginning, we know that we are a very strong team and that any challenge we are ready to take on. We know that Fairfield definitely is a strong team as well. So we definitely didn't take them lightly and we gave it our all because that's definitely the battle that they deserved.
Well, that's a very respectful way to look at it. Harmonix, and I think that is about it for us. But before we cut you loose, before we let you go, do want to give you the opportunity to give anybody a shout out since you've been so cooperative with us here.
I'd like to shout out our coach, Coach Jack, always supporting us on the sidelines, giving us helpful tips during our practices. And also like to shout out Default and Lesbitronic. You guys are the best. We love you guys and we love your support. And to everyone, all of our fans, we appreciate you guys.
Fantastic. Once again, thank you very much for joining us, Harmonix.
Thank you.
And with that, Dryad, after a long day for anybody who's been viewing all of these games, we are about ready to wrap it up. Once again, a big congratulations going over to Marist College for their victory over Fairfield. But for our presentation day, that is about ready to wrap it up for EGF. On behalf of Dryad and myself, want to thank you guys for tuning in and joining us. We love seeing you guys on Twitch and showing your support. But until we see you next time, take care. Stay safe out there, everybody.